So John, Avid, Rex, how you doing? 5 people up in here. Of course, just as things always go, just trying to get set up, and dog had to go out, and this happens and that happens. So that was some another good episode of Catfish Weekly. They had some good points up in there. Hello, Palmetto. Well, Josh, how are you? DMB, what's up? Mike Irvin, thank you for coming in. Okay. That was another great episode of Catfish Weekly that a lot of us just watched. Remind me of one of the things, a couple of things I want to talk about. We had my first live this weekend where we were actually skunked. And it's bound to happen sooner or later. Hey Danny, how are you? Sitting with Stan. We all eventually everybody's going to have that day where they just don't catch it. And this past Saturday or this past Sunday was one of those days. It was a crazy weekend. So we had tried a new spot on, I think it was Saturday night. We went down to scout a new spot in Hopewell, and it's a much deeper part of the river down there. There's more barges and a lot more traffic and stuff. But we went down at nighttime and only had one bite. We caught one small blue catfish. And then Sunday show came, and we went to the first spot, which is usually a pretty productive spot that we've known about. And ended up nothing, not even, I think we had one little bump there. So pick all this bank stuff up, move down the river about a half mile. Same thing, not even another bite. Then so someone wants to go grab the kayak, he gets the kayak and goes out, and nothing. And the day before, he had just caught the 47-pounder, pretty much in a similar spot to where he was. And that day, Sunday, we from 7 in the morning till 2 something in the afternoon, from incoming tide to outgoing tide, just couldn't even buy a bite. So tried different baits, tried different locations. But like we've all said, that's why they call it fishing and not catching. Hello, 1 ton. Dobson, what's up? We're up to 8 people. But that's some of the things I want to put out to chat is when you have those situations like that, what are some of the things that y'all try to do differently? Do you try changing baits, changing spots? I know DMV, if you watch his lives, a lot of times if he's not getting it, and from the bank, it's even more work from the bank, and then you got to walk to your new spot. That's crazy. But I know he likes to change spots a lot. What are some of the things that people out there do when they have those days where they just can't buy a bite? Sean T, thank you for coming in. Oh, crap. Hold on, I gotta shut my Bluetooth off. Mr. Elston, how are you this evening? For everybody just coming in, I was talking about the week where I had my first live stream where we've actually got skunk. We had 5 or 6 in a row where we had caught double-digit catfish, and this past live, I couldn't buy a bite. Moved to a different spot, couldn't get a bite. Different baits, no bite. My son went and got the kayak, and he went out in the middle of the river and no bite. So let's see. We had an answer out there. Oh, I gotta change that. Spot change, spot change, spot change until a bite, then sit there for a while and pray. And I think everybody that's watched your lives, DMV, have seen you do that. Anybody else have anything that they usually? 1 second, I just gotta flip this around so the camera isn't. Norm, Catfish Headhunters, how are you? There we go. I had to flip my phone around because I had it by the camera. So every time I was going to do the chat, it kept switching the. You could also saw my thumb hitting the thing. So. Okay. Norm, thanks for coming in. That was an awesome giveaway that you did. That's unbelievable. Giveaway Muddy River rod. Absolutely outstanding. The only thing that could have made that giveaway any better is if I would have won it. So what we've been talking about is, hey, Mike's Outdoors and Adventures. For everybody just coming in, talking about this past weekend. Steven, hello. What's some of the things that y'all do when you just can't seem to get a bite? Do you say, okay, well, enough for today? You try different spots? Do you do different baits? What's some of the things? Do you have a go-to bait that? I know a lot of times when I would have that issue, when we used to fish for, say, bass or panfish and stuff, I had that Rapala, regular little jointed J7 floating Rapala that damn near, no matter if I couldn't catch a fish, I could put that thing on, and if I wanted to fish it on the bottom, I'd put a drop sinker on it, and I'd fish it from the bottom, fish it on top, and I knew that even if the fish were in an off mood, I could get a bite with that Rapala. Y'all have anything like that for catfish that you do? I mean, we've all watched Elston with the Lucky. We know what he does is the Lucky pulls out the Lucky Realistic shirt. Ryan, what's up? Thank you for coming in. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, let's see. Okay, put the link up in there. Anybody wants to come up in? Just gonna be talking catfishing. Well, I put the link up there. Anybody is more than welcome. Got some. Oh, yeah, I should have started. Thank you, Norm. I appreciate you reminding me of that. Ace got in touch with me the other day. And said that he still wasn't feeling well, and asked if I could do the show again today. So I said, sure, we'll give it a shot. I don't plan on it being another 13 hours. D-City, what's up? Thank you for coming in. Up to 13 people. Getting ready for work. Well, I hope you have a good night at work, Avid. I did. I tried it one time. And to be honest, I didn't give it a fair shot. I just tried it the one time because I also had chicken and what else? I think I had bluegill that day and shad also. So I think I only had it on a couple of times, and I didn't get anything on it. But I wouldn't see why it wouldn't work. Yeah, that was crazy. The last one was definitely nuts. That's right, lucky 13. That is my lucky number. I hope that works for you tomorrow, Mike. Let us know how that lemon shrimp works for you. That is a good point, Stephen. I had smaller baits out with me. I didn't have the night crawlers. They're just so dang expensive down here. And I used to just go out and find them at night in New York, but they don't seem to be. They're difficult to find here in Virginia. I have not been able to catch night crawlers down here. But that was always one of my go-to baits. I'd use that for bass, panfish, catfish. But that is a good point. And that's light gear, big ones won't bite, the little ones will. That's something that I usually do. What I usually do is for those that have been watching our videos, for those that have been watching my live streams, I always have one pole out with a bait about as big as my hand. I want to have one pole out. We call it the meat rod. That is sometimes I have every time I go out, I have one of those. I'll have that big bait with me. It's for the biggest fish that's in that water. I always want to have the chance to catch that biggest one. But I like catching numbers of fish too. Hello, Rebecca. Ryan, well, at least I don't feel too bad then, because I had the same thing. I could not catch a cold this weekend. And that was even from 2 spots on the bank from my son out in the water, and then also fishing Saturday night. Dragonfire, thank you for coming in. Up to 15 people. Excellent. But I'll always have that one big bait that's for the biggest fish that's in that water. I'll have another pole that I usually have for catfish, and I'm usually doing a double Kentucky rig, high-low rig, whatever you want to call it. And I'll have a downsized hooks on there and a smaller piece of, I don't care if I'm catching channel or blue. I'll have probably a smaller piece of fresh bait and then a smaller piece of chicken or something like that. And then I'll have the intermediate poles where I might have, say if bluegill is the bait that I have on that big pole on the meat rod, I'll have that biggest bluegill that I have on there, and that'll be out. I'll have my pole with the double Kentucky rig, that'll be out, and then the intermediate ones. If I got that whole big bluegill on that big rod, the meat rod, I might cut the bluegill in half, or just the head, and use the smaller bluegill head, or a nice sized chunk out of the shad. So then that's the intermediate size. And then if one is really starting to catch a whole bunch of fish, that's what I will use. Well, we got somebody ready to pop in and say hello.
Well, hello, everybody.
Welcome, welcome, Norm. How are you today, my friend?
Doing pretty good, doing pretty good.
And before we get started, God bless it. What you do, the way that you do things, and your selfishness, the way that you, giving away that rod today, amazing. Simply amazing.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So you were one of the ones that have been around since the first night that I joined and found our little family here. And you just are you. So keep doing it.
Thank you, Stan. Thank you. And you keep at it too. You know, it's a learning curve doing all this. You know, don't get me wrong. Take me for example. Okay. This past weekend when I got caught out by J-Dog, I purposely went out and bought this iPhone just for YouTube purposes, you know, to go live, you know, and stuff. And it backfired on me. Whenever Mark would talk to me, it would go, that's what I heard on my end, even though y'all could hear everything and see everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it's no matter how prepared you can be for YouTube, something still throws a curveball at you one way or another, some way, some form. You know, it gets annoying sometimes.
Congrats on Steven, congrats on the grandbaby. Awesome. That is they turn into your whole life real quickly. Once your kids are not there, then your grandkids, they take over. And let's see, who else did I miss in here? I'm pretty sure I saw the D come in. I'm still have a hard time for anybody that hasn't done this yet. It's actually almost easier when you're out fishing because you've got fishing to kind of take your mind off of other things. So, but when you're just sitting here trying to talk and think of what when you're out fishing, you're automatically, okay, you got the river, you got your poles over there, you know what's going on. And you can read the chat and then try to, but if you get focused, I get focused on talking and I let the chat gets past me. That if I focus on the chat, I stand there like an idiot, not saying anything. So if I missed anybody, I saw the Chad came in. I saw D, Lynn Leeper. Thank you very much for coming in. Mike Irvin, Sean T Outdoors, my Cajun brother down in Louisiana. Mike Turner, what's up? What's up? So, anyways,
I know somebody mentioned about hearing me. It's where he doesn't have headphones on. It's the only reason why y'all can hear me echoing a little bit.
No, you're loud and clear. Perfect.
Okay. I know somebody said they could hear an echo, so I don't know. It's fine. It ain't bad. Let's see.
I think you don't love Chad. The Chad. If I missed you, how could I not love the Chad? Who doesn't love the Chad?
Gotta love the Chad. Come on now.
We're not bringing D into the conversation because we don't know how she feels about him all the time, but everybody else, you love the Chad.
So I got a question for you, Stan.
Sure.
So if you go out, spend all day fishing, and don't have any luck, everybody has them. It's not just you. Everybody has. It's fishing. So what is your thoughts after that day of, a rough day of fishing? Do you think about the baits, which you could have changed, or maybe the spot, or what goes on in your head after a rough day of fishing?
Well, believe it or not, it's the same thing that goes through my head after a good day of fishing. All right, even if you have a great day, what did I do right? What did I do wrong? Did I bring the right baits? Could I have caught more if I had another pole, or if they were biting good here, why were they biting good here? Would they have bit better at a different spot? I think of all those, and I guess, that's probably, and definitely pass that down to my son, because he gets a little worse than I do with it. He'll go out and just, he remembers everything, and he brings it. This weekend he was so determined to catch a fish that he actually drove back and got the kayak, brought the kayak back, went out on the live, left me on the bank, and he went out on the kayak, and just determined to catch the fish, and it just never happened. But you just, some of those days, this was one of those ones that, the only thing I think that we could have done differently is maybe had fresher bait.
I see your comment, Chad. Hey, you can't say that, Chad. Technically, I outfished you this weekend, but it don't count because I was on a different boat. So it wasn't a Chad versus Norm challenge. So technically, they don't really count, but
Well, Fishing Cooking with Mike Chavez, thank you very much for coming in. That is unbelievable. One of my favorite. He does awesome. He was one of the first, when I first moved to Virginia, he was one of the first YouTube channels that I watched, because he came when, you start searching for, we found that there was catfish down here, and he found out that he had fished in the Virginia area, and he was one of the first channels that I started watching for that.
Mm-hmm. He got some good cooking stuff too.
And now the cooking, oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Who else did I miss that came in here? We got to have a bunch of people that I missed, because there's 28, unbelievably 28 people for we're all just sitting here talking. So unbelievable. We had Palmetto in here. Hopefully I said hello to him. But yeah, that's I think about it all, Norman. Whether it's a good day or a bad day, I pretty much think about the same thing every time, unless it's just one of those days where I'm going with my granddaughter.
Yeah.
And it's just, okay, we're putting the chair out, we're throwing the poles out, and that's it. That's what we're doing. But if I go out and I'm trying to, like especially doing the lives, where I'm trying to catch the fish, and that's pretty much why I do, like I said, I have everything from the small bait up to the meat rod that's going to catch the biggest fish that's in the water. And that may happen only once a year, that pole gets a bite, but when it does, that's the one you got to be ready for.
See, that's another thing you got to take into consideration too. Catfish, you can have a great day, burn them up on one certain bait. You go back a day later or 2 days later, that same bait, same spot, nothing. It's like sometimes I go out and I'll kill it with chicken breast. That's other times I'll go back like, yeah, boy, I know what they want. I'm going to do good today. Nope. Guy next to me's got a tub of night crawlers, and he just slayed them right beside me. And I'm like, really?
Yeah. That's why that's a good tip, I think, for people starting out, is don't rely on just one bait.
No.
People will joke around about the chicken or this or that, but I always have that. I'll always have that core bait in case you have problems catching live bait. I'll have some freezer bait, where you had some shad that you didn't use last time you went. Boom, they'll be in the freezer. So if you don't have time to go out, or something happened to your net, or you couldn't go, like where we fish in the river, there's not a lot of bluegill, so it's not a great it's not a great bait for where we fish a lot, but it's a bait, and sometimes they are onto it, and sometimes they aren't. So go ahead.
Do y'all have skipjack in your water?
No, we have.
That's crazy.
We have gizzard shad, they're year round. So gizzard shad year round is your number one. Hello, Mr. Big Cats. Thank you for coming in today. Gizzard shad is the number one big catfish, standard. you're going to catch consistently more fish, more bigger fish on that. We also have white perch, again, another bait that you're going to catch consistently on them. We do have, I am learning more about gizzard, about skipjack, because what we do have, we have a shad run, American shad and hickory shad, and also river herring. Now the skipjack is a type of river herring, which they're just not here. And in the springtime, around April, depending on the water temperatures and air temperatures and whatnot, around April the shad run will start, and so it's American shad and hickory shad. Now they're saltwater that move up into the rivers, freshwater to spawn, like salmon type situation.
That's cool.
Yeah, they're like, they call them a poor man's tarpon, because when you hook them, I mean, you can get some of them that are, I can't even put my hands big enough on the screen.
Wow.
So you can get some, and they'll jump and fight, and they put up, you do that on light tackle with some light line. And you can't keep any of those in Virginia. Yep.
I bet.
I'm going to have to keep checking back, because in the James, where I was fishing in the James, they were allowing you to keep hickory shad. But it's, again, same thing. It's just a different, it's in the shad family, but it's just a different species. But same thing. They just, and you fish for them just like you do skipjack. Little darts and little spoons, little shad spoons. You fish for them. And yeah, but they're only here for like that month or two. But the thing with them coming up in your big blues, your the flatheads, the striper. There's also a striper run that comes up from the saltwater, and so you'll catch in the same day. You'll catch shad, white perch. You'll catch giant catfish, striper, and all on the same bait.
That's good. That would actually be pretty fun, because you wouldn't know what to expect. Every cast could be a different fish.
Exactly. Yep. Yep. Even fishing for the shad, like I said, there's white perch up in there too. So you'll hook up into white perch. You'll hook up into. That's one of the times of years where fishing for bait is almost more fun than the cat. I said almost, but it's almost more fun than the catfish.
So, do you have a favorite type of day to fish, or daytime, nighttime, or do you like to fish bluebird skies, cover with the, or what about even the? Hold on a second. It's one of my biggest things. Barometric pressure. Do you like fishing when it's going up, or been up, or going down? To me, barometric. I'll say this before you get started.
Go ahead.
My barometric pressure, I like fishing it when it's on the downfall or when it's been down.
Yes. The big thing, you just don't want it stable. If the barometric pressure is changing up or down, it's kind of like the tides. You just don't want it stable at your high or your low tide. You want it when it's changing. And same thing with the tides. So if it's one of those, they say that when I go fishing on those bluebird, just everything is just dead even. There's nothing changing. There's no wind. Well, that may be one of the most comfortable times to fish. That tends to be your slowest. So that may be the time where you just throw some night crawlers out on bobbers. You go for some panfish, and the best fishing conditions are when it's changing, because I think that turns them. The fish know something's happening, so it kind of turns on their. In my opinion, it turns on their feed bag. Let's say, so they're not sure what's happening, so they just want to go ahead and eat. And so that the bluebird days, I usually don't like. That'll be just a fun cast bobbers out, try to get some sunfish. If you're going out for bigger fish, it depends on the season. Like now that once the water gets cooler and the weather gets cooler, during the day for bigger catfish, the day bite turns on. In the summertime, when it's so hot in Virginia and a lot of southern places, that's when you're best to fish at nighttime. That You know, sometimes with that little bit of rain or a little bit of wind, those are your best days for fishing because it's got things moving. But that's my opinion. That's what I've noticed.
Well, if some of y'all noticed, it was raining when we first started. Me and J Dog did, and I caught 2 catfish while it was raining, windy, cold. And then after it cleared up and went away, we didn't get a bite until the last 15 minutes of the show.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I caught that last one, and that was just by luck. But I don't know how many hits and misses during it raining, and it wasn't like a hard rain. It was more like a mist, just enough to keep everything wet, get you wet and everything. But, you know, I was sitting there, me and J Dog was talking after we got done fishing. And I was like, he said, you know, you realize we was getting more bites when it was raining. I said, yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah.
And it was just weird. And then after it quit, they quit in that spot. They just completely shut down. That's why we moved.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like that was that expression that the fish don't mind getting wet. Eel for the next trip. Yes, Mike Chavez, eel is awesome bait here in the James. Just like see our good friend Elston using that all the time. Always has the eel head on. We've caught some really big, really nice blues on cut eel. Who else did we have come up in here? Outdoors Addiction, Jesse. Thanks for coming in.
And Jesse in here. And Dobson.
Jesse's been killing it lately.
So when's your next trip out, Stan?
It'll be next Sunday morning. It's this weekend was I went out a couple times and probably ill-advised for me. It's a little that's a little much on my body a little bit, and so like if I stay to that one trip on the Sunday morning, that's been not too bad.
Not bad.
You know, we got to redeem from this past Sunday, so my son will be out there trying to get some shad towards the end of the week.
See, that's the thing I have to learn is my wrist. I don't know if y'all can see this or not, but my wrist, I'm supposed to have surgery on them too. I got big knots in my wrist. I got big knots in my wrist. It's not going to show up on my camera. Maybe on this one. No. I've got big knots in my wrist, and they say it's carpal tunnel. And I'm supposed to go in and have that cut out. And you know how I know you're not supposed to use your wrist to twist the whole lot of the throw net. But I like to have that twist on. I know some people with their wrist, when they go to casting out, you watch their wrist, it'll rotate, the wrist will, when they throw the net. I can't get my wrist to rotate when I throw it. So my hands just stay the same. So I don't know if maybe I've been trying. I've been practicing. I got everybody that has one I've practiced. And I'll get maybe 1 or 2 good ones. And then after that, it's back to just trash. Now, there is one cast net I'm guaranteed to throw perfect every time. It's those one that has the
spreader on it.
Yeah.
Spreader. Yeah.
Now, when I was up at Avid's first meet and greet, a guy brought one up there, and man, it was a perfect cast every single time. I'm like, wow, I have got to get me one of these.
This is a big thing here. If you have boat, this is a big thing in Virginia that they do. Is they love for the shad, for the gizzard shad, they'll stretch out the gill net, and I mean, I haven't really used it, but I've seen them, and within a couple people that we meet up fishing every now and then, and they would just give us the shad because within 15 minutes they'd caught enough bait for themselves, other people. Actually leave it out too long, you get too much. Yeah, I got to be careful with the fingers. Let's see. All right, is it Whitey Way or Witty Way? If it's Whitey.
Witty. I think it's Witty.
I thought it was Witty too. But then I'm like, But then I thought I heard somebody else say Whitey, so. But yeah, that's Witty. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed, Norman, you've been doing this a while now, is that you see less and less live from the boats. And
Mm-hmm.
I thought that to be curious. You know, I've been doing my lives on Sunday mornings with my son from the bank. Avid, always from the bank. DMV, uh, Chunky Cats, uh, Outdoors Addiction, Jesse. We've had some newer people that have joined the group. You got Mike Costello Outdoors. He's really new. He did his first live the other night. I happened to be there when he caught his first catfish, so that was awesome. But
Now, I will say this, though. In the spring, when we get to work on, well, we're going to work on my little boat through the winter, you know. I've been thinking about going live Saturday nights. And instead of doing like how we're doing here, you know,
yeah,
I was thinking about doing a live boat upgrade, like doing upgrades to the boat while on live and everybody's watching. And, you know, I'm talking about doing that this Saturday night because, you know, a lot of people will be home this weekend from Thanksgiving, you know.
mm-hmm.
And, you know, I've been sharing ideas with Chad about my boat. And I'm going to do a lot more live next year for my little boat. Yeah, that's another thing. I'm gonna spend probably a good month just taking the boat out and finding areas that has service.
Yeah,
Now, where I was at with J Dog, my service was perfect. You know, Chad was able to go live. I was able to go live because you know Chad jumped in there and said hi and stuff like that. That's a good little river to go live on. And yeah, Kentucky is really bad about not service. Um, you know, we was between. I think the only reason why we had good signal there is because we was between two decent sized little cities, and then right across the river, you had Cincinnati. So there had to be good signal through there, you
yeah,
know. So, but yeah, it's so hard to get signal around Kentucky. Like, it's
yeah.
so crazy.
I'm just lucky that, like I said, I'm like 10, 15 minutes outside of Richmond, Virginia. So when I'm fishing the James, I'm actually closer to Richmond, and there's obviously VCU, the colleges there, so it's a bigger city, and so they have better service there than I actually do at my house, which I'm only, like I said, like 15 minutes outside the city. But that's even an area on even a thing on the bank where if you're trying to do, I was trying to scout for the couples challenge, and there were some spots on the bank where it was just it was iffy. All right,
Yeah.
Palmetto, thank you very much for coming in. I know a bunch of us. Everybody's going to check out Palmetto Cats doing that live challenge, 24 hours.
24 hours.
When is that starting again, Palmetto?
I think it starts tomorrow, the 24th, 8 a.m. to 8 a.m., I think.
That's what I thought too, but if anybody from chat could pull that out.
But
Tomorrow
yeah,
morning,
that's
8 a.m. Well, go ahead and get yourself some sleep. I know everybody was going to be in and out and watching that throughout that 24-hour period. We wish you lots of luck, and we all look forward to seeing you there, Kevin. Thank you very much. See, I got somebody else that's ready to come in. A lot of us know, and let's add them in here. I'm getting better at this. Derek, what's up? Thank you. Welcome.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not too much. I don't know if you've been able to listen. We were talking about, Derek was in a chat last night, and we got saying about how talking catfish 24/7. It's like, it could be 3 a.m. and there's still people talking about fishing. So we were talking about different things as far as what day, like if you're having a day where you just get totally skunked and you try this and you try that. Do you think, okay, what am I going to do different next time? What things do you do that day right then and there that you're like, well, if I go to this, maybe I can pull this and at least get something to save my day a little bit. Is there anything that you do in those type of days, or how do you, after that day ended and you still didn't get nothing, what do you think that night? Do you think about the spot or the bait, or?
You asking me?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, as most of you guys know, I drag more than anything. So, if it's not working, I'll just, head toward another spot and I'll just keep dragging the whole time. And sometimes it produces, sometimes it doesn't. I'm on Navionics all the time. So I've always got the next spot picked out in my head, you know what I mean? And I'll just go from spot to spot. And if that's not working, I hate to do it, but sometimes I'll anchor up, you know what I mean? You just got to find that presentation they like that day.
Naughty day.
Hey, I didn't mean to throw such a big question at you just coming in, but that was the topic. That was kind of what we were talking about. And I know that
No, you're good.
as many times as you go out, that's one of the things that if anybody fishes, especially if you're doing fishing on screen, you do think about that more than if nobody's watching you and you're just kind of fishing. If you are fishing on screen and you know that you got people watching you, that is in the back of your head all the time. At least for me, because I'm new at it yet. I don't know if that changes the more you get used to it.
Say that again. You're breaking up pretty bad.
Oh, sorry. Can anybody else?
No,
Everybody else hear me? That's good now.
It could be my service. I don't know.
I was saying that I know that you're on a lot, so you always are thinking about that kind of thing. And I said, and that's something I've noticed since I started doing the fishing on screen live, or trying to do videos or whatnot, is that is always in the back of your head. Okay, I got to catch the fish because people are watching. I got to catch the fish. If I'm not getting bites, what am I going to do? I got to do something soon. Whereas if you're just out by yourself fishing, you don't necessarily put that much, may not be that much pressure. At least that's how I feel since I just started doing this stuff.
No, right. I'm kind of the same way. Sometimes I'll catch myself if I'm just out fishing for fun. If I'm having a bad day and the bite's slow, I'll just kind of relax and hang out. If I catch one, I do. If not, I'm just hanging out. But if I'm on live,
It's
people don't want to see me just sitting there. I'm not that pretty. Yeah. So I'm always trying to find fish, especially on live.
Those live fish seem to always be the hardest to catch.
Yeah, I'm always so glad. Like I said, I've done 6 or 7 lives now. And that when I see that first pole go, that first boom, I'm like, okay, thank God it's over. We got at least one fish in. We got at least that first fish, and that pressure kind of comes off then, and then the rest is more fun. But how long have you been doing the YouTube fishing, Derek?
I didn't hear a word you said. I'm not gonna lie.
Can you hear me, Norm?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Hear me fine? Is anybody out in chat? Are we coming through in chat? Okay. Good to hear.
Am I breaking up?
You're coming across to me fine.
Yeah.
Really?
Is it just not coming through
on my phone?
It's probably just StreamYard. That's how it was doing me out on with J-Dog the other day.
It's saying I've got 5G, like 4 or 5 bars of it. So I don't know what's going on.
I hear. Okay, chat is saying that they hear us.
Mm-hmm.
You're good.
Agreed.
Right.
Yeah.
Boop. Well, hopefully he'll come back. I sent him the link, but that was one of the things I'm trying to remember where we were at, and it just came up about Eric after Derek, Echo after Derek. All right, it's Derek's service. There's that old Ohio, Kentucky.
Chad's gonna keep it up. He's gonna get these Ohioans down here, and they're gonna kick our butts on the Ohio River, and we'll never live it down.
Yeah, that'd be pretty bad if the Kentuckians come up to the Ohio River and beat Ohio, right? Or vice versa.
Yeah, vice versa. So, Stan, do you have any new gear you're looking at, wanting to buy or anything?
You know, I'm pretty. I'm just still. I'm still just trying to get my tongue to work, but I'm still just getting my last new 8-foot whisker, ugly stick, casting rod, and my Okuma reel. Last Sunday, not this past one, the one before, I caught that 19-pound flathead on it, and that was all. It was awesome. It was such a different. If you're fishing for big catfish and you haven't used a bait caster, you got to try it because it's just a whole different. Everything's right there. Instead of trying to, if you're trying to do your drag like on a spin cast reel, you got to kind of stop what you're doing and go here. Whereas on the bait caster, it's like right there. It's got the Akuma's got the star drag, so it's real simple.
Yeah. I've also noticed. I know not everybody has that experience. But I noticed with the spinning reels, even though you check at drag before you start fishing, okay, every drag I got set, I got to where it's a little struggle to pull out the line with my hand, but it's still strong enough. If I jerk it real hard, it is still, the drag will pull. I noticed on certain spinning reels, even though you do that before you fish, you catch a fish, sometimes that drag retightens itself back up somehow, and it's back to where you need to loosen it up a little bit. As vice versa with the bait caster, usually when I set it on a bait caster, it stays that way. It doesn't change.
Yeah.
But it could have just been the rules I was using at that time too. Every rule is different.
Yeah, I love my. It was a Akuma CLX, just old school Akuma. Nothing fancy. Nothing. And I thought it would be an issue to cast because I haven't really years ago did little Shimano bait cast bass fishing. I think I was maybe 20.
And I will say this, for some of y'all that's ever used those bass fishing bait casters, they're totally different than a catfishing round bait caster. Let me just say that.
Yeah.
Just because you can't get the bass bait caster down does not mean you're going to fail with the round bait caster. It's a little bit more simpler and easier to handle.
If you can put your thumb on something and go, as long as you set the, if you're chunking a 2 or 3 ounce weight and a chunk of shad, you don't want to have your cast control set all the way down to nothing. I put the weight that I normally throw on there, and I adjust it so that it just when I put the drag off.
That's perfect.
That's what I've been doing, and I had one backlash the first night that I went out and used it, and it was the first time that it was the end of the night, and I wanted to I'm going to give this thing one good, and I did it too quick and had that reel shooting too fast to begin with without having the thumb on it. But once it was at night, so it was like just a whole combination of things, but I've had no issues whatsoever. And
that's good.
What I did is before I actually went catfishing with it is I just tied on a 3 or 4 ounce sinker on the bottom of the line just to get the muscle memory of how to do it.
Yeah, get to feel the real how hard to throw it, not to, and
yeah.
And once you get them bait casters down, it's really, really easy to use. I mean, literally, you can just pick it up with one thumb, push your button, catch the line roller.
Yeah, it was crazy.
That's it.
Okay, Derek. But I was getting back to Derek. We were in some chat last night, and it was how there's always who could talk catfish 24/7, and it's like you do if you're into it, you could literally you could fish 24/7. You could talk 24 about it. I mean, if somebody's up talking about catfish or fishing, or somebody's actually out there doing it, you'll sit there and watch. Just look at the live streams where we're all there. The poles aren't moving like mine this past weekend. It was at 20 some people all day long, 20-ish, 20 whatever, right around in there. and the polls never moved, but the conversation from 7 o'clock in the morning to 2 in the afternoon, there was always some conversation about fishing going on, whether I was in it or not.
Exactly.
There was conversation about fishing going on. And so I said, well, I'll be on tomorrow night after Catfish Weekly. So that's where Derek was going to come in and try to talk. We have, let's see, more people came in. Hello, Sabrina. Open it up and send it. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, Stan, I'm going to hop off here and get my butt in bed. I'll finish out watching on the phone. But
yep.
I encourage anybody that wants to jump up here and say hi. It's not scary. Stan does not bite. So jump up here and say hi. And,
I'm not, That's another thing. Norm, I appreciate you taking that time and coming up here. And this is definitely, it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's not, the people like yourself, Palmetto, that are doing have done the fish talking shows, the Chad is awesome at it.
Mm-hmm.
You actually, it's more entailed than it looks to try to keep the flow of everything going.
It is. Another thing is you'll sit down 10 minutes before you want to go live. You've got all the stuff you want to talk about. The minute you go live and you see people come in, you forget half of what you want to go over. Yeah. Every single time.
And you know what else? What else I have is I don't even have kids here. It's just my wife and myself and a dog and a cat. But on the weekends, my granddaughters are usually here, and it doesn't fail. I'm trying to get the link or come. I go to where I have the best reception, the best Wi-Fi in the house, and etc. And I try to have a goal of being there set up like 10 minutes ahead of time, 15 minutes ahead of time. And sure enough, the dog will come, needs to go out. The phone will ring. My son will show up, or it never fails.
No.
But keep doing what you're doing, Norm. I appreciate your time coming in tonight. And
thank you, Stan. And you're doing a good job too. You're doing good. Just keep at it.
Thank you. I'm trying.
We all love you. We all like your show.
Shucks.
We like how you're down to earth and you're yourself. You're not trying to be anybody else. You're just staying, and that's what we like.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's what I will continue to be.
Good. Stay that way. That's what we like.
All right, my friend. I think Norm, have a good night. Thank you very much.
Good night, Stan.
We'll be looking for you. Let's see. Derek is back.
Try it out again here, huh?
Yeah. There we go. How about now? Can you hear me now?
It's working good. And the whole, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes I was backstage, it was good. So we'll see.
Yeah, I was trying to let Norm transition out, and
oh, that's no big deal.
See. Yeah. So, what show was it that the topic came up about talking about catfish? What chat was that?
I think it was a post on my Ohio Catfish Chasers group.
That's what it was. Yes.
Yeah, because me and Brandon were on the phone for like 6 hours one night, and it didn't even seem like an hour went by, and we were talking catfishing. So I made that post on there, and a couple people were in there talking, saying, I'm the same way, we can talk forever, and this kind of happened. So
then Josh from One Son.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I'm a proud member of your Ohio Catfish Chasers Club on Facebook. It's an awesome group over there. So, of course, I got the notification, so I had to chime in. And, then we're like, I'm going live tomorrow night. We do this every Monday. Normally it's with Ace, but Ace Catfish has been under the weather, so he hasn't been here. Hopefully, he said next week he'll be coming back. But
that'll be good. Hopefully he's feeling better.
But and then that's right. Josh made the comment about the 13-hour live stream last week, talking about fishing and it does. Here it's been 55 minutes already.
Right.
And it seemed like I just turned the live on like a few minutes ago.
Well, and see, I'll do that with fishing. I'll be out in the water somewhere, and I'll say, okay, I'm only going live for an hour today. And you look up in the corner, and 3.5 hours went by, and you're like, are you kidding me? But I mean, half of that, in my opinion, is everybody in the chat. You know what I mean? You can't sit there and talk to the camera for 3.5 hours. But when you have awesome people in the chat, you know, communicating, talking back, it makes the time fly. So it's easy to do. I don't know if I could do 13 hours, but
well, I said I had some help because I had panel up here too. So then when you got chat and panel, and the panel is actually able to see the chat and kind of.
Yeah, I need to turn my chat on actually.
I'm still new at it. So I have if I ever get like the looks like I'm froze with the blank look, I'm just trying to read the chat. It's hard for me to talk, think of what I'm going to say, and try to read. I'm trying to work on it. I'm getting better at it, but
it's hard. It's hard. Hey, Josh, what's going on, man?
And I actually think I was saying it. I actually thought it's easier. It's easier when I'm out fishing doing that because I already know, like if I got my poles in the rivers out there, and I'm gonna say, okay, I'm fishing out here in the current in the James River. I got the poles out. I'm using shad for bait. I've got lemon chicken over here. I can do that because it's just coming to my head automatically as I'm reading chat. But if I'm trying to think of what I'm talking about and trying to read, I'm not there yet.
Right. Yeah, I mean, when you're fishing, you're kind of in your environment, doing your own thing. You know, when you're sitting at the house, you got four walls around you. There's nothing going on. It's hard to talk about stuff.
But Sabrina, yeah, you're one of the few. One of the things I've noticed, you're one of the few. You don't see a lot of live streams from the boats anymore.
Yeah, I've kind of noticed that.
You've done a lot of them. You do very well.
Well, thanks.
I don't know if it's harder to position the cameras in the boats to get all the takedowns and stuff, or some people said.
Yeah, I mean, in my boat, it's kind of hard. I know I've been fishing with Chris and his dad a lot, and their pontoon is pretty easy. But I mean,
let me cut you off for a second.
It's kind of unstable.
Can I cut you off
fishing off a boat? You know, the phone's kind of moving and stuff. But I don't know. I think that's what people are there to see. I'm most confident out of my boat, so that's where I'm at.
And that's what I was gonna say. You've mostly. Is that a newer thing, or have you boat fished for years, or?
So this is my second boat. My first one was more of a introduction and just got me hooked, and I knew it was time to upgrade. So I think counting both boats, it's been 5 years, maybe 6 at the most. But the big thing for me is the lakes that I like to fish. There's like no bank fishing hardly.
Yeah.
So you're almost forced to fish out of a boat.
Yeah. You were talking about Chris. That's what is his channel's name?
Okay, so it used to be
Two Brothers, right?
Two Brothers Fishing, and nobody could find it. I don't know what it was, but when you would search it, it wouldn't come up. There was 100 other channels that would come up before his. So I told him, I was like, man, if you're gonna start putting out this content, which I mean you're doing a good job at, so you should.
Yeah.
I would change your name so people can find you easier. So I think he changed it to something along the lines of Slime Action Outdoors or Slime Action, something like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I had subbed to him on Two Brothers when he was on live stream fishing with you, and it was pretty entertaining, dude. It was a lot of fun to watch, and I know when I tried to find it, I was gonna post the link, I think, and I was looking Two Brothers, and it was like Two Brothers with a Z coming up, and then there was Two Brothers.
Right.
One was Chinese and one was something else, and I'm like, no, that's not them.
It was hard to find for sure. Murillo, the puppy's doing good. Little bit of struggle on potty training still, but other than that, he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, I've seen you've been putting out some hunting videos lately.
Yeah, I'm actually going hunting in the morning, so we'll see what comes of it.
Another bird hunt, or?
Yep.
That's we used to do that back in New York, and that was a lot of fun. I love it. We had a lot of state lands right around us, and actually my daughter's 4-H group used to raise pheasants for release into the state land.
Yeah.
and that was their 4-H project every year. Is every person in there would raise so many pheasants, and then we'd go to the state lands and release them. And
Come here, buddy.
We have a new guest on the show.
Yep. This one's Shelby's dog. This one's not the bird hunter, but he's a little brat.
And I think it's funny.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Pheasant hunting is probably my favorite. I don't know what it is about deer hunting. Maybe it's the fact I can't sit still, or the fact that I can't be quiet. But I don't know. I can't sit there for 4 or 6 hours waiting on deer. You know, I do on occasion, but pheasant hunting, and the best part for me is the best part for me is watching the dogs work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shooting birds is just a reward.
Down here in Virginia, a big thing is rabbit hunting with the dogs.
Yeah, they do quite a bit of that up here too, but I would be too scared I'd shoot the dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I think it's the way they're trained. They're trained for the rabbit, so there's kind of a distance. But yeah, I see what you're saying. It's
right.
There's always that chance that that errant shot where the rabbit wasn't far enough ahead, or but usually they're chasing the way that they chase them. It's relatively safe for the dogs, and
right.
That's
like one of my buddies. He hunts with the short-legged beagle, and that way there's usually more distance between the dog and the rabbit versus the long-legged beagle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that must be it. Slime Action Outdoors. Mike Turner put the link up.
I would say that's him. I think Mike was on the day, or was on the chat the day that we went from my channel over to his channel. So I'm pretty confident that's the right one. That is a chocolate Merle Great Dane.
Thought it had a little Great Dane look to it.
Yeah, well, that's one thing he's a puppy.
A lot of times people get a bad rap for hunting or even fishing, and we're some of the most concerned about the animals' well-being. Then then people, they think, because you hunt or fish that you don't care, and that's the exact opposite.
True. Oh, absolutely.
We'll spend more time, more money for the well-being of those animals than somebody that just says that they do. Right.
Well, that's my thing. Like Ohio. So okay, the pictures that have been on my Facebook page are farm-raised birds, and that is 100% to get the dog, used to gunshots and the scent of the bird. It takes the hunt out of it for me, but he needs that. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Tomorrow morning we're going out on state ground, which my last YouTube video, it was from state ground. Now Ohio's wild pheasant population is very small. I think the estimate they're giving right now is like 24,000 or something like that, which sounds like a lot, but when you spread it out over the whole state, that's not very many.
No.
And that's something, you can talk until you're blue in the face to the Fish and Game, but the deer hunters is their big money thing. You know what I mean? And nothing against Fish and Game, but they just, they don't put a whole lot of money into pheasant. Now they'll do some releases, and they call them more of a put and take. And it's basically where they go out and they're not planting the pheasants. They take, truck beds full and release them out of cages so they can go wherever they want. At that point in time, they basically become a wild bird. But, they're still kind of on the state wildlife areas. They're kind of, they're free to go wherever they want, but it's still kind of it's not the thrill of a wild bird. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like I said, my daughter's 4-H group used to do that. That was their project every year. They actually raised pheasants. Every member of the 4-H raised so many pheasants, just like you would chickens, from a chicken.
Right.
And then we go release them out and into the state lands, and hopefully like I said, they could go wherever they wanted, and just try to increase the wild population a little bit. Right. And they did that year after year after year, and the bird, the population did seem to improve. I know just from what we noticed in the areas. But that's you know, that was just the point that I'm making, is that, you know, the people that are hunters and fishermen or fisherwomen, they are more concerned about the animal themselves than what the reputation that the people give us.
Oh, absolutely. And like the big thing with people and fishing, I mean, I understand some people keep them to eat, some people don't, you know. For me, when it comes to crappie, what's going on, Brandon? When it comes to crappie, I'll eat those. When it comes to catfish, you know, I don't care if it's this big or this big, I'll throw them back. And nothing against anybody that eats them, you know, hopefully you're eating the smaller ones, but you know, whatever, you know, you have just as much right as I do. But I release all of them, you know, and, you like you said, I care more about the catfish health and population than probably somebody that's a member of PETA or whatever that, you know, doesn't even fish and thinks it's inhumane or whatever, you know.
Yeah. Hello, Brandon. How are you? Yeah, I'm a big promoter of selective harvest. Actually, when you have situations of, especially you'll notice it in ponds or small lakes, where if you have a situation where one species starts to overpopulate, you need to harvest some of them fish out of there to get that species to grow. And there's sort of that situation in the James River with blue cats. There's so many blue cats that they actually, even the Game and Fish had wanted you to take those, you know, 3-pounders to harvest as many of those as you can, to try to help the population of the breeder fish get bigger and actually healthier.
Well, I'll tell you what, Brandon and probably Chad will agree with me on this. You bring them all up here if you want. We can use them. But I know what you're talking about, because like the lake that I crappie fish, or at least the lake I primarily crappie fish, there's no length or size limit. Or I mean, I'm sorry, there's no length or creel limit. There you go. Thank you. So you know, you can take whatever. Now on my boat, I've got a 9-inch limit. I won't keep anything smaller than 9-inch, but you know, and I kind of think it's what you're talking about. There's just so many crappie in that lake that they want you to take some of them out so that some of them can get to a bigger size. And I've seen it start to work. You know, the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 years, the crappie fishing, as far as your quality fish, has gotten better. So.
Yeah, that was I used to live in upstate New York, and the lake that I lived on, it was nothing to go. You could catch in a couple hours, especially in the spring, 14, 15-inch crappie, and you're catching them just for hours at a time. And
that's awesome.
You know, you would keep so many, but then others were let back. So it was sort of like I guess like the slot, kind of like that slot limit. You kept your eaters, and there was a certain size for your eaters. The ones smaller than that went back. The ones that were, you know, your trophies, some of them even went back. And that slot limit is where everybody kind of stayed. But that was due to this just selective harvest, where there was some taken out. You know, everything wasn't put back, and it really helped that species keep growing.
Right.
Same thing with bass. I think that may be hurting some of the bass communities, where when they switched over to it almost became like a sin to keep a bass, especially in New York, some other areas that I was at, that like all bass fishing just automatically sort of became catch and release. And next thing you know, big bass numbers started decreasing. And I think that had something to do with it. But
oh, it absolutely could. And as far as I know, you know, like I said, I don't keep very many fish, so I don't really pay attention to the limits, you know, because it doesn't really affect me.
yeah.
But as far as I know, Ohio doesn't have any slot limits. But I kind of feel the same way, you know, because if I catch a big fish that's big enough, I'll let it go. You know, I've done the same thing with shad. Even I've caught such big shad that I was like, man, I can't kill this thing. You know what I mean? It's probably dead by now. You know, I mean, shad are fragile. But I just like, man, I gotta let it go. You know what I mean? So.
I feel the same exact way. To me, there's nothing better than you've caught that monster. That fish is regardless of what fish it is, it lived its life, it grew, and to see that monster fish of whatever breed it is start swimming away, that's like it's almost as good as actually catching it, watching it swim back away and swim away nice and healthy, and
Absolutely.
I love that feeling.
Yeah, especially with big catfish, man. That's the best.
That you catch one, even any of the species, you catch one that's over 10 pounds, and that first, and you put that thing in, first seeing it come, and you land that first big catfish, like I said, first double digit or 15, 20 pounds, it's like a shark. It's like it almost looks like a shark coming in. It's got that same type of body, and then to watch that thing swim away, you're just that. If you catch that and let it go, and you're not hooked on that, like, well, you're not going to fish. That's
right.
Even my young granddaughters got hooked on that. They saw that first shark come in, and they thought it was amazing.
Yeah, like Brandon just said, 10+ pounds in Ohio is huge. Unless you're fishing the river, or I know you guys have been hearing Chunky. I'll hit on that here in just a second. But Roger and Skip have been talking about Hoover a lot. I haven't made it up there yet, but Hoover is becoming a really good blue cat fishery. You got the river, like I just said, which we're not going to get into that right now. It's kind of up and down depending on where you're at, the regulations as far as commercial fishing. But, all these inland lakes, you're pretty much looking at channel cat unless you want to spend, days and weeks and months trying to catch one flathead. So I just target channel cats, and I try to catch the biggest one I can. So whenever I get one that's really, like Brandon said, over 10 pounds, I try to make sure I get a good release on video if I can, one, to kind of promote CPR, and two, just because, like you said, that's some of the best part, man. It's probably the second best part. After catching it, watching it swim away strong and healthy, that's the second best part.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I think you do a very good job of that. I've watched in a lot of your videos, the care you take once you catch the fish and trying to get it back. And, channel cats, they tend to get a bum rap, I think, just because of the potential of the biggest size. But for what they lack in maybe size, the spirit that those suckers have, you hook into a 10-pound channel cat and you've hooked into something. That's a beautiful monster fighting fish.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so when it comes to, your blues and your flathead, I haven't caught anything like I have channel cat, so I can't really compare. But I would say pound for pound, especially when you're getting up in that, 10, 15, 20-pound range, channel cat are some of the hardest fighting. I don't know if they're the hardest, but I mean, they'll come a close second, if not. I mean, they're tough fighters.
Well, I think they all fight a little differently. Your flathead they're that bulldog. They're just going to keep boom going down, and that tail will come up, and you see that they'll do that turn around with that big wide flathead tail comes up and splash around and try to dive back down. And your blues are just so muscular, and they do that spin and try to. Then they just got sheer size and sheer muscle, and so they all have a little different feel to it. That's why people that catch a lot of all three species can pretty much tell from the bite to the fight. So you get it in there. Oh, that's a flathead. That's a big flathead.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest blue I've ever caught was like, I don't know, 12, 13 inches. So I can't talk much about those. But actually probably the closest lake to my house back in 2018 just started getting stocked with blue cat. So I'm hoping here in the next 5 to 10 years I really got something going over here, but we'll see.
Okay, so this was a question from Elston, Chunky Cats, Ohio. Tell us more about the sumo rods. I just ordered 4.
Okay, so as far as I know, because I'm waiting to order 2 myself, the only ones in stock right now are the 2-piece. I don't have any of the 2-piece, so I can't talk a whole lot about those. I do have the one, actually. I should have one right here. Hang on.
Well, he's looking for that. Lyle, thank you very much for coming in. Glad to hear that recovery's going well. Brandon, I think I said hello before. Thank you very much. SM Outdoors. Fishing with the Chad still here. Thank you very much. D still in here. What awesome, just promoters and ambassadors for our wonderful sport of catfishing. Got some awesome, amazing people in here. I can't thank you all enough for coming in. Mike Chavez, Sabrina, John Finley's been here since the beginning. Mike Chavez before said he still felt the first 50-pounder. Oh, no problem, Brandon. Thank you very much. But okay, so did you manage to find the rod?
Yeah, I got it. And first of all, Lyle, hey, what's going on? Anybody else that said hey that I missed? Sorry about that. So this is the one. Let me turn the chat off so I can see my screen. So this is the one piece. It's got a 13-inch cork handle. This is one of the reels as well.
There you go.
But it has the double locking reel seat, which I really like. It's aluminum, more cork, and then it's got. I mean, you're not gonna be able to see all of it, but it's got 10 eyes, I think. Let me double check. Yeah, 10 eyes counting the tip, and hopefully you can see this. They don't have the inserts. They're just the stainless steel eye. They are 7.5 foot, medium heavy, moderate. I think it is moderate fast action. Let me double check on that. Yeah, moderate fast action. Recommended for 10 to 50-pound test, 1 to 6 ounce weight. And let me flip it around here.
Until anybody's tried to do this, until anybody has tried to actually put a rod up on screen and show it, it is definitely not easy because it's actually backwards from where you're trying to go and then to try to get it in the camera. You're doing a good job for a rod that size.
Thanks, man. I'm going to try not to break it, but if I do, they have lifetime warranty on all their stuff. So, it's got a pretty good tip, especially for channel cat when I'm dragging these lakes. The smallest fish, you're going to see it hit all the way to the biggest fish. That moderate fast action, it really allows that rod to load up and get a really good hook set.
And if you don't mind me asking, what's the price point?
I didn't think it'd be that hard to get the hook back on the hook keeper. But so I don't want to make any promises, but I think the one piece is $79 and the two piece is $69. Right now they're on sale.
Wow.
I can't remember what for. And so they've got a bunch of different links out where on your first purchase, you'll save 10%. So in all my videos, I post that one of those links down in the description, just in case anybody's interested. But there's 100 different links, and they'll do free shipping. Like I said, they're having a sale right now, so I don't know. I love them. I bought one 3 years ago, and I've been hooked. So I'm gonna get 2 more here as soon as. So like I said, I'm assuming Chunky's talking about the 2-piece. The 1-piece is supposed to be coming back in stock here in a couple weeks, and I'm gonna get 2 more of those. And when I was talking to the owner, I think last week, trying to figure out when the 1-piece was coming back in stock, he said they were working on another rod. I forget exactly what it was, but I think it's supposed to be a little bit beefier of a rod. So I don't know when they're supposed to come out though.
But for the price point you were talking about, that's
why I got the. Did I cut you off, Stan?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just reading the outdoors comment.
Yeah.
The cork handles and the aluminum reel seat is why I went with the 1-piece over the 2-piece. Because the 2-piece, if I remember right, has the foam handle, and I think it has a plastic reel seat, but I can't remember.
But for a rod
to me, that $10 is worth the cork handle and the aluminum reel seat. But
for a rod of that quality, be at that price point, that's not a bad deal at all. That's
right. And like, I mean, I haven't used like, your Big Cat Fever, your Whisker Seeker, some of those bigger names, so I can't compare them. I wish I could, but I haven't used them. So out of the rods I have, which is like I've got a big game from Walmart. I've got 2 nightsticks. I have got an old Daiwa beef stick, an Eagle Claw. I think those are most of the ones I've used recently. This is my favorite, and just that 7'6" versus like your 9 or 10 foot. It's nice in my opinion for the boat when you're trying to net a fish. Especially for Shelby or my sister being a little bit smaller framed. For them to be able to get the rod back enough where I can get out and net it. Without falling in, because like we were just talking about on Catfish Weekly, I fish out of a bass boat, so I've got about that much side rail.
Wow.
But
That's like that's ugly stick price point there. That's $43.95 and free shipping for a Sumo. That's awesome.
yeah, that's the 2-piece. Like I said, I haven't used it, but as far as I'm concerned, it's pretty much the same rod besides the handle and the reel seat, which, I mean, we've all used plastic reel seats. They hold up just as good. So
Maurice,
I'm pretty sure they always offer free shipping. I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on that.
Thanks for coming in, Maurice. Great to have you here. There's a question from Michael Murillo on the Sumo rods. How do you compare the action of the rod to the others that you have?
It's a lot more sensitive, for sure. Most of the other rods I have are a lot more stiff. The only one that would probably compare would be this big game right here.
And Jesse, I agree with you. Cork handles. I love cork handles. Had a Kuma, a one-piece Akuma that had the. It was more for bass fishing, but we used to do a lot of that back when I was up in New York. We didn't really have the monster catfish, so I did a lot more of pike and bass and whatnot. But there's something about a cork handle that is just it's awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, cork is, you can get cork, absolutely, go for it. But I'm sure everybody's used the big game at some point in time in their life. So, I mean, it's hard to demonstrate, like Stan was saying on the phone screen, but they compare, like I said, pretty close to a big game.
There you go. I tried to give you a little more screen. There you go.
Right.
All right. I'm actually getting the hang of this StreamYard thing. This is pretty good.
You've done more than I have. I've never had anybody in with me. Anybody that's ever been on a live with me has been,
in the boat,
on
right?
the boat with me.
Chunky catfish. Well, that's true. Chunky, all of his rods have painted handles. Chunky said all my rods have painted handles.
Yeah, no kidding. Those rods look sweet. You give Chunky a broomstick and make it look good.
It'll have the reflective taping and. Sabrina says, "Anyone do cane pole fishing?" I never done it, but I'm planning to start. You know what, Sabrina? A lot of catfishermen that use the telescopic cane poles, and they use that for catching bait. Your shell crackers, bluegill, sunfish, whatever you want to call them. They also use it for crappie fishing too. But a lot of people that do cane pole fishing, the new cane pole is that telescopic. And it goes down so you can throw it in the boat. Again, it's hard. You try to do, if you're a person, and most fishermen are used to talking with their hands because, it was over there and it was this big. And when you're on the camera and the screen is only like this, and you're a bigger person to begin with, and you already take up most of that screen, it's hard to.
Yeah, I'm trying to sit back a little bit so I have some more room.
Yeah.
But.
And then you sit back and you can't see the well, I'm a little bit older, so I sit back a little bit and I can't see the chat. So it's
yeah, well, that's how I am, because when I have the chat up, I can't see anything else.
Anything, yeah.
But
Yeah, I think
it
that's
works.
the only thing that's the only bad thing for when somebody comes up on the panel or up on screen with StreamYard is for them to actually follow chat. They got to have that separate device.
Right. Yeah, I don't have one, but
Yeah,
this works because it blocks my face. You know.
That's another thing. When you're fishing, you don't think about it as much until you're just sitting like in the room talking. Then all of a sudden you're like, okay, oh man, what I should have got my hair cut.
Yeah. See, that's my thing. When I'm fishing, you know, I'm always looking at rods, looking at the remote for my trolling motor, moving, doing something. You know, just sitting here looking at myself on the screen. I just want to like cover my camera or something.
I think that's a lot of us. I think you're in the same boat with a lot of us. David Ogden,
and that's the hard.
Go ahead.
That's the hard part is just getting on camera and talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because like I posted a video a long time ago, and it was my rig video, and I didn't want to shoot it, but there were like I was scrolling through Facebook, and every comment or not comment, but post on these catfish pages were what rigs, you know, what rig's the best, what rig's the best to use this, and then you know all that stuff. And I'm not going to say the video that I posted is the best rig to use for any situation, but it's the Santee float rig that you know most people are using right now if they're dragging.
Mm-hmm.
It's versatile, you know what I mean. I have it on my rods, and then I use sinker slides. And when I anchor, all I do is switch my dragging weight out for you know a pyramid weight or something like that, and I use the same rig. So I was like, man, you know, I should make one of these videos just to help these new guys out.
Yeah.
And, but I mean, it was so hard just to get on the camera and actually do it. You know, like if I were to make the same video now, it'd probably be a little better because I wouldn't be like so scripted. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I was like, you know, if I'm going to do this, I got to talk on camera. So I made that video and I made myself post it. And after that, it was, you know, pretty smooth sailing. But
that was the same thing for me getting started. And for anybody that is wanting to get into this, I can't tell you what it's done for me personally, but just do it. That's all. If you try to wait, right? If you try to wait and you've been doing it longer than I have I need this perfect angle, or this has got to be, or I got to get good at this first before I try to say something to some. No, just go ahead. I've been telling a bunch of people that are, you know, I'd like to do this, but I'm not sure. And I don't know if I could talk in front of people. Well, you're not. We're just talking. It's your friends hanging out, having a chat. Just do it. Just get started. And once you do it, if you're meant to do it and you like it, then you just keep going. But at least then, you know.
Yeah, the hardest video is the first one.
Yeah.
It really is.
And for myself, being older, technology, it passed me by, you know, 2-3 decades ago. So that's been my big thing, is trying to figure out. That's why for me, just to be able to click the buttons, to be able to send you the link and go from one screen to, that's like, you know, that's like a major accomplishment. But if I can do it, if I can do this and the technology part of it and the fishing part of it and keeping the shots, just what you want to do is be yourself. Pick some people that you like their videos, you like their lives, kind of emulate the things that they do. A lot of us bank fishermen, if you notice, a lot of us bank fishermen are a big thing now. From Elston, Chunky, and DMV, and the poles have always got to be in your shot, because when you're bank fishing, that's the big thing. Everybody wants to see that big takedown. So, you know, you kind of be yourself, but you pick things from people that if you enjoy their video and they've got people following them, well, good chances that there's other people that like those same things. So, you know, be yourself, pick the things that you like, and just go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing I like about live feeds versus recording. Well, for one, there's no editing. You know, which kind of goes along with Smitty's comment there. We all have faces for radio. Absolutely. If you were to put this on the radio or TV, well, I mean, I kind of do on here too. But if I were to talk myself, it'd be a lot of beeps,
Yeah.
But yeah, so live, there's no editing, so that takes a whole day's worth of work out right there. But for two, when you're on the boat recording, with GoPros or whatever, trying to get that takedown on film and have enough memory and battery life on the camera and have it positioned in the right spot, it can be hard, So the live feed, it's a lot easier if you can get the rods and the camera, like you were saying, on a boat or a bank. As long as you have a charge pack for your phone, you're good. There's no memory, nothing like that. So, but see, then the bad thing about that, people aren't going to sit there and go back and rewatch a 3-hour live. When they can interact in chat as it's going on and be there and watch it happen live, it's a different story. You know what I mean? I don't know really of anybody that's going to go back and watch a 3-hour live. And if they are, more power to you. You got way more time than I do. But, so when you are recording, if you can get that takedown on camera and you can combine it into a 5-minute video, then that's, a lot more viewer friendly, but it's a little bit harder to get.
Yeah. The viewer, we never know when we are going to get that big takedown. Yeah. That's kind of why I got, it was Elston, it was Chunky, Elston's Chunky Catfishing live that, when things I got involved with everybody here and got the notification, and that's a whole nother story. But anyways, went there and you see those poles lit up and there's Elston and he's so excited, and you're sitting there excited because he is waiting for that pole to go down, and you're just sitting there and you almost are, it's almost like you're out there fishing. You're waiting to see that pole bend. So it's definitely like I love it. I love doing this and gonna keep doing it. And
I'm trying to find a comment. I've seen it come up a couple times.
Yeah.
So Mike's Outdoors and Adventures is asking about favorite bait to use in the Ohio River. I don't know. Have you fished the Ohio thing, or is he asking me?
No, it must be you. I'm a James River, Virginia.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, once it came to catfish.
Right. So for me, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you right now, your best bet is to get a hold of like Muskrat Adventures or Chad. I'm trying to think who else. So I fished the Ohio River from the bank a couple times, and the best bait that's worked good for me down there on the bank is shad. But like I said, it's from the bank. I only fish for a couple hours at a time, so I can't really speak a whole lot. I know shad's a big one. Skipjack's a big one, and then there's the whole chicken conversation, if worse comes to worse. But I am personally, I'm big on natural baits. So I would say shad or skipjack is going to be your best bet if I had to just give you, take my fishing knowledge and put it towards the river,
Yeah, I think that's for myself, for bank fishermen, that's the one thing, one of the things. I think boat fishing, you have it's a little bit easier for boat fishermen to get bait. Because you can go to you're bank fishing, here's what you got to do. You drive to that spot. There's no bait in that spot. You throw your cast net. You got to put everything back. You got to get back in your car. You got to drive down to another spot. Find a parking spot. Hope you can get down. You got to get all the way back down to the river. Try to throw the net or worms or whatnot, if you're trying to catch bluegill. So it's put things in, take things out, get back in the car, drive to the next spot. So if things don't go your way the first couple of spots, you're like, well, now I'm taking 2 hours out of my fishing time just trying to drive to these different spots to get bait. And then you got to drive back to the spot where you wanted to go fishing from.
Right.
I know in the boat, you still got to drive to the different spots, but you're in the boat already. So you're boom, boom, boom.
100%. Yeah. Because, I bank fished for 20 years. Well, not 20 years, but, 15 years or whatever until I got my boat. And when I got my boat, my bank fishing days were pretty much a thing of the past. Like you said, it's just so much work to get it, get your stuff out, get set up, and fish, let alone, like you were just saying, if you have to go try to find bait and then you're unsuccessful and have to go somewhere else, or even fishing. Like I know, I think my last live feed from the bank, actually it might have been my last live feed at all. I was on the bank, and I was just fishing for crappie, white bass, whatever it would hit. And I went to a spot and I drug all my stuff, and I'm a big believer in one trip, so I'm loaded down. You know what I mean? I go out there and I fish for a half hour, 45 minutes, and I didn't get a single bite. And I was like, man, I wanted to go live, which I was glad I didn't go live yet. I saved everybody, half hour, 45 minutes of watching me sit there. But I drove clear around the lake, and this is kind of what I was saying about the lake that I fish, most commonly. I know Brandon can vouch for me on this. There's like hardly any bank spots. So I drove clear around the other side of the lake, which was only like, 200 yards from where I was sitting, but I couldn't get there from the bank. So I had to drive clear around the lake and went over there, and I got on a couple fish. But yeah, I've got a huge respect for anybody bank fishing. I know Chunky has that nice cart, and if I were to ever get serious about it again, Norm's got a nice cart. I would get in something like that too, where you can just have all your stuff right there, because having it right there in the boat is a lifesaver. I mean, it just saves so much time and effort.
Yeah, DMV is another one, and I've seen him have all the stuff out there set up, not catch nothing. He'll pack it all up, and he walks to the next spot. So, you're talking a mile or two hike in between. That's like, oof, no. But he'll do it.
Yeah.
I've seen him change 2 or 3 spots before he got the fish. And, that's just one of the big differences, I think. From thing I'm having is I fish Richmond, Virginia, so it's a populated area. So if you don't get out, that's why I've been starting my lives at like 7 in the morning on Sundays, because if I'm not there by 6 something, if I try to wait to 8:30, there's already people fishing in those spots.
Right. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I heard you say that in your last live video that you had to start early, and I get that. So my thing here, not to cut you off, but one of the lakes I fish is really good about pleasure boaters. It's got a horsepower limit, so I'm good there. But the lake they stock all those blues in, it's a really, really big pleasure boat lake. And so when I fish it in the summertime, I'm out there at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'll fish until 10 or 11. And even then, that's about an hour or two of pleasure boat traffic that I'm having to deal with. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So actually, the last time I fished that lake, it was me and Chris from Slime Action, and it was cold. We were bundled up in coats, and there were still pleasure boaters out. I'm like, are you kidding me? So I feel your pain. Not necessarily from a overpopulation of fishing, but dealing with those that is pleasure boaters sucks.
And I think if they were just a little more courteous, we wouldn't have that same issue or the same thoughts about them. It's just like my son was out in the kayak in the river yesterday, and it was a fisherman that went. He was trying to fly up the river, but he kind of went way out wide around him and kept up on his way. Whereas you get the pleasure boat, he wouldn't have thought anything of my son sitting there fishing out of the kayak. Would have went 10 feet away from him.
Absolutely.
And it's just they just have no clue. And a lot of them they just got the boat. They've had no safety experience. Most of us people that fish, we've been around water. I've been around water since I was probably on water before I could walk. So you already have that respect for the water and respect for the dangers of water and safety and things like that. Where a lot of pleasure boaters or the jet skiers or things like that, well, they just got it. This is their first time on the water, and they have no clue what they're doing to the other people.
Right, and that's not only the pleasure boaters, as far as the lack of courteousness, however you want to say that. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, we got you. I can't say it.
I'm not an English major, but not only the lack of that, but just I don't mean this in a bad way, but the common sense for how people fish. And this is something that's not so much pleasure boaters, But kayakers I've seen, like, I don't know if you've seen it or anybody in chat, but some of the lakes I fish, I see a lot of, older people just getting out and enjoying the scenery and just having a nice day on the lake, which is fine. And they're out there in a kayak, not really bothering anybody. But one, I've almost seen them get ran over by the pleasure boaters because they're out there in the middle of the lake,
Cool,
and then
yeah.
two, I've had a bunch of them, right there in my lines, not knowing where I was fishing, just assuming, oh, that boat's over there. He's not over here. Well, I got a planer board 50 foot out, you know what I mean? And I don't know. It's just lack of knowledge of people that don't fish, you know what I mean?
Yeah, oh yeah, that happens a lot from the bank too, especially with the kayakers that are just out for their little pleasure kayak.
Yeah, because a lot of times they will ride the bank,
ride the bank,
shore off the right.
And there was I think it was in the couples challenge that it happened, and I'm like, oh, there goes another one. Maybe I'll get the kayak bite because they're like right over where my lines are going in. And it was actually like a class. It was like instructors teaching a class that had people following.
I've seen that.
And I'm like, oh, hopefully I'll get the kayak bite. And oh, look, there's more coming. And sure enough, right through the lines, there they go.
Set the hook on one of them bad boys.
Yeah. That's when you keep that pole loaded with that 8-ounce sinker.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, people make mistakes. I can't say that I haven't, crossed somebody or cut somebody off, especially at night. I can't tell you how many times I've been fishing pretty far off the bank, and Chunky must be up here in Ohio fishing with his 100-yard cast. I think I'm way away from everybody, and the next thing you know, they're casting at you like, "Hey, buddy, you're too close." I'm like, "My bad." At dark, it's hard to kind of judge distance, And when you're making a troll, if I can and the fish are biting, I'll make the longest, straightest troll I can, because when I have to turn around, reel everything up, get set back up, it takes time. You're not catching fish, So if I see somebody on the bank and I think I'm out of their way, I'll kind of try to sneak by them, and a couple of times I've got too close and they've let me know about it. Not that I meant to, I just didn't realize they were fishing right there. You know what I mean? I can't cast that far. So.
Yeah, we've seen Chunky does get those suckers out there. He gives that a good chunk, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Mike Outdoors. Put the lights on it. Yeah, I tell you, it's a different. If you haven't been out on water at nighttime, I would start with a smaller. Make sure you obviously got to follow the safety with the lights and the whatnot, but just start with a smaller lake or a pond that doesn't have a lot of. You get on a river at nighttime is different than like a lake or a pond, but that's where I would start, and then you just go from there. Start with your smaller ones, because same thing too. If you haven't been on the water at night and you go out, even in a halfway decent sized lake, oh, well, there we go. So if you know the lake, but if you don't know the lake and you don't know, it looks totally different at night than it does during the day. So you think you got your bearings, and if you're not used to doing it at night and following, knowing where you're at and things, you'll get yourself turned around in a hurry.
Especially if any kind of weather rolls in, because perfect example, this summer I was out fishing with my mom, and so I mean, this was kind of worst case scenario. A lot of things had to happen for this to get like this, but we were out fishing, and like usual, I was trolling, dragging baits. And this is a lake that I fish more than any lake around. I fished it probably 50 times this year alone, And my trolling motor remote died. So I carry a spare battery. I took it apart, popped a new battery in. Apparently it's been there for a year or two because it was dead as well. So we abandoned that mission, and I got the foot pedal out for that trolling motor, like I was bass fishing or whatever, And I'm trying to run it like from the floor, I've never used it before. I've never had to. So I'm trying to run it. I'm trying to see where I'm at, watch my lines, watch the rods, and the fog rolled in. And I mean, it got foggy quick. And it's a small lake, we weren't in any danger, but like I said, I fished this lake 50 times at least just this year. And I pulled Navionics up on my phone. I'm looking at my GPS, and it won't always tell you what way you're headed because it tells you what way it thinks you're going. It's not always right. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
And,
yeah.
I mean, it took me a good probably 5 minutes. I couldn't even see the lights at the boat ramp and stuff. I couldn't see any lights. I mean, if I had to guess, I was probably seeing 100 yards of visibility maybe. It got foggy quick, and I couldn't figure out where I was at. You know what I mean? So I recommend getting out on the lake quite a few times in the daytime before you even think about getting on it at night, or make sure it's going to be a nice, calm, clear night where nothing's going to come up that could catch you off guard.
That is for sure.
And like you said, a river's a whole different animal. That's why I haven't been down there yet.
Yeah, I mean, the James, it's not a huge. I mean, it's got its huge spots, and there's barge traffic in it, just like the Ohio, and you got some spots with some right here in Richmond city lines. It's it's a Category 5 rapids that are actually in the James River, just up from where we normally fish. So and there's the same thing with the wing dams that come over. If you're not used to that, it could be a nice day, and all of a sudden you'll see a tree come floating down the tree with the root ball and everything. It doesn't have to be. It was just because the water, like this past week or two, we've had flood levels, so it gets that bank weak, and gets the bank, the dirt and stuff on the bank. It weakens the roots, and it could be a nice day and it's drying out, and all of a sudden that tree just comes over. So it could be a beautiful day, beautiful night, and you're thinking nothing's going. And all of a sudden, here's this tree coming right at you in the middle of the night. So
yeah, and I mean, and anything can happen. This is, I won't say it's off topic, but this is less out of Mother Nature's control. I mean, tree could fall that was dead. It could fall in there. Kids could be on the bank playing with a tree and push it in. I mean, it's just hard to tell what could happen. So you've always got to be ready. But if you know the body of water, you're a lot better off.
I'm afraid to fish. Well, Sabrina, there's a lot of people that don't go out and bayou at night. There's good reason for that.
No kidding.
I think I saw Creole come in. Hey, Creole. Yeah, I don't even Creole fishing. He ain't going out in the bayou at night.
Yeah, I need to pull chat back up so I can see who's in here.
Yeah, we got Creole catfishing come in. My Cajun brother from down there in the bayou. Stay on the Chickahominy River in his little boat. Yeah, that's a little bit smaller river. Buckeye catfish.
Buckeye?
Thank you for coming in. Yeah, the barges. That's whole nother. Where we fish up here in the upper part of the James, up above in the Richmond area. There's a Port of Richmond, I think, where they actually come up that far. But we were fishing in Hopewell on Saturday night, just on a dock, and this barge was like, for anybody that's never been on the water and seen there's no way I can do the size of a barge, but this thing was. My wife thought it was several boats together. That's how big it was. It was just, you had to look one way to see the front of it and look one way, the other way to see the back of it. Yeah, and that's how big. So to be out on a boat when those things are, and they're going to go where they're going to go. So.
Yeah. I've been running. That's for sure.
And like I said,
I bet you that felt good tonight, though, Buckeye. It's only about 35 out there, isn't it?
About 100 feet out in the lake. Yeah, I needed a little bit of that warming up tonight.
Yeah.
Driving on a road and suddenly woke up in the river thinking it must be a nightmare.
That's crazy.
Pushed his car into the river. Wow. Yeah, it's we think there's just so many things. That's whole big ships going up the James. Yeah. Mike Chavez, he fishes he's a little bit more southeast than I am on the James, and there's some big sections down there, and You got those big, like I said, this barge was huge. You had to literally look 2 directions to see from front to tail of it. And man, I can't even imagine. You're out there in your boat just trying to do a little fishing, and you got this thing coming at you, and you got to try to guess what they're gonna do. And a beaver. There's another thing. You do a lot of boat fishing in those areas. How many run-ins have you had with beavers?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, personally, I've had a couple. So there was one night that I'm assuming it was the same beaver. I was in the same area, and he slapped about 3 different times. Scared me all 3 times. I think you were on the live when I had Shelby's friend's son with me. We were out there fishing, and a beaver was slapping the tail at us. But yeah, I mean, it happens quite often. They're very quick to let you know if they're scared.
They're going to protect their. They know. I think they actually associate the boats with people taking their food from them.
They could.
You know, they see that around. They're like, nope. You're either gonna, you're taking some of my fish away. Or you're gonna mess with my dam, or they don't care. Territorial. They don't like you being in their little. They don't like you being in their. I guess we don't want people in our honey holes. They don't want us in theirs either. So
yeah, they get mad. That's for sure. I'll tell you what else is. I'm assuming you have them down there. I don't know. Blue herons.
Oh yeah.
They get mad too. I know a lot of times I'll go up there and I'll be heading for a bank or something where I think there should be some shad. If there's like a little grass patch or whatever, algae, and I'll go up there and not see the bird or whatever and be throwing, and he's cussing me out when he's flying away. But like you said, we're taking their food, so I get it.
And I think if they're around people enough, I think they start associating that.
Yeah. I wouldn't put it past them, man. Animals are smart.
Yeah, the beavers. My son had we were just fishing a little. I was from the bank. It was just a little pond, a small lake pond type, huge pond, small lake kind of thing. And he was going back with bass fishing out in the kayak, and this damn beaver, it just would not let him be. He got to that spot, and that beaver, whoosh, whoosh, they get that tail going, and they make as much noise as they can, and that thing chased him. He wasn't letting him keep fishing that section of the lake. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah, and well, that's the thing, man. I swear they do it on purpose. At least from the boat, they let you get as close. Because usually I'm trolling around when I hear it, and they let you get as close as they can until they're about 3 feet away. And yeah, you're ready to jump into the lake. You don't know what's going on.
Pterodactyls. Yeah, I've had my past few lives where I've tried to catch the blue herons they're come flying by. They're pretty prevalent in the James up here.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's the most common thing I see. There's a couple bald eagles that hang around some of the lakes I fish. I get a glimpse of them every once in a while. It's pretty cool. But mostly blue heron.
I tell you what, the bald eagles. We used to we used to live right on the lake in upstate New York, and so we used to do ice fishing and stuff. And we literally had one fly right down, huge bald eagle. They've had nesting in right around the lake and stuff. So we saw them all the time. But to have one to be, this one came down between my son and I, flew down and whoosh, scooped up. We were just catching panfish and whatnot and just throwing them up on the ice and then, take them in and clean them. Boy, he came down and 2 talons out. To be like 5-6 feet away from a bald eagle like that, just to see their immense, the power, everything that they have to be that close. It was like, that's one of those, I don't even know how to say it. It's a moment. It's like it's an impression. It's like, wow, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, they're awesome birds, that's for sure.
So you fish primarily channel cats up there.
Yeah.
Have you done any other? So you really haven't had much experience with flathead or blue cat. I was going to try to say, you know, the a lot of it is similar, but there is those differences. So for fishing primarily for channel cats, do you have what size hooks and things like that do you use?
Okay. Yeah, as far as channel cat go, 5/0 is primarily the hook I use. I've used some 6s, but I mostly stay around 5. And I've caught everything from, I'd say the smallest catfish I've caught was probably 8 to 10 inches on those 5/0 hooks. And then my biggest confirmed channel cat was 18.5 pounds. And then the one that I caught the day I forgot my whole tackle box at home, including my scales, it was a lot bigger. Me and Brandon were talking about that. I think it was last night, Brandon, or 2 nights ago. And I sent him pictures of both of them, and we were trying to like compare how I was holding it in both of them. And I mean, it was 20 pounds for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think it was over 22. It was probably between 20 and 22, but all on 5/0 hooks. I know a lot of guys use bigger, and they call me crazy for using 5, but I've never had any trouble out of 5. I think it's a good overall size, you know, to catch what we have around me. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, you see guys catching 50, 60-pound flatheads on little 1.25 grub. So I'm not going to say that's, you know, what you would want to use, but it can happen. So, but, you know, I would rather be set up for what I'm primarily targeting and primarily going to catch, which is probably your 5 to 10 pound channel cat, you know. But yeah, I'm confident that, you know, anything up to, I'd say 30 pounds for sure, 5/0 I'd have no trouble with. So that's what I usually stick with.
I don't remember if it was my first live or second, but it was almost a 22-pound blue, and it was a 4/0. Because what I do is I have one pole out that I have the meat rod. I got the biggest bait. That's I'm out to catch every time I go out fishing. I've got at least one bait out that's for the biggest fish that is there. That's always one pole that's out. This way, every time I go, I got a chance to catch the biggest fish that's there. I also like catching eaters and action, so I'll have another one out, usually like a double Kentucky rig, high-low rig, whatever you want to say, and I have 4/0 hooks on them with a smaller bait. And then I have, you know, in between where it's like and then that big meat rod, I'll have a 10/0, 12/0 hook. Intermediate ones where it's, you know, maybe a chunk of half of a sunfish or something like that, or just the head. I'll use 7/0, 8/0, and then 4/0 on the eater size. And it was the first or second live stream. It was almost a 22-pound blue on the 4/0, a 4/0 eagle claw circle hook, and it was right there. 22-pound fish on a 4/0 hook, and it was perfect right there. So yeah, they will. 5/0 is perfect.
Yeah, they don't care about hook size, and I'm sure everyone has an opinion as far as bait size goes. But you know, I used to use, this would be hard to do on camera, but I used to use strips of shad about like that. And one day I was fishing with my sister, and they just wouldn't hook up. You know, they were short striking it every time. And I was like, all right, watch this. So I started cutting pieces of shad this size or smaller. And I was putting those little, you know, 1-by-1 cubes on there.
Yeah. And
we started catching fish. She caught a 16-pounder, which is her personal best right now. And we caught, you know, a couple 10s, some 12s. And I was like, all right, we'll keep using this until it quits working. And then we'll go back to, you know, the shad head, the bigger strips. And if I were to go fishing right now, 1-by-1 cube, it's been working for me all summer. I've caught some of the biggest fish that I've caught, you know, my whole career, if that's what you want to call it, this year on 1-by-1 cut pieces of shad. So if I was in the Ohio River, I probably would change, you know, my bait size at least. But for the inland lakes I fish here in Ohio, until someone can give me a reason not to, or the fish tell me not to, that's what I'm going to be using. So 4
people still here. Yeah, and that's another thing. I think what works for one person, we could both be fishing the same water, and what will work for me may not work for you because I'll have more confidence in what I'm doing, and you'll have confidence in what you're doing.
And that right there is key, confidence.
You know, it's like everybody can say what they want about the chicken bait. My bait of choice obviously is fresh bait, cut fresh shad, James River. That's the predominant feed fish is your shad. So of course but if you can't get that, I'll have chicken bait with me, and I've caught fish on it every single week except for this past weekend. We caught a 22 pounder that I talked about was on lemon chicken.
Right. And that's the thing, like you were just saying, you know, chicken works, shad works. You know, I'm sure if you took a cigarette butt, you could get lucky and catch a fish. But, you know, like what I think you were pretty much saying there is natural baits is going to be your best bet as far as size, numbers, consistency. You know what I mean? And, you know, I haven't traveled much, so I can't vouch for, you know, a lake in California or whatever. But just, you know, going back to confidence, if you were to take me and drop me out of an airplane and not tell me where I was going and say, go catch a catfish, I'm taking shad. You know what I mean? Anywhere in the country, I'm taking shad.
Yeah, anyway, yep. That is right, because they're everywhere. Same thing with bluegill. You can't get shad.
Yeah, that's probably my second choice, be bluegill.
They're everywhere. They might be called shell crackers, pumpkin seeds, sunfish, whatever. Every place has one of those. And there's what's that?
No, good. Go ahead.
I was just saying, there's what Creo's saying about chicken is an outstanding Plan B bait, and that's what I'm saying. What I've noticed, what works for me is I like to have a variety of baits. Same thing, like I said, I have that big bait out, I have the little baits out. If I'm starting to catch, if I see that I'm getting bites on that pole that I've got the 2 little 4-aught hooks on with the little 1x1s that you're talking about, well, guess what? Pole 2, pole 3, now they're going to be the little 1 inch. If everyone is hitting lemon chicken and nothing hitting shad, it's all going to be lemon chicken. If they're hitting the shad and not touching chicken, well, then I'll put on shad. If they're doing, you know, bring your variety. And a lot of times, if you listen to what, and you even said it tonight a couple times, you noticed that they were this. You just said it about switching to the 1-inch chunks. If you listen to what the fish are telling you, I think that'll help you catch more fish also, because they will tell you what they want.
Yeah, and like Creole's saying, you know, I mean, chicken's not a bad Plan B bait. A lot of times, if I'm going out on an all-day trip, I'm going to get shad. You know, I don't care if it takes me 10 minutes or 2 hours, I'm going to get shad. But like a lot of times this summer, I'd run out after work. I'd get home, and I'd have the boat hooked up or something, or I'd hook it up real quick, and I would go to the closest lake to me and just get there as fast as I can. And of course, I'm going to throw net for some shad. But if I can't get them in 10, 15 minutes, you know, I've only got 2, maybe 3 hours to fish. I'll throw on some chicken. I'll throw on shrimp. You know what I mean? I mean, Plan B always works.
Hey, yeah.
And like you were saying, you know, catfish will eat anything. They're opportunistic feeders. So if you put something that has flavor in front of them when they're hungry, they're going to eat it. I don't care if they're big or small. You know,
it's true. Yeah, I think the big thing with bait, shad to chicken or whatnot, is then the times where shad will outperform that because they may not necessarily be feeding, but if you put their natural bait in front of them, it's just an instinct that there's that piece of shad. That's what I eat all the time. Bam, it has to hit it.
Well, yeah, that's my thing. Like right now, you know, I just ate dinner not very long ago. I'm not hungry. If you said, hey, you want a piece of pizza? Yeah. You know what I mean? Absolutely. So, but you introduced some foreign food I've never had before. Hey man, you want a piece of this? No, I'm good. You know what I mean?
That's true. Yeah, I'm 6'3", 400 plus. So if you put a pizza in front of me, yeah, that's gone every time.
Absolutely.
Escargot or something that maybe, I'm good. I think you got it. Well, yeah, there's another good bait that talking about live natural baits. If there's a lot of crawfish in your area, that is oftentimes an overlooked bait. I used to use that a lot up in the Delaware River up in New York, Pennsylvania border, and it was at a huge population. Any rock you turned over, you were going to find crayfish in it. So that was catfish, bass. That was one of those situations where you hook it up on a bottom rig, cast it out, and you could get anything from a big channel cat to a smallmouth, 4 or 5 pound smallmouth bass.
Oh, smallmouth love crawfish.
Yeah, a pike, largemouth bass. There was actually some stripers that started moving up the Delaware. You could get them on it. So I think, again, it's that for people, if you don't have shad, if a lot of ponds or lakes that don't have shad, they might have shiners or minnows or
right.
That's going to be the shad of that area.
Yeah,
that's what you would use.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You want to go to that natural bait that they're already used to, they're already eating, and then if you can get something that's oily, that's even better. Shad. I mean, anybody that touched a shad, the smell, the residue it leaves on you, the boat, they're nasty. But that's going to attract your fish. Your 1 or 2 or 3, however many rods you have out, baits are just I don't even know how to word it. They're just 3 baits in literally a lake full of bait. So you've got to do everything you can to get that scent and that trail out there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Do you use any for like flatheads? There's the whole thing about cut bait or live bait with flatheads. I think that cut bait for flathead, if you use it real fresh, it'll still be the same thing. Do you do any live bait for? Is there any live bait that you've used for channel cats that have seemed to work for you?
So the only time I really use live bait for channel cats is when the shad spawn and they're about that big. I will throw them on there, and really, I mean, when they're that big, I don't want to speak, like I'm an expert because I don't know that much about shad, but it seems to me like they don't have very much bone structure or anything, and they're really weak. They die pretty quick, and they fall off pretty quick. Whereas, if you're using a chunk of shad or, a cut shad or even a whole shad, when you're in the 6-inch range and bigger, they're going to stay on pretty good. But those 2 and 3 inch shad, they don't seem to stay on very well. But I have had pretty good luck fishing them live or freshly dead because, like I said, they die pretty quick. But really, as far as channel cat goes, that's about the extent of it.
Here's a suggestion from Mud Tramp Rebecca. Something about green apple bubble gum that appeals to catfish, especially channels. I can't say that I've ever used it. I know that I've heard of people using bubble gum. As far as green apple bubble gum, you never know. It might be something with the color too.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing, man. Like you were saying, what worked for somebody might not for somebody else. I've never tried it. I've never heard of it. But going back, piggybacking off the chicken, Roger and Skip, they do great with chicken up at Hoover. The lakes I fish, I've tried chicken, nothing. So not that I'm saying chicken doesn't work, I'm sure it can. I've caught a few fish off of chicken, but nothing like they have,
Yeah. Here in the James, I've had great, like I said, we caught a 22 pounder on it. We've caught fish every week on it. And I've had live bait, fresh cut. I've had live bluegills, cut bluegill, shad, cut shad, fresh and frozen. And I've actually caught in the past 6-7 weeks, I've actually caught more fish on the lemon chicken than I have on anything. But that's a rare. I mean, usually it'd be the fresh shad. But
so let me ask you this: were they all blues, or mostly blues?
Actually, the funny thing was the one nice channel that we caught. We were going for flathead with a live bluegill, and it was a channel cat that hit the live bluegill. Right? Yeah. We haven't caught any flatheads on live. We had the live bluegill and stuff out there. the flatheads we caught were all on a fresh caught. Like my son had, we weren't getting anything on any of the baits, so he had the cast net with him and threw it out, and we caught a nice sized gizzard shad. We cut that up. I put that whole big head on there, and within like 5 minutes, boom, boom, we had a 18.8 and a 10.5 flathead on the cut bait. But yeah, the channel cat came from which everybody says, oh, channel cat will eat anything that stinks. It came from the live bait. The blues all came.
And going to what you just said there, you know, I've used the stink bait and tried all that stuff just to try it kind of as a plan B bait, like I think it was Creole said, somebody, and I've had no luck as far as channel cats go. So, yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, depends where you're at, what you're after. And that's why I asked if you caught a bunch of blues off the chicken, because I don't know if any of you guys follow him or not, but Jimmy, I think his last name's Smith, with Fishing and Gear. He's a fairly new channel. He's blowing up. He's catching some really big fish on Santee Cooper, and he's using chicken, you know, and he's saying big blues love chicken. That could be true. I can't try that out. There's not big blues around me. You know what I mean? So it just.
Yeah. I mean, it hasn't been. We haven't caught my son caught a 47-pound blue from the kayak this weekend. It was on shad. He caught it on Saturday. He just went out fishing by himself in the kayak, went out Saturday, and he had a piece of frozen shad and cut that up, went out in the kayak, and 47-pound blue. Ones we've been catching on chicken, we've had a 22, a 20, 18, 16, and they've all came on the chicken. But like Mike Chavez is saying there, my biggest on chicken was 18 pounds. The biggest on shad was 85. So yeah, I still think that your biggest fish or biggest blues are going to be caught on the natural bait. You can catch some big ones on chicken and whatnot.
Oh, absolutely.
We've been catching them in the 20 pounds pretty consistently, but
yeah.
But the past week it shut off. They didn't hit chicken at all. The past 2 weeks, actually. 2 weeks they didn't hit chicken at all. So I don't know if it was the change in weather, because some people say that chicken is a warm weather bait. It's been we've been having the higher waters, a lot of rain, so the water temperature cooled down, and the chicken we caught one blue last weekend on a piece of chicken, one blue. So in 2 weekends now with the chicken that we had been catching week after week with, we've had one bite. We caught the one blue on the chicken and no other bites. That was our main bait the weeks before that. So
I don't know. See, that kind of goes back to your confidence comment, you know, where whatever you're the most confident with is going to work the best for you. And that's because you're going to use it more. You know what I mean?
That's true. Yes. Yeah.
Like shad is my confidence bait, so I use it more. Now, have I tried chicken? Yeah, but I try it one trip, didn't do very good, so I go back to shad. Then maybe I don't have any fresh shad, so I'm like, okay, well, chicken might be better than frozen shad. Well, I keep mine on ice, but you know, it might be better than 4-day-old shad or 5-day-old shad. So I'll throw chicken back out again, not catch anything, or catch something on shad instead. I go back to shad for 3 weeks. You know what I mean? It's I mean, it's what you have the most time in. It's how much time you put in on the water. You know, people get lucky on anything. You know, somebody can go out fishing for the very first time and catch a 100-pounder if they're in those waters. But 9 times out of 10, the bigger fish go to the people that are putting more time in. You know, you're out there more, you're learning more. You have a better chance to get lucky. You know what I mean? You play the lottery once in your life, probably not going to win. You play every day, you might win. You know what I mean? So
yeah, that's exactly true. One of the things that especially with fish and hunting, sports, things like that, is you make your own luck. And you don't even realize it, but you just automatically know that, okay, it's this type of year. This is where I'm going to fish here. And boom, all of a sudden you catch the big fish. It was like my son. When he was younger, I took him out, I think in New York it was 12 you could bow hunt. But anyways, whatever it was 12 somewhere in there. Took him out on the first bow hunt. Now I'm going to him. You know, it's going to take time. You can't just expect. You can't just expect that you're going to go out and get a deer your first. You know, you got to put time in the woods, and it's all just a game of learning. And you do this, and we had scouted and stuff in the fall leading up into the summer and fall leading up to it. And anyways, we picked out the spot, but there was a creek that came down. There was open field. There was cover from a little row of little pine saplings and stuff, which the trail led right along the edge down to the creek and everything. So we had him sit up in the and this is fishing. I'm fishing, bow hunting from the ground, but it was in the pine. We were up in those back by the pine trees where you had the little open areas, but it still kind of concealed you.
Right.
We weren't out there like 15 minutes and he got his first deer. But everybody thinks that's luck. But no, it was because I didn't even realize it. But we picked that spot because, okay, there was the creek there. Well, you know, the deer are coming there. We spent the time out there spotting it, scouting it, that you saw the signs of deer. You saw the tracks. You saw scrapes. So, yeah, it was luck. It was lucky that he got it. But we were only in that spot because of what we knew that is what you were supposed to do. And it's the same thing with fishing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. The more time you put in, the more you learn, the better you're going to do. I mean, it's just simple as that. But I'd rather be lucky than good any day.
Yeah, well, there is that. There is always that. You know, there is always, they say, that blind squirrel that gets the nut, or you catch the fish in the puddle. It does happen, and no, I never have. I know that they are at certain times of the year when they're out and falling out of the trees, they will just fill their stomachs up with them. And that there again, it goes to what they're eating at that time of the year.
Yeah.
They have this. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I was scrolling through the comments when you were answering that there, and it sounds like Buckeye's having the same data that I am. He said he's catching them on chicken chunks at Hoover, but nowhere else. Me and Buckeye fish, I don't want to say a lot of the same waters, but some of the same waters.
Yeah, I like Buckeye's. He's been putting out some pretty decent videos. What a beautiful boat, huh?
Yeah. I was out there on fishing Rocky Fork one day, and he's saying stuff in the comments. And I'm like, I told Chris, I was like, he's out here somewhere, and we're looking around. But
that's funny. Great brand. Yep. Crappie is my favorite fish to catch and eat. But I do it mainly jig fishing for them. Yeah, crappie is a good. Believe it or not, my favorite is actually yellow perch. But crappie, sunfish, bluegills, whatever, they're close. They're right there close. But I love yellow perch.
Yep, crappie are definitely fun.
You have yellow perch up in your area?
So there's a few lakes that I've caught them by accident crappie fishing. I don't know what numbers they're in there. You know, I never really even hear anybody talking about it. So they're here a little. I mean, up in Lake Erie, yeah, they're there and they're big. But around me, few and far between, as far as I know. But yeah, crappie fishing. That's what those orange rods are right there. Those are my crappie rods.
Yeah, but that's funny how the chicken is working in Hoover, you said, right? Working in the one lake, but not in the other. I wonder if it's water temperature or.
Well, the big thing, and I'm not a scientist, you know, I don't work for Tyson, but like what I was just saying, so if you're going to catch a blue in Ohio, as far as I'm concerned, you're going to Hoover or you're going to the river. And so I don't know if the chicken thing is a blue cat thing. Now, I'm not saying you can't catch them on chicken. I've used them up in Lake Erie at Sandusky Bay, and I've caught them on chicken. Not like I have on shrimp and shad, but I've caught them on chicken. I've caught them on chicken, channel cats I'm talking about, on lakes around me, all of them. But it's like one or two, you know what I mean? Whereas with shad, I'm catching. Sometimes I'm getting skunked. Sometimes I'm catching one or two, but I don't see the numbers I do with shad. You know, I've seen 10, 15, occasionally 20 fish days with shad around me. With chicken, it's just not there. So
Yeah.
I don't know if it's more of a blue cat thing or if I'm doing something wrong, but from what Buckeye's seeing, I think it might be more of a blue cat thing than a channel cat thing, maybe.
And which is funny too, because then it's that goes against what people would think about channel cat. I think channel cats get kind of that bad rap. Well, they'll eat anything, which channel cats are more of a scavenger than say a predator type fish like the flathead. But it's funny because then they're not eating the channels aren't eating the chicken, but that's what their channel cats are known for, would be eating the stinkier baits. So
yeah, well, especially I would say everybody in here that's fished channel cats as a kid has probably used chicken liver.
Yeah, there you go. Yes.
And from the bank as a kid, I've caught hundreds of catfish, channel cats on chicken liver. But I don't know. Nowhere near. Now, I will say, kind of going to the natural bait versus the store-bought bait. And granted, this is, boat and bank difference too. Nothing against bank fishermen. Chunky's caught bigger fish than I've caught. You've caught bigger fish than I've caught. But as far as it goes for me, from the bank, using the chicken liver or the night crawlers or whatever, I've not caught anywhere near the fish I've caught using shad from a boat. So
Yes.
Is it a boat thing? Is it a bank or is it a bait thing? I don't know. But
Well, I think it all, like part of what we were saying is it really breaks down to, well, first of all, Mr. Chavez, thank you for coming in. I appreciate all your conversation out in the chat. That was awesome. We're up to
yeah, and if you want to, I'm thinking about doing this tomorrow on my channel. I haven't decided for sure yet, but after Muskrat goes off, I might hang out and chat for a little bit again.
I think it's awesome because after, we got the 8 o'clock shows that come on and they're over 9-ish or so.
Right.
And then unless DMV or Elston or Jesse Outdoors, they've been doing their lives kind of after or during that. Unless they're live, it's like, all right, well, it's only 9 o'clock. What? There was nothing else out there. Then you go and try to watch a video or this or that. But these type of that's kind of why we started doing this Monday night thing after Catfish Weekly. And like I said, there's no way I'm about going to shut it out here. I ain't doing the 13-hour thing. It just kept rolling. And it even happened here. We were just down to like 14, I think, and then it went back up to 17 or 18. We were up in the 20 some to 30 people there for a while, long time.
That's awesome. I can't see that on my end.
Yeah, I can only see it. Says we've been live a total of 2 hours, 24 minutes, and we're at 17 people right now watching.
Gotcha.
And it had dropped down to 14, but like I said, most of the night it was up into the 20s and stuff. Well, that 13-hour one, it would drop, and then boom, a new group of people would come in and chat would go again, and then it'd drop, and then boom, another group would come in, and more people kept coming up into the panel, and then we had the same thing, another conversation came up, and but it was a long weekend for me, so I'm needing a little sleep tonight.
yeah, and that's my thing. Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
I was gonna say, tomorrow, the only reason I'm doing it is like you were talking about on my Facebook post, where you and Josh and Brandon, we were all talking about it, and I didn't mean to come in and be on here the whole show tonight. I was just but like you said, it just rolls, and next thing you know, you look up and it's been an hour or 2 hours or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm off work this week, so usually I try to get to bed at a decent time.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and we all have mutual friends in the catfish community because it's such a tight knit community. But at the same time, I'm sure I have people you don't. I'm sure you have people I don't.
Oh, sure.
So, people that aren't on your channel that are on mine will be in there tomorrow, and we'll get to talk with them and spread some knowledge. And I might do what you did on that 13-hour one and just bring in whoever wants to come in, because like I was saying earlier, I've never done that. If somebody's been live with me before, they've been live in person. So I might, just start bringing in random people.
It's a lot of fun. We talked about it last night, so I sent you the link. But then I had also popped it up in there, and that's when Norm came up in. Last week, I just kept posting the link, and anybody that Avid Fisherman does that a lot. He was doing that on the Friday night show a lot, where he would, what did he call it? Avid's Wild Bunch or something like that. And
something like that.
He would just put the link up, and whoever was in chat, if they wanted to come up, boom, they hit it, and up they came. And
right.
That's kind of what we were doing last week. And
and that's cool, getting everybody a chance to talk. And like James always says, you learn something from everybody. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, the bubblegum thing. Never would have thought of that. Not saying I'm going to try it just because I like my shad so much, but it's just interesting to learn.
You never know. You might be out there one day not catching a bite. You just happen to have a piece of green apple bubble gum. And you may, you know what? Rebecca said that's how things happen sometimes.
Yeah.
But also it's I've been a sub now since I came on. You were one of the first ones that I've subbed to, and I comment on your videos. And in the now you're the Ohio Catfish Chasers face group page. Do you I know it's primarily about catfishing. Are you looking to keep that mostly like the Ohio, Kentucky area? Do you want other people to come in and join, or?
Okay, so I'll keep this as short as I can, but it's kind of a long story. So basically, I was a part of another Facebook page. I don't know, probably 7 years ago. And some things happened with that, and it kind of fell apart. So I had the YouTube channel for it and a Facebook page. So when that fell apart, I kind of needed like a emergency name. So it was just Derek's Extra Fishing. And I don't know, it didn't have a ring to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
So it was like that for a while, and that's when I had it was the group. I'm sorry. So I had the group and the YouTube channel. And then when I kind of started getting serious about it and I was posting way more often, I was like, okay, I need a different name. So I made the Ohio Catfish Chasers just because it was the best name that I could come up with that wasn't taken. There's a lot of good names out there when it comes to Facebook and YouTube, stuff like that. Or one of the ones I came up with ended up being a tournament trail. So I didn't want to use that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and then the catfish chaser part is what kind of got me hitting these new lakes up I've never fished. I know I'm only on like my third or fourth one, but next year I'm gonna hit a couple more, to try kind of get the chaser part of it. If you fish the same lake all the time, you're still chasing big fish. I get it, but I wanted to kind of grow on that and actually chase catfish in Ohio. You know what I mean? So that being said, when I made I had the group and I updated the name, and it's months and months down now. But basically, I put on there, I was like, this name change is strictly a name change. I don't care if you're in Alaska or Wyoming. If you're catching catfish, and it doesn't have to be catfish. If you're catching fish, post. Now, I want to keep it mostly catfish related.
Right.
Obviously, I posted some crappie stuff, some hunting stuff, and I don't care if anybody else. So another thing, that group, was made basically to support my YouTube channel. And a big part of that, if I have like a small announcement or if I'm changing the time of a live, I'm not going to make a video saying that. So I'll post it on my Facebook page or group. Sorry. So that, it's easier, it's faster, more people see it, hopefully. But like I said, I don't care where you're from, I don't care what you're catching. if you and it's grown so much,
Yeah.
everybody from the catfish community is posting on there, and that's awesome. I don't care, post whatever. But like I said, primarily catfish, but I really don't care. As long as it's outdoors related and you're having fun, do it. I don't care where you're from, what you're doing. If you're happy, do it.
And so. I think that's what is with this catfish community. Let's say is that they're not just strictly catfishing. We all do that. Seems to be the primary focus of us. But we all go. A lot of us go hunting. A lot of us. I fish saltwater also.
Okay.
I do a little bass fishing. Panfish. I haven't done too much crappie fishing down here just because I got into catfish and that really hadn't, I had catfished before up in New York, but it wasn't like it is here. I'm 15 minutes from the frickin' James River. So, of course I'm chasing blues and whatnot. You just get into that, but there's still all those other interests. And if you look at a lot of the catfish people, they're into how they cook their wild game and smoking and fishing cooking with Mike Chavez, good example. He was just out fishing. He puts up mostly a lot of cooking videos and stuff now, and now it's getting wintertime and he's going to start focusing now back on the catfish that are around here, because that's when your wintertime is when you're going to catch your biggest blues. And it may not be as many, but that's when you're going to consistently catch your bigger ones. So he's going to have the fish back to catfishing now. But we all have that catfishing, but we all kind of, even if we aren't into like smoking or barbecuing or seeing how somebody handles, cooks their fish or prepares it or handles cleaning it or something, it's still something that we're interested in. So we're like, let me check that out. Making knives, all that stuff like that. Even though we may not necessarily do it, it's still kind of something that we're interested in. And so we'll end up watching it and, wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. And maybe it's something you'll pick up, what I mean?
That's what I think is awesome about this, where some of the other ones, it may be, that's all it is. That's just like if you were to go put pictures of big catfish on a bass fishing page, they'd throw you out of the group. You would.
They would. Absolutely. Not 9 times out of 10, at least. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, and that's like I posted on my group yesterday. I think it was yesterday. I don't know if you saw it or not. I'm just saying, I've been pretty consistent as far as videos go weekly since like March or April. But, in Ohio, and like you were saying, the big blues on the river, that's a thing here too. But my inexperiencedness on the river, my bass boat, doesn't really add up. I know, Skip and Roger and everybody has offered me trips down there, so I'm kind of making excuses. But up here in Ohio, realistically, posting videos and fishing year round, to an extent, it can be done. But, the lakes up here freeze. It gets pretty darn cold. So that's why I said, I'm going to post some hunting videos here. And I'm going to fish all winter. Don't get me wrong. I've been out of fishing probably about 2 weeks now, and I'm itching to get back in. But again, like I was talking in Catfish Weekly earlier tonight, when I told Shelby I was going to kind of buckle down and, get on knocking some videos out, her one rule was, okay, you're not taking the boat out alone. You know what I mean? So I gotta honor that, and I get it. A lot of people fish by themselves and do it day in and day out. Dieter Melhorn, Combat Carl, all those guys. But as soon as I would go against their wishes, my bad luck would kick in, and I'd regret it. So
that is what happens, my friend. Yeah, my son does it, and physically, I used to do it, but physically, I really wouldn't even probably be able to go out without him coming with me, or I definitely wouldn't be able to go by myself. I would need someone else. Just because there's really bad back injury and issues, and sometimes it's even on my lives sometimes, and I didn't realize it came out as much as it did. So I start watching some of them. I'm like, damn, sit the hell down. You can't walk. What are you doing? I know that I'm pushing myself, but I didn't think that it showed as much until I actually started watching some of those things. So there's times where the poll will go, and I'm like, all right, go ahead, you got it. And I can't get up out of the chair at that particular moment just because, back and stuff like that. But
well, and there's just, hang on, my phone's falling, I think. But there's too much that can go wrong. You know what I mean? When you're out there fishing by yourself, daytime or nighttime, I don't care how experienced you are. So yeah, I just and that's the thing. The cold, anybody will fish when it's sunny and 75, but when it's 35 degrees and windy, you don't have that many offers. So finding a partner to get out there and go fishing with is a little bit more difficult in the winter. So
unless they got some good cold weather gear and they're a good friend, you ain't you ain't getting too many to go out with you.
Right. So yeah, I'm gonna post as much as I can. I'll probably do more lives because I have a feeling the fishing is not going to be quite what it was back in the fall or the spring, or even the summer. But I'll post what I can. So we'll keep it rolling as much as we can.
Yeah, well, your channels grew a lot, even from when I just started with the community. A few months ago is when I first started coming on.
Something like that.
And your channel's grown a bunch just in this past few months. And
it has. It really has. I'm obviously very appreciative of it, and I'm almost in disbelief. It's like every day I'll get a notification from my phone, and I hate that the way YouTube works. At least my phone doesn't show me everybody, and you can't get on there and just message them and be like, hey, thanks, because I'm truly thankful for all my subscribers. But and a lot of times if it notifies me, I'll go to their videos and comment on a video and thank them or whatever. But some guys don't have some guys don't have videos, so there's no way to get a hold of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What I've heard recently is that if you have your personal subscription set to private, when you sub at somebody else, it doesn't tell them that you subbed them.
Oh.
So if you have your subscription list as public, anytime you subscribe to somebody else, it'll tell them that you subbed. I don't remember. Somebody had just said that to me this past. I think it might have been Dobson that even said that to me. Willie. I'm trying to remember.
That makes sense, because I know a lot of times when I go on there and it notifies me, and I go to their channel, the first thing I see is a list of their subscribers who they follow. So obviously it's public. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I changed mine. I didn't even realize it was. Well, I'm kind of. I'm as everybody knows by now, I'm kind of old school, and I didn't even have as old people say, I didn't even do the Facebook. But I didn't have Facebook or Twitter, none of that stuff until I started doing YouTube, and then you're like, okay, well, I guess I can set this to, because you're so afraid with cyber, whatever you want to call it, the scams and frauds and all that. So I had nothing. I had no Facebook. I had no nothing. So then to actually come on and make it like public, it had to be like a actual decision to go do it. And a lot of things I didn't even know how to do it or not. But yeah, and then so my subscription list was set to private just because it wasn't like something I intended. It just was on private. And so then I switched it, and then I'm like, oh, well, now people can see that I'm subbing to them or this or that. But that's what I had heard recently. Yeah. But yes, same thing. I'm at like almost up to I really only started doing videos within the past 2 months maybe. And I'm like almost up at 150 subs already.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, man, the catfish community is awesome. I know when I kind of, I guess, discovered, everybody, my email is linked through my YouTube channel, obviously. And I don't even know how I did it. It just all of a sudden I started getting emails. And the month that I kind of like found the live feed group, the catfish community, my subscribers jumped by like 95 that month, and I didn't know what to say. I was like, that's awesome, you know. So it's definitely a tight knit community, and you know, a bunch of awesome people. And outdoors addiction. Just reading your comment, yeah, I would never go off on any of my subs. You know, you guys are basically the reason I do what I do. You know, not that I'm anybody special, but if it wasn't for you guys, I'd be putting videos together for no one. You know, so
yeah, it's the people that you know, like I started just as a subscriber, and I honestly didn't think that I thought that that's all I was going to do. I mean, I love fishing, and I get more enjoyment. Some of the things that I've enjoyed with fishing more is if I take somebody out that doesn't really know fishing, or it's their first time, or they've been fishing before but really haven't had luck, and I hook them into their first big fish, whether it's bass, catfish, whatever it is. That's always been my biggest. You know, seeing my granddaughters catch their first fish and their biggest fish, and my son and his and other friends or kids that kids that have just been out on the water, and you see them with the bobber, you know, the big red and white plastic bobber, and then about a 2-ounce sinker and a little, you know, size 12 hook with a rubber worm sticking off of it like a foot underneath. You know, I'll have I've been known to give them some stuff and show them some just basic things that you know, obviously nobody had showed them, and they start catching, you know, they may just start catching bluegill and whatnot, but at least then they're going to get some excitement out of it. Casting that bobber with that 2 ounces of lead and a rubber worm underneath it, you know,
yeah.
they're going to give up in a day or two. But
yeah, and to go along with that, that's kind of my goal. You know, I mean, the thing with YouTube, until it gets deleted or whatever, those videos are going to be there, you know? So, like the videos with my mom and her personal best, you know, I can go back and watch those whenever. My personal best, I can go back and watch those. You know, just those videos are going to be there until YouTube, you know, self-destructs or whatever, and it's gone. So, you know, this is a new phone just in the last couple months, and most of my pictures are gone. So any fishing pictures on my phone are ones that I put on my Facebook I can pull off. So that just shows you that, you know, if it's not on the internet somewhere, it's gone. And like you were just saying with the cyber thing, when it's on the internet, it's everywhere. So it's not going nowhere. So it's nice just to have that, you know what I mean? But then also, you know, like you were just saying, there's so many new people out there that are just picking up fishing, and I'm not an expert. I'm not a pro. But if I can help somebody, like you were saying, if I can help them start catching crappie, if I can help them, you know, get into the sport, or like I was talking about earlier, if I can teach them the importance of CPR and all that stuff, I'm going to, you know what I mean? Like my rod rack video that I posted probably, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago. I had a guy comment on my video, or one of my videos, saying, you know, how did you build that rod rack? Hang on, I'll show you. You know what I mean? If he wants to know, somebody else probably does too. So, you know, if I can help you, I'm going to. You know, I was kind of self-taught when it comes to catfishing. I kind of gained a little bits of information from all different kinds of people. My dad got me into fishing, but he was more of a bass fisherman. But even from then, because basically what it was, we had a pond at the house, and it was stocked with your common fish, your largemouth, you know, your bluegill, and your catfish. And he'd be over there bass fishing, and I just couldn't do it. I was always catfishing, even from probably, I would say, 8 years old on, you know. So I taught myself at the pond. He gave me the general fishing knowledge. Then just fishing with friends, I'd pick up this little bit of information, meet somebody new, and pick up this little bit. And it's basically what's going on with the YouTube thing right now, is everybody's just kind of learning off each other. And I don't know if you've noticed or not, but there's personal bests getting broken everywhere right now, and it's awesome, you know, just to watch that happen.
Yeah, every day. I did the same thing that DMV did. Is when he started his channel, he reset all the personal bests. And that's kind of easy, because, you know, you could say, oh, well, I've caught this or I've caught that, but you could show a picture or whatnot, but to actually have a video of you catching that, personal best for your, so I started my channel's personal best now. And, we got a 20-pound flathead and a 22-pound blue. The only channel cat we've caught on the channel so far, I forgot to weigh it. I should have, because technically that is the personal best so far, but I think it was maybe 2 pounds. So
Yeah.
But that's
the thing, not that there's not great channel cats everywhere, but the thing I've noticed, the more blues, the more flathead you have, the smaller channel cat are.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's a thing where the channel cat get eaten as fry, or if it's a thing where the competition for food, the blues and the flatheads are winning, or what it is. But like I was saying earlier, where I'm fishing, the population for flathead is so small, and most of the lakes, the population for blues is non-existent. The channel cat are thriving, unless there's muskie in the lake, they're pretty much top dog.
Yeah.
So they're getting to, I mean, and I'm not saying that, Ohio has the biggest channel cat because of that. Obviously not. The world record came from Santee Cooper, but we've got some decent channel cat. And I think it's, kind of credit to, like I was saying, the lack of the bigger species of catfish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as far as muskie, they're not much taking on a big muskie, so they
No. But even then, the population for them in most of the lakes, besides, I don't know, what do you think, Brandon? Probably just Caesar Creek is so small that they're not affecting the fish. Like I said, in any lakes besides maybe Caesar Creek. So.
Yeah, well, Brandon made a good point there. That age with the young kids, it's patience. Most kids at that age don't have it. His son didn't love catfishing until he was about 12 years old.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you're taking a kid fishing, I kind of did a bad job about it during that live feed a couple weeks ago, but it was kind of thrown together. It was almost more of a babysitting adventure more than fishing. But you got to get action, whether that's bluegill or crappie. And that's the thing. I was fishing a stocked pond, from there. Luckily, well, I shouldn't say luckily, but I guess just coincidentally, where I was raised, there's a fish farm, or a fish hatchery, I should say. Probably 10 miles down the road. So like once a year, me and Dad would go down and we'd stock the pond with bass this big, catfish this big, and they just kept growing up, and there was a decent amount of catfish in there. The bite was pretty good, so you weren't waiting like terribly long. But I don't know, it was just something about it. Ever since a young age, I just loved catfish. Just catfish, catfishing, all of it. I don't know, and even I kind of got away from it for a little bit. Doing some bass fishing, on the bank, just because, bass fishing, I would say, is a little bit easier from the bank maybe than catfishing, at least where I'm at, like I said, with limited access. But, my heart's always been with catfish. So when I got my boat, it was a no-brainer.
Yeah. Mine, myself too. My father was, I was born in Louisiana. My father's side of the family is all from down there, so that's basically the first fishing you do. The way I was taught to fish was with a hand line, trot lines, pole lines. That was before you even had a pole. Had the masonry line and put a weight on the bottom of it with a hook, and that weight necessarily wasn't always a sinker. It was a rock or a spark plug or a bolt or whatever you had, and that was the weight, and you flung it out there.
Yep.
That was my first fishing from a little kid. So I always have been around catfish, and and then it's kind of changed though, because a lot of that was when you're running trot lines and pole lines and stuff, you're doing that you're eating the catfish that you're catching, or it's a commercial thing where you're selling it, but or giving it to family members, things like that. But so it's a little different now. When you do it, I still get my I'll keep my few. I was going to keep a couple of them this past weekend to do like a clean and cook, because I clean catfish a little differently than I clean it a lot differently than what I used to, but I do it a little differently than people. Catfish being one of those fish that can get toxins in it pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I do it pretty clean, most of the fillet down the side. I don't really mess around with a lot of the belly meat, even though it's a good taste. That's where, from the being on the bottom, where all the most of the pollutants are. That bottom of the catfish is what you pretty much want to avoid eating, especially the bigger ones. The bloodline from it being in the blood, so if you stay away from some of those other areas, it's a little bit healthier for you. But I keep, a few of the 3-pounders. That's the size that I like to eat.
Yeah.
And so it's changed from where and I think catfishing in itself, people's perception of catfishing used to be the hillbilly with whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all it was. That was who catfished. And you just threw whatever the stinkiest thing you could find out, and that's who catfished. And that catfish were these garbage fish and stuff.
Yeah.
I think perception has changed. Even just look at the price they charge for a catfish boat now. There was no such thing back in the day. Now there's actual catfish boats.
Right.
You know what I mean? So,
And they are sweet.
yeah. I mean, look at all the catfish rods. Who ever heard of that before? You go back, 10 years? And
Yeah. You're using musky rod.
musky rods or striper or saltwater rods.
Right.
That was, and now there's, Muddy River, Sumo, Slime Cat.
Yep. Nightsticks.
Yeah, I could go on and on and on.
Right. Yeah. That's funny that Will brings that up because it usually you hear it the other way around, where a big fish depends on the water you're fishing, and usually it's more like in my situation where 100-pound fish isn't really logical because they're just not there, and you're not going to see a 100-pound channel cat,
Right.
The world record is 58 pounds, I believe, and I don't think it's going to get touched, not for a long time anyway. So, a big fish, is dependent on the waters you're fishing. So with Will's comment about the biggest channel cat he's caught, only 12 inches out of Texoma, is, I would imagine there's probably bigger and more abundant blues or flatheads, versus your channel cat. And like I was saying earlier, in my opinion, that's because of those bigger catfish, whether it's because they're eating them or they're out competing them for food. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of funny to see that in a reverse order.
Yeah, but from being here, I know that the blues are just a massive fish, and from cleaning some of them, I was shocked to know that there was even blue crabs. I found baby blue crabs that they were eating, and this is fresh water. I mean, I'm from where the mouth comes in. I mean, from the James goes out into the salt water, I'm a couple hours from there, upstream. So, and there's still blue crabs all the way up in here, but blue crabs, night crawlers, other catfish, sunfish, crayfish, rubber worms. I've found bass worms inside of cleaning out some blue cats. So,
oh, I guarantee it. And that's like me and Brandon were just talking the other night on the phone, which is kind of what sparked the whole conversation. As far as one of the lakes close to us is Caesar Creek, which I've referred to a couple times tonight. And if you're looking for a muskie or a flathead, even the best way to catch them at that lake is to go bass fishing. I'm serious. I can't tell you how many muskie or flathead I have seen on the Caesars Creek Facebook page with a crankbait hanging out of their mouth. Not a big musky crankbait, just your regular, with those 5.0s or whatever, just your regular bass crankbait, or even crappie fishing, like I was talking about earlier with your little 1.25 or 1.5 grub, But you hardly ever see anybody going out there targeting catfish, catching flatheads. So that's just kind of funny what you were talking about with the rubber bass worm in those blues. You know, they'll eat what's out there, especially if you can make it look realistic.
Yeah. Square bill crankbait. Oh, that's another thing. Do you have another good bait we used to use up in the Delaware was Helgamites.
Oh yeah.
You ever seen those? The
Mm-hmm.
Upston fly larvae or whatever. They're about that big, and they got them little pinch. We used to get them.
Yeah.
out
I've never really used them, but I know what you're talking about. I've seen them and stuff.
They were another awesome catfish, bass, basically trout, anything would.
Yeah.
You know, it was natural bait in the water. You would catch everything. You never knew what you were going to get. Looked like aliens. Channel cat on red rattle traps. Yeah. They think they're eating crayfish. Yeah. Yeah, that's been some of the newest things for me is trying to like I said, when I first started doing catfishing, it was the weight on a rope and a masonry line, you threw it out. So to go from that to now where I've got catfish rods and using old Zara spooks as demon dragons and this and that, and having all these different rigs that you try, it's just talk about it going full circle. It was and then I was using those, and it was a couple weeks ago, and it wasn't having any luck. So to go full circle, went to the spot where I had snagged, lost three 4-ounce no roll sinkers. Well, they were like, dude, they're like $2 a piece. So I'm like, no, this is crazy. So I went right back to I went to old school, put a rubber band on the bottom of the line, wrapped that rubber band around a rock, put a little dropper rig about a foot up, dropper loop, and then my son caught that shad and a chunk of shad, and 5 minutes later, a 19-pound flathead. So,
oh yeah,
sometimes you got to go back to your roots, and sometimes you go with some of the newer things. So,
yeah, and that's like what Brandon just put up there in the chat about catfishing being a $74 million industry or whatever. Do these things help? Sometimes, yes. I've seen days where I get 1 or 2 bites and they all come on a rig that has a demon dragon on it. If they're hitting good, I don't think it matters. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
But when it comes down to it, going like off what you said, those things are sold so people can make money. Is it to help people catch fish? Yes. But it kind of comes back down to the money game. Now, like what you just said, you can catch fish using a rock and a line. You know what I mean? You don't have to have a fishing pole.
Yeah.
So, if you can afford it and you want to try it, go ahead. If you just want to use the basic stuff, it's going to work. You know what I mean? I've got 2 poles over here out of camera that I run just Carolina rigs for when I'm on lakes where I can run 6 rods. I'll put my 4 out the back with my Santee rigs on them, and I'll run those 2 in the front, suspended off the bottom with a Carolina rig. And sometimes the dragon works better, sometimes suspended works better. So I don't know. It just goes back to, like you were saying, full circle, the money industry and what people are wanting to use and what your confidence level is.
And the demon dragons and things, do they help you catch more fish? Sure, they do sometimes. Do they hurt you? Do they hurt you are they going to stop you from catching fish? No. So, No. So for those days where, like you said, if they're biting, you can use green apple bubble gum and
got it.
You use green apple bubble gum and you're going to catch fish. And Rebecca proved that, But
yeah, and Will brings up a good point. A bunch of these ideas are fairly old because of YouTube. They're getting new life. And that's true. YouTube is a blessing and a curse. And I don't know. I say that because I want to help out people I can. I want to learn what I can from other people. But I don't even know. Too much gets out on YouTube, and you're going to find yourself without places to fish. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly where you're going, and I didn't realize.
Not that I want to keep information from anybody, and I try not to. But not that I do. I don't pay attention to my GPS. But if I were to give out GPS coordinates all the time, you're going to show up to a lake, and you don't have anywhere to fish yourself because 18 people you just helped, switch from bass fishing to catfishing or something are going to be in your spots. And not that fish stay in the same place. That's another reason I'm more than willing to help people out because fish are constantly moving and traveling and all that stuff. But I forget what I was going to say now.
You're talking about people, if it gets too popular, you're like, hey, I'm right here at this boat landing, and this, then all of a sudden you're not going to be able to even use that boat landing. Right.
Yeah. Because you're the confidence thing. You're going to go back to that, and you're going to be in those places that you caught fish, and like I said, there's going to be a boat there or something. So
and that's
people have to take bits and pieces and learn from people. But you have to create your own style, your own spots, your own everything. Kind of like what you were saying with YouTube. You got to be yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you sell spots to somebody, not literally, but you give them spots to fish. When those spots run dry, then what are they going to do? They're going to be up a creek. So
it's like I've been experiencing it more lately here, where like when I did the couples challenge, I had like 7 spots picked out, and I had to go through 4 or 5 of them because everywhere I was going there was a spot. There was already a spot there. I mean, there was already somebody there at that spot. So I'm like, oh my gosh.
Right. Yeah.
And that was at 8 o'clock in the morning, 7 something in the morning. I was like, man, this is so, and there's been a couple of YouTubers in the Richmond area that people have said, and I know one of the big ones with what was his name? One Rod, One Reel or whatever, that said he was a spot burner. And
is he a bass fisherman?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Younger Asian. He was a kid then. I guess he's in his 20s now or whatever. But he would, fishing here at this spot off of this bridge, and next thing you know, those spots are all gone. And but I didn't even realize it myself until I'm starting to do the videos, and and even the lives, and I'm like, here I'm in city of Richmond, and I'm on the James, and there's this, and then you're like, oh wow, I've only got 100 and some people that are subbed, but it goes to Facebook groups. I've already got a couple of people from the fish in the James River area here that have linked up and stuff. So I know if there's a couple, there's going to be more. And then if I'm saying these spots, and I mean, and they're public spots, but some of the spots aren't fished. There's only a couple of us that go there, and you start getting, exact directions. Then you're like, I want to help people out, but then, especially from a bank, there's only so many spots on the bank.
Right. And that's the thing, like, perfect example. So this happened probably about, it was actually around Halloween. So that was roughly a month ago. I think at that point in time, I was sitting at like high 300s, low 400s in the subs. So still a pretty small channel, but I saw a guy post on one of the lakes I fish really close to me, and he caught a 20-pound channel cat. And I was like, so I messaged him, you know what I mean? I was like, hey, man, that's awesome. Congratulations, just started talking to him about it. I was like, I'm not trying to steal your spots. Like, I fish that lake all the time. I'm just curious where you caught it. That's an awesome fish. And we got talking back and forth. And he was like, yeah, man, I have no problem telling you. He's like, actually, I'm fishing this lake because I watched your YouTube videos. And I was like, oh crap, because that was one of the lakes that I kind of try to keep hush hush just because of the size of it. It's a small
Yes.
lake, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? So if the wrong person hears about it in the wrong industry, it's going to go away quick. So when he said that to me, I was like, man, I'm not doing as good a job as I thought. And if you look at my channel, some lakes, or I mean, some videos will have the lake on there. Sometimes they won't. I'm not really secretive. I'll tell you where I fish. Most people know about the area I fish
Right.
if I'm from Ohio, so you can kind of figure it out. But he went up there because of my video. He caught his personal best channel cat. He released it alive. You know what I mean? So I'm really happy for him. I'm glad that I could help him out like that. But it also put into perspective, hey, you're not doing as good of a job as you think. You know what I mean? So it was kind of an eye opener. Even like you said, at my low level of subscribers and followers, that somewhere I leaked out too much information. Like I said, it worked out good. He's a CPR fisherman. He went out there, caught his personal best. I'm super happy for him, and that I was able to help him. But like I said, at the same time, it was an eye opener. Like, whoops.
And it proves what a small world it is.
Right.
Yeah. Like running into people that I've seen on. I haven't had the YouTube thing happen yet, but I've had the Facebook thing happen where I had just posted on Facebook in a couple of groups and actually ran into somebody that had commented on one of my posts in a Facebook thing at one of the spots on the river. And it's like, wow, like it's a small world. Like when I was,
it is, and you meet really awesome people. Like, I'm sure you probably heard me say it before. Chris and his dad, I met them because of YouTube. Me and Mom was loading the boat one night, and they were loading the boat. We got talking, and he's like, "Hey, I'm Paul," and I was like, "I'm Derek," and he's like, "Wait a minute, for YouTube?" And I was like, "I mean, I'm on YouTube, so maybe." And we got talking, and we started fishing together. And when you're both have similar interests or common interests as far as targeting big fish, the health of big fish, the conservation of big fish, you can kind of coexist, if you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
And Brandon, that's up on screen right now, he's the same way. He's had some stuff going on where we haven't got a chance to get out and go fishing together yet. But he lives really close to me, and he's another one we have same interests as far as the CPR and all that stuff. So I know he's talking about spots right there, but Brandon's one that me and him's going to work together and try to figure some lakes out a little bit better than what we already have, and see what we can't put in the boat. And it's just really cool when people can come together like that and meet people like you said that you wouldn't even think as big as YouTube is. I wouldn't think that there's anybody on here right now that I would meet or I would know or live close to. You know what I mean? And just tonight, you have Brandon on there. Buckeye's been on there, and we're all in a similar place. And then I'm sure Justin's fishing fetish. He hasn't been on here tonight as far as I've seen, but he's really close to me. Roger, Skip, all them. So it's just crazy when you put it in perspective, like you said, how small of a world it really is.
Yeah, and here, this is for bank fishermen. This is probably the biggest. I don't mind. I want people to. I did it. I started YouTube because I wanted to help people, not only fish, but just people that if I can go out and do something, I can go out and fish. Just about anybody can get up and go do it, or just go outside or do whatever they want to do, just to do something. But with bank spots, if somebody goes to your spot, I always bring a garbage bag with me, and I leave the spot better than I found it every single time. The reason that we don't have as many bank spots as we used to is because people fishing on the bank would trash them because they're empty hook packages and old line. They would just throw it on the bank, and garbage and broken bottles, and our biggest for a bank fisherman to have somebody go there. If they're going there and fish and they're just fishing, you don't mind it as much. But if you see people, all of a sudden you've got a nice spot, and then all of a sudden it's just getting trashed, that really just that pisses you off.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've even seen the same thing in a boat. You know, I'll be out there fishing, and I'm a big guy. I like my snacks, you know, and occasionally something will blow in the water, or you'll drop something in the water. And, you know, most of my friends are the same way, and they understand. But some people are kind of have the mindset where, oh, it fell in the water, it's gone, you know. But they see me scrambling around, they're like, what are you doing? Get in the net, I'm going to get that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just respect. If you respect the resources, they're going to respect you. You know what I mean? It's kind of the way I look at it.
Yep, exactly. Well, let's see. We are here. It's hit the 3 hour mark. We're still at it's still at 18 people.
I'm up for whatever. We can chat. You can hang it up. Whatever you want to do, buddy. You're the boss.
Let's see. I'm still good to go. I just gotta I gotta get another tea myself. But
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. So if you want, I'll go ahead and I'll hang out and watch chat and hang out. And then if you we'll get something to drink or whatever. When you come back, I'll go get me another drink or something.
awesome. You know what I'll do also is I'll put the link up. I'll put the link up. Well, I'll do that when I come back. When I come back, I'll put the link up. If everybody else wants to come up on panel, got something they want to talk about. This is what happened last. It's not going to be 13 hours, I guarantee you. This is what happened last week. You just get, like I said, I subbed you pretty much right in the beginning, and you see people on the videos and you hear them talking and stuff, but until you actually like have a face-to-face conversation where you're actually talking with them yourself, it's totally different when you actually do that. And
right, and that's the thing. I hate referring to Brandon all the time. Nothing against him, but you know, he comes up so many times, but so basically he found my channel because I was fishing a lake that he always fished, and they were him and his buddy was like, and Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong, I tend to forget things, but I think this is what you told me. You know, they're like, well, is anybody else catching fish out of here? So they YouTubed it, and then there's my video. So anyway, me and Brandon have been talking on Facebook for probably, I don't know, the better part of 3 months, 4 months even maybe. But you can only text so much, you know. So he's made some lights for me for my rods or whatever, and he messaged me the other day. He's like, "Hey man, I got your lights done. You know, can you call me real quick?" Sure. That real quick turned into a 6-hour phone call talking about catfishing. You know what I mean? But there was just like, it's like you know the person, and you talk on the phone. There's just so much to catch up on. You know, it's again, you share a common interest, and it just rolls on.
that's exactly it. Like this is the first time that we've actually talked.
Right.
I felt like, all right, it's Derek. I know him. He knows. He's seen me. So it's like we just started. You just start talking because you feel that you already you've seen what they're doing. You know who they are, and you know you just got that familiarity already. But then you start talking, and it just next thing you know, here it is, 3 hours again. And like I said, I didn't even realize it. I felt like I just came on like an hour ago. Not even.
Right.
But yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'll go grab my drink real quick.
Yes. Yeah, I'll go ahead and bring Chad up so I can kind of talk to people a little bit.
When I come back, I'll put the link for this thing. So if anybody else wants to come up on, and I'm gonna have to put more. I always do StreamYard, so I keep forgetting to go back in. I gotta go back in after the thing is over and make more moderators. So as people that are like Jesse Outdoors is always in here. Brandon, Outdoors, I don't know if I made you a moderator yet or not, but it was basically from the one stream that I did. I went back in and I made a lot of people moderator, but then I forgot to do it on the other ones because I got to go back in afterwards. So
I did the same thing for a long time. I'm my first video, and the other thing, they take so long to process off StreamYard, so you have to wait. You know, so I went through my first video. I made like, you know, of the 10 people that were on there, the 8 that I really knew, I made them moderators, and I forgot for a long time. So I've probably got somewhere around 15 or so. I don't know, but
All right, so I'll be right back.
all right.
Here's what we'll do. There you go.
Cool. All right. So if you're in here, drop a comment down in the chat or something. I don't know what all Stan can see, but I can't really see anything. I can't even see how many people are in here. So if you're in here, drop a comment, and we'll do some chatting. And Brandon, my little $20 whiskeys are just fine. All right. Wow. All the comments just came in at once. Too much coffee. Is there an echo when I talk? Because I can kind of hear it. I don't know if you guys can or not. Cameron, I don't know if I can post a link to my channel. You should be able to search it pretty easy. As far as I know, I'm the only Ohio Catfish Chasers or Ohio Catfish anything. So it should be pretty easy to find. Or maybe Stan will post it when he gets back. Brandon, I can't post links, man. I can't even type a comment as a guest on StreamYard. So I know as the host, you can, for anybody that hasn't been on StreamYard, the host can pretty much do whatever he wants. He can bring comments up on screen, take them off, type, and I can't even. Not that I would want to, but I just checked. I can't even report anybody. So, yeah, David, that's kind of what it sounds like to me. I turned the sound way down on my phone in case it was coming back through my phone somehow. But I think, I don't know if it's coming through Stan's or what's going on. I think he left his mic on because I know when he turned his camera off, he said, "There you go," or something when he left. So, I don't know. I've been trying to talk kind of lower, but I've got a loud mouth, so it hasn't worked too good. Catfish Cameron, I mainly target channel cats. I don't know how long you've been in here. We've been talking about it a little bit. As far as Ohio goes, and see, I don't know where you're from either. The big problem that I have is the flathead population on the lakes around me is so small that you're probably looking at, fishing for them for a couple of days or weeks, back to back to back to get on some flathead. The blues, as far as I know, besides the Ohio River, obviously, which I haven't fished off my boat yet. So besides the Ohio, there's only 2 lakes. No, I'm sorry. I think there's 3 lakes that are getting stocked with blues, and only one of them, which is about an hour and a half or 2 hours from me, has a decent size of them so far. As far as I know, it's Hoover, and the biggest fish out of there was 40 pounds. You heard that, yeah. So Catfish Sumo, they are selling reels. They are not in stock right now. Again, like I said earlier, I'm getting ready to order 2 more rods. I was wanting to order 2 more reels as well. So their one-piece rods should be in stock here in the next couple of weeks, and their reels are going to be in stock. It's looking like January, just because of the holidays and shipping. It's going to be a little bit. New Mexico targeting channels. Yeah, so I don't know. Hang on. So yeah, I don't know what New Mexico's catfish population's like as far as the flatheads or the blues, but because the blues and the flatheads are so scarce up here, the channel cats are kind of what's the word I'm looking for? They're kind of taking not taking over, but they're kind of the ones that are getting big. A lot of people that fish in lakes or rivers that have a big population of your blues or your flathead, the channel cats average 5 pounds. And around here, the 5 or 6 lakes I fish on a regular basis, I'm catching on the high end 15 to 20 pound channels, and on the average end 6 to 8 pound channels. And then, obviously you're going to have the smaller ones too, in the 2 to 3 pound range, So the lack of blues and flatheads has really helped the channel cat population. So instead of going out and, getting skunked all the time, I started targeting channel cats. And once I started catching some over 10 pounds, I just got up in my head. I was like, I'm going to catch the biggest channel cat I can.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, wrong one.
Yeah, I agree, Brandon. It's going to take you a long time to catch a good flathead, but some of the rivers have some good ones. And that's my thing next year. That's my goal, is to get out on some of the rivers. Maybe not necessarily Ohio. I want to, but the Great Miami, the Muskingum up toward Columbus, Scioto, stuff like that. Hey, Mike Turner's back on here.
All right, I made it back. LG is in.
Yeah, hey LG, thanks for sharing the link. Yeah, I thought somebody else did too. There it is, Mike Turner. Thank you for that. So Catfish Cameron, if you're still looking for it, Mike and LG Bass has shared my link. So.
And Catfish Cameron has a channel. He does a lot of. I've seen him catch some channel cats on his channel.
I'm gonna write that down right now so I can go check that out when I get off here. Outdoors Addiction. I don't know if you call them monster channels, but they're monster channels to me. So this year, I've put a 20 pounder in the boat that's unconfirmed. I've put a couple 18s in the boat, some 116, 3 15s, and then quite a few in the 12 to 14 pound range. Yeah, man, I'm the same way. A lot of times people ask me why I don't go to the river. And for one, I want to. I just haven't really trusted myself or my boat in the past. But I'm getting a lot more experience in my boat. And this year I've put quite a bit of money into my boat as far as, upgrades and reliability. So I feel a little more comfortable going to the river. I just haven't yet. But man, to be honest, I don't know if I can leave these channel cats alone. There's something about, a 10 to 15 pound channel cat is awesome. A 15 plus pound channel cat, I love it. I don't know what it is. I love it.
Well, here,
hey, thanks, Outdoors. That really means a lot, man. I appreciate it.
I got a question for you, and it was for anybody, actually, for everybody. Would you rather have? Well, we'll use you in the case now with channels. Would you rather have one day where you catch one 20-pound channel cat, or you caught 25 5-pounders?
That's a tough one because, okay, so this is going to be like a 3-part answer. I apologize in advance for that. So so for anybody that wants to watch it, just kind of give you a little bit of background. There's a video somewhere down on my channel. It's like 20 seconds long. And that was the video that really kind of started my drive for putting, weekly videos out. And it was the fish I'm talking about that I forgot my tackle box, my scale, my cameras, all that stuff. So all I had was my phone. I'm trying to hold the fish up, my phone out here. And it just, I mean, it didn't do the fish justice. But it was that fish I'm putting in the 20 to 22 pound range. If it would have been on camera, it would have been the best video I've probably put out. I hooked that fish. 5 seconds later, another pole doubled over, and my buddy was reeling it in, and I thought that my fish was tangled in his rod. Well, then the lines started separating, and I was like, "Hey, man, this is two fish," and his was probably 15 pounds. And I said to him, when we got this fish in the boat, man, I was shaking. And I told him, I was like, "Dude," I said, "now I know why people do drugs, because this high is unreal." So to catch one big fish, I mean, that would be awesome, like 20-pound channel. But just to catch one fish all day, I don't know. Catching those two back to back was definitely up there. But as far as catching, like you said, what do you say, 25,
Yeah.
smaller channel cat?
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, that would be an action-packed day. It would be awesome, fun, all that stuff. But I feel like that wouldn't be as fun for you guys to watch, I feel like people don't want to see the little fish. You know what I mean? So, me personally, I guess a dream of mine for a long time has been the Ohio state record channel cat. So I guess one giant fish would be something that I would be more than happy with. But as me and Brandon were talking about again the other night, I've heard Brandon said it, and I've heard somebody else say it. In Ohio, I'm pretty sure they kill the fish to verify a state record. And for me, especially having, not that I'm, viral or whatever, but just having, enough people see on YouTube and Facebook that, the fight, the fish, the catch, the weight, and the release, that'd be good enough for me. I mean, it'd be a hard decision, but
at that point, it's still documented. I mean, there's visual documentation of that. People are going to be like, "Oh yeah, right, you caught the state record, yeah, sure."
Right.
But they actually see the whole thing. It's somebody says it. You say, "Oh, I caught the state record." I just didn't go through the certification. They're like, "Oh yeah."
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh, here, check it out. There's the link."
Right.
You can watch the whole thing.
Yeah. So sorry about the long answer, but yeah, I guess probably the one big fish for sure.
Yeah, and it's funny because you were saying about people not caring about seeing the little fish, and until I really started doing the video things, I don't know. It was like I like the action, so my answer may have been the 25 or 20 whatever, where you're catching fish all day. Because that's what I've seen. But then you start doing it and you're thinking, okay, well, I got to have that big fish. People want to see the big fish caught. I even, so that it's for me, I don't know. It is a tough one, and it is a multi-part answer, because when you catch that big one, especially like a personal best that you haven't caught before, that's the like you said, it's almost like a drug, like the excitement you get from that, the emotion, the putting that thing back in the water and watching it swim off, and it's like, whoo, you're like shaking the rest of the afternoon. But then at the same time, if you're catching, I got another one, oh, that's awesome, and even though they're only 5 pounds, whatever, it's still fun to catch that all day long. So
absolutely.
But I think I agree. It's the one big one, and I think that from doing YouTube, from actually doing videos and stuff, that may have swayed my answer a little bit, which is funny because I was a sub before, just watching, and I don't care what size it is. If Elston catches, I don't really catch a lot of channel cats. I love watching your channel where you're catching channel cats. Elston catching just regular size blues. It doesn't have to be the whatever, but I think now that I did YouTube more, I want to have the big fish on camera.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of more just you want to please your viewers. You're appreciative for the subs. You want to give back. And that's kind of the only way you can, really. You know what I mean? So, but to kind of cheat and answer your question, I've had a few trips this year where it's been, 10 fish, 15 fish, and the average is around 10 pounds, those are the best trips, in my opinion. When you're catching consistent, decent fish, But
yeah, that's what I was excited. That's what I was. That's what made me upset about this past weekend. And even my son. That's the big shocker of it for me, is because, like I said, it's I don't want to say effort, but I LG Bass, Tom, good friend of mine here in Virginia. He's on the other side of Virginia. We haven't physically met face to face yet, but we've talked on the phone and message back and forth and everything. So he knows a lot about my situation. So it's an effort. I mean, I have to, when I go out fishing, it's I'm going fishing. It's effort. It's not just okay. I'm just going to go fishing. I have to. It's effort. But what's been shocking to me is my son getting so excited about this and wanting to come here and show up every Sunday morning at 6:30 to pick me up to go fishing. And then we've had so many successful live streams, one after the other, where we've caught double digit, 10 to 20 pounders on live every weekend. So then to have a weekend where you don't have a bite, you're kind of like, oh man, that sucks.
And I know what you mean. As much as I love fishing, and if I get skunked, I still have fun. One thing that I don't want to say embarrassed. I don't think that's the right word, but I'm almost embarrassed when I can't get a good video out or something. Like it. I don't know. I kind of had to sit back and be like, man, look, if you can't please everybody, just do your best. You can't let the fun come out of it, because then you're gonna quit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it was still fun, because for me, like I said, for me, just being out there next to the water, out in the air, and just doing the thing that I love, and then I get to talk to awesome people all day long too. What could be better? So the fish are a bonus, but that bonus had been there every week. So to have the first week without that bonus, then it was kind of like, man, I hope I didn't let anybody down. I feel, I understand exactly what you're saying, because I'm doing it now. Before I was doing it when I was subbing and watching everybody else, it didn't matter to me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But now that I'm actually doing it, I know what people are saying when they say, it was just this, or I didn't. But the sub part of me is like, well, we don't care about that. We just like watching the video. And if you got fish, great. If not, great. It doesn't matter. But when you're on the other side of it, you're like, you feel like you have to put fish up on the camera.
Right. And I mean, that's the goal, like I hate to put fishing in any sort of respects with work, but when you're out there on a live feed, at that point in time, your job is to entertain, and like you said, the talking, the conversation is awesome. It's you're with like-minded people. It's some of the best conversation you can have, but you feel like you want to entertain to the fullest extent, and you want to put fish in the boat, or on the bank. You want to put more fish, bigger fish, So whenever you're out there and you're struggling, it's still fun, but the YouTube work side of your brain is kind of like, I'm letting people down,
Yes.
And like you said, from a watcher, we haven't caught a single fish tonight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's not all about the fish, but when you go out there fishing, you think it is,
3.5 hours in, 20 people still talking to us.
Right.
All right. I put the link up there. I'll post it out again if anybody else wants to come up on.
Yeah, absolutely. If somebody else wants to come on, I'm more than happy to stay, but I'm more than happy to leave too if somebody else wants to come on here and talk.
Oh, we can have up to 6 people up on here, so we're good to go. If you're having a good time, I'm enjoying myself. Don't feel like
I'm good.
I just it's been awesome, getting to talk to you, and like I said, you're talking to you now the same that you see on your videos or on your other lives, and I think that in the catfish community here, that happens more than in other places. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but
Well, no, it does. You don't see this. You don't see this in the bass community.
except for LG
And
bass.
I'm not knocking bass fishermen. You just don't. If there is a live bass fishing video, you're probably seeing this. And nothing against bass fishermen. They just, they're not interacting. And if there is one out there, I don't know about it. But just catfishing is the only industry that I have seen this. You know what I mean? At least in this amount, I guess.
Yeah, and as far as welcoming new people, like I said, nobody knew me from Adam a few months ago, and
Whatever, you're staying the man.
that's exactly. It was like in day one, it happened. People were talking day one. By the first month, and then that's what really made me want to man, I got to do this. This is awesome. And then so I tried to get some stuff together, and I finally figured out how to do the video where I just put some pictures out of myself, my son, and my grandkids out when we had caught pictures of what we had caught, and then I did the unboxing, and then I figured out the live thing, and then it's just gone from there. And like I said, I can only speak for myself, and I just can't even put in words how much this type of thing is done for me and meant for me, because I was always that person that was out there. I managed restaurants, so I was dealing with thousands of people a day, and then to be where you're just stuck inside, you're just you're not talking to people, you're not doing anything. That's it's not an easy that's not an easy transition. And for this to be that way, to get out and network with people and meet people and talk with different people, and especially people that you have like minds with, and you've got common interests and things, it's just amazing what that does for you. I see Tim Molina's still out here. He's another one that I've been with on the phone, knows some of the situations and stuff. So
yeah, and as Catfish Cameron just said, the best streams are the one where the interaction is high. That's the thing. And so this is going to sound bad if you take it the wrong way, so I hope nobody does. But when you start getting into the bigger streamers, and chat is just flying by so fast that you can't really, interact with people. That's a great thing. You've got a lot of people in there, but, some of us smaller people, when you can actually go through and read all the comments and reply to the questions, you know what I mean? It's the interaction, like Cameron said, is there, so the more people, the merrier to an extent, because the more people you have, the more the interaction is going to be. And I agree with what he said 110%. The hardest thing to do is, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, the first 5 minutes of a live when there aren't a whole lot of people on there, and you're just like sitting there waiting for a comment, like, come on, somebody say something.
Do I say anything yet? Should I just be talking when people come on?
Yeah. So when you're in the chat, that interaction, at least for me, that interaction, those comments, is what keeps me going.
Yeah.
So
I just wish that I could read it easier. I still feel like, but I guess it's like with everything else, it'll come with time.
Yeah.
And then that's another thing. I don't know how people with, like Elston, with the amount of people he's had on his chat, and he still seems to get like every comment. We've got 22 people here, and I've missed a lot of things. And I've seen people have come in, and I've missed them not coming in, and then you feel bad, like, I didn't say hello to this person, or I'm not trying to, intentionally ignore them or anything. I just missed the. Well, Jesse, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
I agree, man. You're doing awesome.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
But going along with what you just said, I'm sure you feel the same way. If any of you guys are ever on my channel and you have a question, comment, whatever, and I don't see it, post it again. You know, it's not that I'm ignoring you. I just didn't see it, like Stan said.
Yeah, that's you posted 3 times. I don't. If I try to answer or say something or acknowledge, and if I didn't, it means I didn't see it.
Yeah. Am I froze, or is it just my phone?
No, it's just your phone. If you go to the if you just hit the square where it shows where either go back to home screen or back to the next page, or the square is all your open pages, hit the square and then come back in. It'll unfreeze you on your screen because you're fine here.
Sure did.
See
See,
there?
you're teaching me stuff.
Look at this. But this
Well,
is
I'm gonna go ahead and do what you did. I'm gonna get me a drink real quick. I'll be back.
yeah, awesome. I appreciate you being in here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'll be
All
right
right.
back. Hopefully here in just a couple minutes.
Awesome. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the link up. If anybody else wants to come up on in and join us. If not, it's okay. If you do, that's great. I'm definitely getting better at this. Of course, I'll say that now and then I mess it up, right? All right, so there it is. That is the link if anybody else wants to come up in. We still got Tim Molina here. We got 20 people. Tim Molina, Mike Turner, thank you so much. Brandon, it's been great having you in all night. David, Catfish Cameron, thank you. Hey, JP Slayer, what's up? How you doing? Just trying to go back through and see if I'd missed any of my missed any comments. Interaction between everyone, yeah. Oh, Becca, you were fine. You were perfect up the last week. Yeah, I can't believe we're at the 3 hour and 45-minute mark. And again, same thing tonight. I was same thing tonight. I came up and the first thing I was saying turn back into a pumpkin. That's a country pumpkin, right? Yeah, that's the same thing that Tom, LG Bass, and I, we are definitely one of these days going to be fishing together. He has been out there a few times with my one-ton brothers, also here from Virginia. They all, LG Bass and One Ton live in the same general area. They're down on Lake Kerr area, which is western, I guess southwestern Virginia.
All right, quit talking about me. I'm back.
Yeah, shh. And that's not true, Brandon. I can't believe you would say those things about Derek. Unbelievable, man. Now there was Brandon's comment right there.
Yeah, I was trying to get back and read some. Oh yeah, 100%, absolutely. We were going to try to get together a few times this year, but things didn't work out. I don't want to tell your life story, Brandon, so I'm not going to go into details. But you got to get healthy. That's the main thing. But yeah, we're going to do some fishing. Brandon's got a pretty nice boat. I've got a transformer boat, as far as Roger calls it, but it's a bass boat that I catfish out of. So we both have boats, and we're gonna see what we can't figure out this year. Hopefully, figure out some of these lakes that we both fished, separate. We're gonna kind of combine our knowledge this year and see what that can't do for us. So
yeah, that's awesome. When when you and you were fishing with Roger and Skip. What Skip was there too, right?
No, that wasn't me. Me and Roger fished once together, and he went live, but it was just me and him.
It was just you
Um,
and him.
I think the one you're thinking of, I
No,
don't
no,
want to
I
butcher
knew.
his last name, but it was Matt that makes the knives. It
Yeah,
was
I
him,
knew about
Roger, and
that one
Skip.
with Matt, but I thought Skip. For some reason, I thought Skip was on the one with you and Roger also. But
No,
that
it was
was
just me and Roger.
the interaction, just like on chat, the interaction between the two people on the boat or whatever. That was also we picked that up out in the chat. That you know, the little things back and forth, and when you're having a good time with that person on the boat, in the people in chat, you see that and you feel you know you feel like you're right there, part of that same type of you know, that stuff that you do when you're out fishing or hunting and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
That joking that you do, and
Right. Yeah, and I feel like me and Roger kind of have. I mean, I would say that all of us, the catfish, have similar personalities, similar mindsets, all that stuff. But uh, me and Roger are kind of the more smart aleck type. It seems like kind of picking on people, stuff in a joking, fun, friendly way.
of course.
But yeah, I think I might know what night you were talking about because you were telling me everybody was live, and obviously I was live, so I couldn't watch them. But yeah, I mean, you have to have a happy balance. Two little people, and there's I won't say there's not enough chat to keep the conversation flowing, but anybody that does YouTube knows how hard it is to talk to a phone screen. So whenever there's that interaction in the comments, it's always better. But yeah, there can definitely be too much. Not too much. I'm sorry. Too much to keep up with, I guess.
Yeah, well, like you said, it's both ways. There's either it's too much to keep up with, or they're not enough. When you think you're trying to especially like this, like if you're out on the boat or you're out on the bank, there's always stuff to point out. Oh, there's see the birds over there, and we're fishing here. We got these poles, and here's our bait. There's always, it's just there. It's the same. It's the stuff that you're thinking about when you're fishing. You just gotta let it come out of your head. But when you're sitting like sitting on your couch with a phone on your coffee table, and you've got 20 some people at 1 o'clock in the morning that you're trying to, you've been talking for almost 4 hours. How do you still come up with stuff that and it's the chat. So if you've only got 3 people out in chat, it's very difficult to try to keep talking because how much can you just keep saying yourself? But and then on the opposite end, if chat's going so fast that you can't follow it or they can't follow it themselves, then it's so it's got to be that happy medium. And I think it's different for different people with how well they can follow everything.
Yeah, and it's different for different times. Like right now, just me trying to bounce back and forth between the feed and the chat. It's it's a little different than when I'm on my stream myself because I can see both at the same time.
Yeah.
And then me sitting here not really doing anything, I can keep up with chat a little bit better than on my boat. Constantly trolling and dragging. Excuse me. I'm always looking at the rods, my trolling motor remote, where I'm going. So I'm constantly doing this, and I'm scrolling back up on the chat. So sitting here, it's a little bit easier to.
I will have to give that to you. I will give that to you as a bank fisherman. That's something that aspect of boat movement and things is something that I don't have to think about. So,
right.
Yeah, that added thing of keeping the boat straight and is the safety of the boat and the which direction are we going and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I could see. But for me on the bank, I'm sitting on the bank. I can always talk about what's happening on the water, and that's because I'm not worried. I'm just sitting on the bank. The bank ain't moving.
Right. Yeah. JP's in here. Patriot. Catfish regulators.
Mike Costello Outdoors. Thank you very much for coming in.
ACC Gaming. Sorry, I haven't been in chat for a minute. I was just catching up, seeing some of the new faces and some of the comments.
It's crazy. This is what I'm telling you. This is what happened last week when it went to the 13 hours, because we are now back up to. You see all the new people that came in. We're now back up to 20. We're back up to 23 people.
Are we really?
Yeah, it had dropped down to, I think, 14, 15, somewhere in there. I'm doing good, ACC. It had dropped down to 14, 15 people, and boom, now people start coming back in, and we're back up to 23. This is just it's not going to happen again tonight, though. It's not. but it's the same thing, and you just and more topics just kept coming up, and it's just crazy. 23 is favorite number. Yeah, Mike Costello is another just joining our little group here. He's been putting out he's had some videos out. He started doing his lives. I was lucky enough to be there when he caught his first catfish on live. So that was awesome.
Stephen Corley, what's going on, buddy?
Stephen Corley, he was last week. He was actually up on the panel for a little bit. First time up on live. He's been awesome supporter. You'll see him out in everybody's chat watching all our stuff.
Yeah, I forget how me and him kind of even got to be acquaintances or friends, whatever you want to call it. If I remember right, he's kind of down in the giant crappie area where I was fishing one time. But I don't know. I mean, like I said, I don't know how we crossed paths, but I've seen him around quite a few places since then. So,
well,
awesome to see the support.
After his, if we could put Stephen Corley's page up there, YouTube link up there. After coming up on live, he actually posted a few videos even.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. I'll have to check that out because I'm not positive I'm subscribed to him. And just because, nothing against anybody, Brandon put his first video out probably 2 days ago. And he's been on my channel for a really long time. We've talked on Facebook for a long time, but I wasn't subscribed to him just for a simple fact he didn't have any videos. Nothing against the guy, you know what I mean? And that sounds terrible, but I don't know. I went to his channel probably and saw there's no videos. I didn't subscribe. I don't know. I didn't really think about it, I guess. Yeah, I'll have to go back and double check some of those guys that are putting some videos out and make sure that I am subscribed if I'm not. But
yeah, because that's awesome when you do put your first video out. And that was one thing that I kind of had the advantage is when I came in, I noticed right away, like the Chad was and the D, what they were doing is boom, 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 putting the links out every week, and I'm like, oh, well, that's pretty cool, because I was actually picking up. I didn't have any I didn't have any channels that I was following really or anything like that. So then I started doing it. And I'm finding, because then I had to search for them all. I had to literally go back, hit the little magnifying glass up there and type in what the name was and go and find them. But you actually could see their list of videos when you started doing that and you were going to put the links up. So I started, boom, trying to put every chat I was in. I would try to keep putting links up and supporting everybody's channels and doing that. And for me, it started with the Chad, and then you see Mike Turner doing it, and you see a bunch of people that are now every live that you go in, there's people's links are up there, and as far as supporting the new people, just amazing. So I already had, by the time when I put my first video out, I had I don't know, only like 30 something or so. But I put my first video out, and to put your first video out and your first comments on your just a picture video are from Realistic Fishing, Chunky Cats Fishing. There was just a bunch of comments from all these people that I'm on there. I'm on subbing to them, and I'm on in their chats and stuff, and you see them posting comments on your video, and the other people that you know from chat posting on your video. You're like, wow, that's amazing. It was just a picture video. It was nothing.
Yeah.
And you feel like, okay, you worry that nobody's going to want to see that or whatever, but I'm going to do it. And then you start getting those comments, and you're like, holy crap. So then you do the next one, and then you do your lives, and there's like 300 views, and you're like, what the hell? 300 views? Holy crap. That's amazing.
Yeah. And I'm going to kind of 3-part answer this, but first of all, so because I was terrible on the subscribing to new channels, if you have a channel out, videos, no videos, I don't care. Ohio Catfish Chasers on Facebook, get a hold of me on there, send me a message, send me a link, and I will make up for that because I feel bad about it. When I heard myself say it, I realized how bad it sounded. So if you're a new channel and I'm not subscribed to you, hit me up on Facebook and we'll take care of that. But second thing, I guess
Wait,
it's
let
a
me stop you
two-parter.
real quick. If somebody could put Brandon's, because he did, you said he put out a video. Somebody could put Brandon.
Yep, he
I don't know
did.
how to say his last name. And your group, the Facebook group, Ohio Catfish Chasers. I always get where you'll see that I post when people go up live and stuff. I'll post that in there in your group. And do you know that from your group, I get more comments back from your group than probably any of the other Facebook groups that I post those links.
Really?
On. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. It's working then.
Yeah, it's definitely working because it's people that I'm like, who's that? So I try to go back and find it, and it's people that I haven't even seen on chats and stuff like that, but they're in your Facebook. It says member of Ohio Catfish Chasers group.
Awesome.
So it is working. But anyways, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah. Brandon's got a video out. He made me, well, not just me. He's made a bunch of people lights. He's got a little video, kind of tutorial video. But so what you were saying, with the videos, I just had a similar experience yesterday. I picked up my phone, pulled down my notification bar, and it said where Jeff Manning had subscribed to my channel, and I kind of like fangirled for a moment. I was like, wow, for somebody like that, it was really cool. So I know exactly what you're talking about. What's going on, Mark?
Mark, how are you doing? We've got the I'll put the link up again. Anybody is welcome to come up and join us. We're just talking about fishing and YouTube, and it's now 1 o'clock in the morning, so it has switched over to the past midnight.
Mike Turner, Brandon is just his name right now. Slime Action is Chris. Sorry, I'm just trying to go through chat again. Rex, what's going on, buddy?
Rex, thank you for coming in. It's great to see you. Did it go up? Yes, there's the link. If anybody else wants to come up on the panel.
So in the comments, as I'm scrolling up, it looks like Becca's wanting to come in, is what they're saying anyway. I don't know. I'm just reading.
Yeah, she's more than welcome. Everybody's more than welcome. Catfishing. No, Mark, I can't. If you want to do a long, all right, here's a tip. If you ever want to do a long live, the first thing you do is come on and say, okay, this is just going to be a quick live. You do that, and the next thing you know, you're going to be at 1 o'clock in the morning with 23 people watching you talk. No rods. We're not fishing. I'm in my living room.
Rods.
Well, okay. Derek was thinking, at least he's got some rods that we can show people, but
yeah, we talk about rods. That's all I got in here, but if I could fit the boat in here, I would.
But it's just 26. We're back up to 26 people 4 hours into it at 1 in the morning. Well, at Eastern time. I think Ohio's still Eastern time, right? What time is it there?
104.
104. Yep.
Yep. Well, let me go ahead and say it right now then. Tomorrow on my channel, we're going to do a long video. So hopefully it won't get carried away. No, I'm kidding. I've had a blast tonight. I'm still having fun. So I'll probably do something similar tomorrow around 9 o'clock. I'll probably go live and we'll just hang out and chat, while I have the time. And we'll see what happens. If it lasts 4 hours, it lasts 4 hours. If it lasts 25 minutes, it lasts 25 minutes. We'll see.
But I'm ACC said in Wisconsin it's 12:04, so that's the hour back. Yeah, it's hard, I've always been. Well, I shouldn't say always. When I was in the Air Force back in the '80s, I was all over the place. And when I was a kid, I was in Louisiana, and then we moved up to Pennsylvania and New York and whatnot. And so I've been every part of the country, but the majority since I got out of the Air Force and moved back to the Northeast. It's always been East Coast. I'm on Eastern time. So it's weird that, you forget that people, like the West Coast right now, it's only 10 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night. You don't think about it because you're so used to that, everything runs on the Eastern time. You forget that there's still stuff. It's early, on the other half of the country.
Well, let's get on a plane. We can keep this thing going.
Yeah, well, hey, we're in the 20s, so if chat keeps going and we're still having fun.
Yeah, I wish I could highlight Brandon's comment. I was going to say the same thing, but he beat me to it. Thanks for your service. I can't talk. Thank you for your service.
No problem at all. It's my pleasure. And all I did was work on F-16s and.
Somebody's got to do it.
That's right. And now you talk about feeling things going by quickly. Life does that to you. F-16s back, in the 80s, that was like the most advanced airplane, and now they're like already obsolete. They've already on to, there's like F-35s and like the F-16s are like. In my lifetime, now they're like, the bases that I worked at are, some of them have closed even. And it's like, oh man, talk about feeling old.
I'm trying to breathe.
Hey, I let you up in here. I didn't leave you in the basement for a half hour this time.
No, it was like 45 minutes this time.
What? I didn't see. You popped up the second that I saw. On guest, the second that I saw the one pop up on there, I hit it and let you right in.
That's because you missed me earlier for 45 minutes ago.
Well, maybe it was when I was on my break. I don't know. Brandon, Derek had no control over anything else. He could just he could see chat and that was it. I had to I had to refill my iced tea bottle.
I'm here.
Yep.
Hang on. Stand by. I might have to jump off.
Okay.
I'm not sure yet. Just a moment.
Mike Turner.
Depends on this next text.
Mark, the link is there. If you want to come up, you're more than welcome.
Oh no, don't let Mark in here.
Yeah, I know. Especially after midnight. It's a totally different
Hey LG, how are you? Oh, and it's nice to meet you, Derek.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
And I'm sorry, I didn't know who you were.
That's all right.
But I do now.
Right.
Well, if you go watch some of his videos and the lives, you'll see he does a lot of boat fishing out of Ohio.
Okay, y'all, I think I'm going to have to jump off if my phone rings.
Okay.
Robert James is on here. Looks like he just joined in. Right there with you, Mark.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, Mark.
Okay, my phone's ringing. I gotta go. Y'all have fun. Bye.
All right.
See ya.
Yeah, that wasn't my fault, David. David said I was on a break when when she was trying to come up. I did announce it. We did a good job, I think, of announcing that when we were going on the break, and you did a great job of taking over the chat while I was gone.
I'd try. I mean, I'm no Stan, but I'll do what I can.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Brandon, yeah, the link is up there. LG, I was supposed to I was talking to LG Bass Tom there. And I was supposed to send him a test link today to see if he has spotty service and whatnot out there by where he's at. And I just had other crap going on. And when I came on once I got onto Catfish Weekly, I'm like, crap. I never did the thing with Tom today. So we'll try that tomorrow, Tom. Unless you want to try the link now, you're more than welcome. But Tim Molina is still here. 22 awesome people. Like I said, Mike Costello. That's what we were talking about, though. Most of the newer lives that I'm seeing, Mike Costello, like I said, he just started this past week. He did one this Sunday with his son, Noah, out on the dock. Outdoors Addiction started doing the lives recently. Myself doing the lives from the bank of James.
Yeah, I wasn't even aware that. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying most of the lives that are out there now, it is from the bank. And part of it I wonder is what you were saying before. I didn't think about it from being mostly bank fishing, is that when you're doing a live out on the boat, unless it was like when you were out with Steven on a slime action where his dad was driving the boat, I believe, or someone else was driving the boat, then you don't have to think about that too. On the bank, you don't have to worry about the boat or this or that, the driving and boat position and all that. You're just on where the bank does have its own drawbacks and other situations, but once you're set up and you go live, it's only your rods and the camera that you're worried about. So I wonder if that is a reason that there's more bank fishing lives than boat lives.
It could be. And I know Roger, he'll go live from the bank from time to time. I prefer to go live, or I'm sorry, hang on a minute. Back up. Roger goes live from the boat from time to time. And personally, I would rather go live from the boat. It does have a little bit of an added challenge, I guess, if you will, where you got to watch more stuff. But like I said, you can just click on chat, scroll up real quick and get caught right back up. I've been on the boat so much that it's almost second nature, like I'll go out with somebody new and I'll look back and see where we're going, and I'll just reach down, grab my remote, and put us where we need to be. And they're like, "Did you even look at that?" And I was like, "No, I just know where the buttons are," So it's all kind of second nature. I mean, I have noticed the couple bank fishing lives I've done. It's easier to read chat, but I don't know. I mean, I prefer to go live from the bank. But again, that goes back to 2 hours ago when we were talking about what you're comfortable with. And I think I said bank again. I meant the boat. But, the boat is my comfort zone. So that's where I prefer to go live from. And going back again, talking about the fish, that's where I feel that I am more likely to put, myself and my fishing partner on fish for the viewers. So I go to the boat, that's just my thing.
And then that goes back to the confidence again. That
Right.
It's funny how all those things kind of, whether it's doing a live or doing a video or actually trying to catch the fish, how that confidence level is important factor in all of it. And you get that confidence by doing it and practicing and learning and spending the time doing it.
Yeah, and like somebody just said in the chat, every live setup is different. Some people have like Chunky. He has his whole wagon full of stuff with painted rods and LED lights and black lights and disco lights. Next thing you know, we're gonna be on Chunky's channel, and he's gonna have runway directors with their orange cones flagging traffic out there. But for me, basically what I have set up right now is my live setup: tripod, my phone. It's on the charger. So that's basically what I use on the boat. Nothing fancy. For me, I don't know how many of you guys watched Palmetto's live last night, but was it Spencer that was on there that was saying less is more? That's kind of how I feel when I'm on the boat. You want to be prepared for sure, but the more stuff you can have out of the way or put away or not even with you at all if you aren't going to use it, the better. So.
One thing I can say though is if you are going to get into it and start doing lives or even videos and whatnot, you do need at least basic. When I started, I didn't even have a phone holder. I just kind of was. I was propping it up with cardboard boxes and this and that, and then I finally got a little phone holder and then a little stand, and then I finally got I'm standing here with my phone, my hand out into nowhere, so nobody can see it. But then I finally got a tripod, so on the banks I can set it up better, where I can actually position myself, and then you can see the rods and stuff, like on Chunky Show, because let's face it, that's what they want to. If you're watching that, it's him, but it's the combination of that rod bending over. And then him getting excited and donkey kicking his chair and running to it. That's
big fish.
Yeah, eelhead.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And that's
but yeah, you're right. You definitely have to have the bare minimums, I guess. My very first live, I wasn't even sure I'd be able to do it. I wasn't sure if I had enough service. I wasn't sure, what was going to happen. And for an hour or something, I have my phone like this, and I'm sitting here talking to everybody.
Yes.
And when I got off of that,
you're like, oh.
Exactly. And Chad was like, "You need to get a tripod," and I was like, "Well, I didn't know, So when I got off that live, Chad's helped me out a lot. And he sent me a link for this tripod I'm using right now. And it's nice because it goes down probably to 10 inches and it goes up to probably, 3.5 foot. And it has the light on top if you need to do it at night.
The ring light.
The ring light. So it's that's been a game changer. Huh?
I'm laughing because 3 months ago, a ring light, I would have been, what the hell is a ring light? Is that at the jewelry
I'm the same way.
It's at the jewelry store that shines down on the rings, right? I had no idea what you gotta have the ring light and the external mic and the battery pack and
yeah, that's one thing that I've just bought. I'm getting ready to do an unboxing / review on a reel. So I shot it once, probably 2 weeks ago, and I didn't like the audio, not being out on the water. I was in a controlled environment. And I was like, for being sitting here at the kitchen table, this audio sucks. So I bought an external mic, and I haven't got it. I haven't used it yet. Maybe I should have tonight. I'm kind of hearing a little bit of an echo. I'm not sure if it's coming through my phone or your phone or whatever. But
you're loud and clear here, no echo at all. I don't know about chat, but on mine, it's perfect clear. It's like we were talking next to one another.
Right. So it's not bad. I hear a little bit of an echo. But anyway, I just, I started out with the bare minimums and with nothing really. And then, I got this tripod and it's helped a lot. And then as far as the night videos, the ring light, that thing's super bright. It's awesome. I would say most people that are shooting lives now that I've seen have it. But if anybody doesn't have it, shoot me a message on Facebook or something on my Catfish Chasers page. And I'll send you the link that Chad sent me. I think it's like $30. It's super affordable. All you got to do is get a little portable. I might even have it here.
Yeah, and while he stopped for a second, that's actually how I started. Was Chad and the couples challenge from Chad and D there. When we did our couples challenge, if you can see, most of the time I'm sitting there, and obviously everybody could see. I'm holding my phone, and I've got it on me. Nobody can see the polls, and then you're like, oh yeah, hold the polls, and then you're on the polls, and it's shaking around, and so that was my first live, was the couples challenge thing, and then it went. That's really what made me wanna. That was just so much fun that I just really from there wanted to keep doing it, and actually, it's the ring light. Even if you're not going to do live, people that are just fishing at night from a bank or even from the boat, that ring light is amazing. It's better than a lantern because you can direct it. You can direct it. But and you know, for those of us that use the Coleman lanterns, if you're on the bank and you're using a Coleman lantern, and you know it's time to leave, well, you got to let that sucker cool off before you pack it away. And how many times do you touch the Coleman lantern when it's still hot? But that ring light, you can direct it exactly where you want it. It helps just for fishing, yet alone taking videos and stuff.
Yeah, it helps for fishing, like you said, and it also helps for videos, not live, but with GoPros or whatever you use to film. You know, the short videos. I use my ring light a lot for that. You know, like use it for fishing and recording. So
I had my mic on mute. Did that help your echo at all, or?
I wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
I didn't know you muted it already. Is it muted right now?
I'm gonna mute it right now, and then.
Well, now I don't know what to say, but it does seem like that's what it was.
Yeah, I think it's the whole delay thing with StreamYard. Well, with any streaming thing, where it's just that little bit of delay.
Yeah, I think some of it too is my loud mouth. I think it's you know, where you're hearing me, I think they're hearing me again because I talk so loud.
I thought that too, because when I listened to the first video I was doing, I was like, wow, what am I yelling? That's. And for anybody that has done this, were you surprised at how your voice sounded? Like I heard my voice, I'm like, that doesn't sound like my voice.
So first of all, I just adjusted my mic volume. So if that's better or worse, let me know in chat or whatever. But you know, I mean, I've always like on the phone, voicemails, recordings, videos. I hate my voice. So and people I talk to, everybody does. So I think it's just I don't even know. Yeah, I hate my voice on recordings. If that tells you anything. Yeah, Will. I think everybody does.
Oh, the radio stations. If you call a radio station, they tell you to turn down your radio because it's going to play back over the phone, so you'll have that echo thing.
Right. So since I turned my mic down, has that helped you guys?
I hear you perfectly clear.
Yeah. Well, so I was hearing a little bit of the echo. Apparently, it was coming through your mic back through my speaker, and I don't hear it anymore. So I'm hoping that chat doesn't hear it anymore either. But
still up to 21 people. Is there anybody have any questions at all? YouTube, fishing?
yeah, let's answer some questions if there is any. Or maybe we should start asking questions to people in chat.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe do a little switcheroo.
That is funny.
Okay, they're saying it's better. So that's awesome.
Very cool. And catfish regulators. That was You actually just named your channel, right? It's Aaron. Am I correct?
While he's answering you on that one, who was it that said it? Okay, so where'd it go? Dang it, I lost the comment now. Somebody was talking about tripods and oh, there it is, Mike Costello. Yeah, the tripod and ring light that I have is off Amazon. It works awesome. And then somebody else had a question about the lights. There it is. Are the ring lights rechargeable? Yes, they are. So let me see if I have mine right here.
My ring light runs off of just your. It's got the USB. The USB.
Yeah, the same one I got.
Yeah, pretty much. It looks pretty similar, and you just plug it into your battery packs.
Yep.
And same one that runs your phones and everything.
Yeah. This is the battery pack I got. It's off Amazon too, and it's got 2 USB ports going out. So what I will do is I try to have my phone charged when I start a live feed on the boat at least, and I will plug my ring light in if it's nighttime, and then when my phone gets down to about 30%, I'll plug it into the other port and charge my phone and run the ring light at the same time. And I think the longest live I've done was I want to say 4 or 5 hours, something like that. And it's it's been enough to run my light, my phone, and everything, and not even half day good. So that's awesome, LG Bass. So the 6601 is a left-handed reel. Is that right? I've got an Abu C4 that is converted from the thumb bar to the push button like the regular C3s.
Yeah, and I'm about to change. I actually have a name for my channel sometime this week. I'm letting my son have the final decision on it. Let him kind of name the channel because he's turning out and doing most of the other actual work while we're out there fishing. But
well, that'd be
we're
cool.
still,
Make sure you let everybody know what it is, so
yeah,
we know who you are.
That's right. My wife was like, "Are you gonna have to say AKA S Smith?" And I don't know. And I never thought about it until like I said, I started doing this, and I'm thinking, all right, well, it's just gonna be, I'll put some stuff up, so I'll have a place to store like fishing videos and stuff, and family pictures, from the from us fishing and that kind of stuff. It's not, nobody's gonna watch it or anything. I'll put it out there and see what happens. And like I said, you start hitting 100 subs, and you're like, damn. And then you start getting followers, and I didn't really realize it until I didn't really realize that people were actually watching until last week. Ace and I have done this show. We started the Bait Shop Mafia thing after Catfish Weekly. I'm not sure, a month or two ago, whatever it was. And I didn't think anything of it. Last week, I guess he's not feeling well, and he'd never got to me. He never mentioned to me that he wasn't going to do it. And I'm thinking, well, nobody's, not a big deal. It's just something we talk. We come on and we talk after Catfish Weekly. Do you know I started getting messages? Well, it started the Sunday before, because normally my son and I do start at like 7. And we were running late that day because his friend was down from New York, and we didn't get out fishing until like 9 o'clock or something like that. But I was getting messages that, hey, is everything okay? You're not on. And I'm like, what? That just, you talk about, you don't believe it. And then the Monday after that, it was like, the bait shop Mafia, the show didn't come on, and people were messaging me. Literally had people messaging me, "Hey, is everything okay? Is your show coming on? Are you going to do it?" I'm like, "You got to be kidding! This is crazy!" Like I didn't think that was last week. That was how the 13-hour. Actually, if I would have done it on time, it would have been a 14-hour show because we didn't start till after 10 o'clock.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, but for just a guy sitting here, you know what I mean? That's never to have people actually messaging you saying that your show's not on. It's like, holy, you don't, Catfish Weekly or one of these shows that they're there every week and it's been thousands of viewers and whatnot, but little bitty 100 subscribers and you're like, people are messaging you that you're not on. It's just I can't describe unless it happens. You can't describe what that feels like.
Yeah. Well, you can't let them down now.
Yeah.
So I'm just going back up here real quick. Somebody was talking about the thumb bar. So on the C4 I've got, the reason it switched from the thumb bar to the push button on the side was because the thumb bar broke. Actually, the frame kind of broke. I'm not sure exactly what happened, if it got stepped on or whatever, but it broke. So I switched over to a push button. And then I found the Sumo reels and their push button. And they're a different style push button because, to be honest, on the C4s, I liked the thumb bar. Wow, I messed that all up. The Sumos are thumb bar as well, but they're different styles in the C4s because wow, it's getting late. The C4s, it's like a paddle almost, where you have to push it down and it kind of like rocks on that pivot point, whereas the Sumos is an actual bar that you push down, and the whole bar moves down. So with that, I just found, and again, it's personal preference. I just found how, when I pushed that bar down, my thumb was already on the spool, kind of ready to cast once I pushed the bar down. Whereas on the C4s, I was having to push it down and then move my thumb up a little bit to make my cast. But like I said, the C4 broke and I kind of had to go the push button route on the side to keep the reel functioning. But yeah, I'm a fan of the thumb bars myself.
Maybe this should be. Have you all seen that game show or talk show? It was what was it, Hot Ones or something like that, where there was a question, and as the show went on, each hot wing, and as the show got longer, each hot wing got a little bit hotter. So maybe we should turn this into a show where every week you start during prime time. It goes up past the midnight hour, and as the guest stays on, every hour past the hour, and they have to do their. Everybody's taking the little adult beverages. As the time goes on, the questions get harder, and we just try to. we might have a late night show here. Who knows?
You lost me at chicken wing.
Has anybody seen that show, Hot Wings? It was a game show, and it started out. You had it started out when the guests were on there. It was a simple question, and they had to eat a hot wing. It was like a mild wing. They ate it, and then they answered the question. And they did a talk show like that, too. They'd have celebrities on there, and the guy would interview them, and they'd start out with like a really mild wing. And then the next question, it got a little bit more entailed, and the wing got a little bit hotter. All right. He's gone. And then the wing got a little bit hotter. And then, it kept going until it was like the atomic nuclear wing. And then it was like, the ultimate questions and stuff. Does it work? Yeah, I'd have to run that one past my wife first. Like I know I started talking about chicken wings and just that's it. That's what conversation is gone there. Everybody's just thinking about the chicken wings. So we've had some, we're back up, we're at 21 still, 4.5 hours in. Uncle Josh is up in here with us. I know him like myself. We start talking about chicken wings. That's going to take on a whole new conversation, but glad to have Mark with us here in the overnight hours. Obviously, as I'm talking slower, y'all know I'm trying to go up and read the yeah, no, I haven't picked the final name yet. Like I said, I'm letting my son come up with the final things. And talking with Tom, one of the things with my son and I, it's always been a big joke that we always, a good day of fishing is when you've got bloody knuckles from, gripping the fish and stuff. So that's, and Tom was saying LG Bass, bloody knuckle fishing club, because that's always been sort of a, if you got bloody knuckles, that's a good day of fishing. Because yeah, I don't bother putting the glove on. But there's a whole. Yeah, Walmart's always got some $13 million portable bank. Yeah, that's the big thing. If you're going to be doing any type of live streaming or whatnot, you got to get your battery banks. Any questions on that? Michael Marullo is very informative on that. I guess that's kind of what he does for a living, so that's a good source there. Try to go to sleep. Yeah, Josh, you sleep about like I do. All right. Switch my hand in mid cast. They were talking about the left-handed versus right-handed. So they didn't have to switch hands after the cast. I guess that's more of a bass fishing thing.
I mean, yeah, I guess I can see that. Whereas catfishing, you kind of just cast out, put it in the rod holder, and you're done with it.
Yeah. All right, Catfish Cameron, I appreciate you coming in. I hope wishing you continued success on your channel. Thank you very much for stopping in. There we go. Carolina Reaper chicken wings. Yeah. Like I said, I was born in Louisiana, so if I'm eating something, I put hot sauce on just about everything. If I'm eating it and it's not causing a sweat, if you don't have some sweat coming down, it's not good. That's I made the joke the other night that I put it on cereal. Obviously, I don't put it on cereal, but
yeah,
I would
had
be
some
tempted.
tonight, and they were called Sweet Hot Damn, and Brandon probably knows exactly where I'm talking about. They mean every word. Sweet Hot Damn. But I've got a lot of chat to catch up on, looks like.
Yeah, Brandon was saying I have a ton of LEDs on my boat. If I do a live stream, it'll be a disco party.
It can't be worse than Chunky, I wouldn't imagine.
Well, he literally had the disco balls out, so.
I remember that. What happened to chat? Did it freeze or people going to sleep on us?
We had a couple people leave. We're down to 18. We
I've
just
noticed
had
sometimes go ahead.
that was Brandon was the last.
There they go. I was gonna say, I've
Because-
noticed sometimes on my chat that there'll be nobody, and all of a sudden they'll go whoop, and you miss like 10. They all come in at once.
Well, this has been the biggest. This has been the biggest. I brought up the hot wings before he left, so it's been a 2-part conversation going on in chat. Half of the chat has been talking about what I have right up there about the bait casters,
Right.
and the other half of chat has been about the hot wing, chicken wings, and
Chicken wings and fishing, buddy. Can't beat it.
This is a good example. This is Tom. Yep, Brandon. The first bait caster I brought was right-handed quantum. It broke very quickly. My buddy and I were fishing, only had lefties, and I fell in love with that and never went back. So that's the one comment. The very next comment is, yeah, if I eat something hot, I have to install a seatbelt on the toilet. So like I said, it's been half are talking about hot and half are the one chip challenge. Yeah, I would gladly do that. Except I'm not paying $20 for a potato chip, but that's that they actually sell the Reaper one chip challenge. It's they do it in a little pack. I think it's like 1 or 2 potato chips with the Reaper. I go to when I go to Buffalo Wild Wings, I just ask for whatever the hottest wing that they have. That's what I get there. And the one time I went, the server was like, "We don't do it here, but you should go to this other one." Well, once I ate the whole thing, she said, "You should go to the other one because they do the challenge that if you can eat the entire order of wings, you get a T-shirt and all this other stuff." And I'm like, I wear 5X. I'm sure that the T-shirt they're going to give me is a large. What am I going to do with it?
Bait towel.
There you go, large T-shirt. That's a bait towel for me. Perfect.
Well, I hope I'm not frozen because I pulled chat up and my phone is frozen on chat. Chat's moving, but I can't go off chat. So hopefully everything's still coming out pretty clear.
You're coming out clear. You might have to do that square thing again and then come back.
Well, I tried. I can't even hit that right now. I'll tell you what. Hang on, let me take this thing out here. See what I can't figure out real quick.
They are no longer the only reel in the game. Yeah, that's like anything else.
There
If
we go.
it's good to have the different when catfishing was first starting out, the prices were down because obviously they were trying to get that going, and now that somebody put up there before that they read that it was a $74 million industry now. So obviously if there's a supply, if there's a demand, they're going to charge more for it. So the more specialized that catfishing gear gets, the more that it costs. So
Yeah, but sometimes, like you were saying, you got to go back to old school, and like perfect example. I just happened to look over at this, is what made me think of it. This line's probably been out some of the longest of any of it. I've got so much confidence in it that I won't steer off of it.
well,
there's a million different companies that make line, but that's what I started on. It's a good, cheap line, so why change? You know what I mean?
and I'm all about value fishing, and that is the exact line that I would, if I had a world record or a state record fish on, that's the line that I would want on. And it's $6 $6 a spool.
Yep. I made that exact same comment to Brandon when he was on the phone, because I know he uses the exact same line. And we were talking about some different lines, and they're probably, some of the lines are made in the same factory by the same people, all that stuff, just different labels, But yeah, I told him the same exact thing. I said if I was to have the Ohio State Record Channel Cat on, that's the line I want to fight it with, So yeah, Brandon, I agree, man. I've been using it forever, and I've only got 25 pound somewhere in there. Maybe you can see it. But I would fight. As long and like me and Brandon were talking about. Looks like everybody uses this line.
Yeah.
Your gear kind of works hand in hand. You gotta have your drag set right. Then the rods. If you're using a broomstick, that line's gonna be doing a lot of work. You get a soft tip like what I use. Not that I'm saying what I use is the best, but just in my opinion, with that extra bend, with plus the stretch of the line, you're just getting all that extra give and
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's that 25-pound line. I would fight a 50, 60, 80-pound fish on it.
Yep.
Actually, I don't know how many of you guys know Zach Royce. I don't know him personally. I've talked to him on Facebook and stuff here and there, and he caught that 90-something pound blue cat, and then the 104 or whatever out of North Carolina. Broke the blue cat state record back to back. And I was talking to him on Facebook, and he uses this exact same line just in 30 pound, and he broke the state record back to back. So, if you trust your gear, why change?
Well, I'll tell you how strong big game line is. I have with my with my bait caster setup with the Okuma and the 8-foot ugly stick. It was stuck, and I'm trying to break it off or whatever. I literally, once I held on to everything, I was literally leaning back. I'm standing up, leaning back. 400 and something pounds that I am. I'm leaning back on it, and I couldn't break the. It was literally holding my 400 and something pounds up in the air on 40 game big game.
Yeah, like I said, I use 25, and I've had situations on my boat where I get tangled up, or not tangled up, sorry, but snagged. And if I can, I'll go back and get it. And 95% of the time, the rigs I use, the way I fish, once you backtrack over what you're snagged on, it'll come right loose. But there is that rare occasion where you're snagged and it won't come loose. And what I'll do is I'll just let some line out, and I'll start trolling, and I'll put my trolling motor on max speed, which is like, depending on battery life, wind, all that stuff, is 2 to 2.2 mile an hour. And there's been times where I've had my drag cranked all the way down, both thumbs on my spool, and just holding it as tight as I can, and it'll stop the boat. I have to end up cutting it.
Yeah. All right. So big game. If anybody's out there, our whole 21 viewers that we have right now, we'll look for sponsorships.
It sounds like all of us could get sponsored. It sounds like that's what everybody uses. So I don't really have OCD as far as the, making everything match with colors. But part of that is I'm colorblind. So different shades of different colors, I can see them. I just can't tell what they are. So I know this is green. I know my sumo stuff's green. Is it the same green? I don't know, but it kind of matches, and that is 100% coincidence. I just I use what I like. I don't care too much about color, but like I said, being colorblind might have something to do with that.
And for me, my big thing is I like white rods, because even before I started doing the videos, but the white rods, they'll show up at night and they'll show up during the day. And it's even more evident in once you start doing videos. But the black rods a lot of times will just disappear in the background. But if you have the white rods, they just somehow they stick out better. And then especially if you go to at nighttime where you've got lights or black lights or whatnot, they will definitely. That's my big thing. Most of my rods I like to be white.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. Personal preference. But obviously, you're not going to find any white catfishing line or fishing line at all, as far as I know.
They do. My son had a white braid line. He likes braid. I'm not a braid person, but he likes braid.
Know what? Now that you say that, I have seen that. One of my buddies uses braid, and he has white line.
I can't remember what the name of it is, but
Yeah, I don't know either.
it shows up good too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
this I, yeah. So they call it, as far as I know, the name of it. I doubt you'll be able to see it, but that solar collector.
solar
When the light
collector.
hits that, it lights it up pretty good. Good enough for me anyway. Which what I'll do, I don't know if you can see it up there, but right about there, there's a glow stick on the tip of my rod. So at nighttime, I'll run, glow sticks on the tip so I can see when a fish hits it.
Do you tape them on, or do you have connectors, or how do you use your glow sticks on there?
I tape the connectors on, and then I'll just kind of snake my glow stick on every time.
Oh yeah. And for those that don't do that, for people that are on a budget, if you need a cheap thing and you've got some lights around, you take a little piece of a Walmart bag, a white plastic bag. You just rip a strip off. At the tip, you just tie that on, and then you bow it out on both ends like a bow. That white plastic bag will pick up the little bittiest of light, and you'll be able to see that. You'll be able to see that from 30, 40 feet away. It's crazy what that little white bag will pick up, and it's free. You're recycling. Mike Turner again. He has been the man with the links lately.
No kidding.
Like the rods to match. Yeah, I gotta admit that does look pretty good when you got when you see on the videos and everybody's got the every rod is matched. The who was it? Catfish Carl switched over to all the Muddy River rods with the white and blue rods, and that kind of. But for the big game, like Derek was saying, that it's not green, it's solar collector. If you order green, it's like that moss green.
Yes, and let me tell you, that line is invisible.
Invisible, yes.
Because so a little bit of background. I went to Sandusky Bay, and it was the first time I was up there. My girlfriend's dad is Shelby's dad is a crappie fisherman. That's about all he does. He's catfished before, bass fished before, but mostly crappie. So in all the years I've known him, I got him to go catfishing with me once, and that was up there at Sandusky Bay. And he used some of my gear, but like everybody, you want your own. So he bought one rod and one reel, and then he used one of mine. But he was, I was talking about needing some line, and he's like, "Well, I need line for my rod. Um, you know, I'm going to where Bass Pro or wherever he was at." He said, "I'll get some for you." And he asked me, like, "What color you use?" And I was like, "Green." Okay, I'm colorblind. We were on the phone. He's like, kind of this, I forget what color green he called it. And I was like, yeah, it sounds like it. And he got it, and I'd never used it before. And it's the same line, just different color. And we had it out there fishing in the daytime. Now at night, I don't know how it would do. It might be a little better, but I tried it in the daytime, and that line disappears. So.
Oh yeah, if you get green, it's like moss camouflage green. It just disappears even at night.
Yeah. So if you're gonna switch over and start using this stuff, make sure you get that solar green. It doesn't do justice in the camera, but you'll
Yeah, you can see that solar collector. That solar collector big game. You can see that on camera during the day, yet alone at night.
I wonder if it'll pick up the light here. Let's find out. Yeah, that's why I use bass. It kind of shows the true color a little bit better there, but yeah, definitely a solar collector, not the green. I don't even know what they call that green. Yeah, I have, or pop can or whatever as a kid when I was fishing off the bank, and then put a little piece of the gravel down in it. I used to use that all the time.
Mark, catfish and crappie. Catfish don't give a crap about the line. Yeah, now that color is strictly for a cat fisherman. That's strictly a fisherman thing. Just helps you. You think it gives you an advantage because you can see the line a little bit better, and it looks a lot cooler on video.
Well, so here's what really sold me on that line versus the green line. So again, going back to the confidence thing again, when we were in Sandusky Bay, everybody that you talk to says anchor. So we anchored, and we tried dragging too, but at least the time we were up there, everybody was right. Anchoring's the way to go. Well, the difference in anchoring and the difference in fish, I can't tell you how many times the fish at Sandusky Bay were hitting our lines and they weren't even moving the rod. They would just take it and swim sideways with it, or just take it and sit there and not even swim at all. So, I understand where I'm used to fishing, I'm moving. So if the fish takes it, the rod's got, the line's taut, so it's going to move a little bit. And anchored up, you're not going to have that. But these fish, they weren't moving, enough to move the rod. They were moving a couple feet after they took the bait, if that. And after missing quite a few fish, I finally realized, hey, we need to start watching the line, and that's when that green line kind of put a hurting on us, where some of my rods still had the solar collector color on it, and if you're paying attention to that, you'd see your line straight out, whatever,
Nope.
and it would just start walking, and you'd reel down and boom, fish. So we had to start paying attention to the line instead of the rods. It was a real sensitive bite compared to what I'm used to. So.
Trying to go back through chat. Yeah, Brandon, you're right. We all hate it, but Walmart seems to be the best place to get it cheap. I'll tell you how popular big game. I'll tell you how popular big game is. When I got my my bait caster, my Kuma bait caster in, I knew I wanted to beef up the line a little bit, and I went to the 40-pound big game, and I actually bought the last spool of it on Amazon. When you buy the last item on Amazon of anything, that's a popular item.
No doubt. So, Brandon, the only thing that I would be scared with about using aluminum foil on the line when you don't have a can would be putting a little nick or a fray in it or something like that. I can't say how big of a fish it was, but I was fishing back in June, July, something like that, and I got lazy. I quit checking my lines, and I hooked into what felt like the best fish of the night, which up to that point in time was like 8 pounds. So, it could have been 12, 13. So, it was a decent fish. As soon as I hooked it, I was like, oh, that's a good one. And I fought it for about 5 seconds. And as soon, there's a different feeling between a fish coming off and line breaking. And as soon as it came off, I was like, that's on me. And I reeled it up, and sure enough, right there at the end where it broke, the next, I don't know, 6-8 inches, it was all frayed and chipped up. So I don't, every couple trips now, I'm cutting off 6 foot of line and retying.
Well, I think if we would all take our own advice, anybody that's been fishing for a while, that has that story about that one, that's when that big fish is going to hit. I check it all the time, but then I stopped doing it, and sure enough, that's when there was that, it had hit some cover or whatnot, and there's that little nick in the line, or you've had it on, had that leader and whatnot on for a little while, and you just don't check it, and then Palmetto had a video out on that where he had actually seen it, and then they were at the end of the trip, so about to leave, and he noticed that even said it on video, noticed the thing online. He's like, I'm not going to tie it back on. Then he hooked into a big one and
I saw
snapped
that.
off.
I remember that.
Yeah. And that if you fish for any amount of time, you have that story. But yet we still all get lazy about checking for the, checking our leaders and checking the lines for nicks. And that is when, of course, that monster fish is going to hit.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, man. If my time is the same as your time, it looks like we've been on here for, well, not me, but you've been on here for 4 hours and 55 minutes, almost 56.
Yeah, you got it.
When it hits the 5-hour mark, I'm going to go ahead and jump off here.
That sounds like a good idea. Nobody else has jumped up in.
Yeah,
It's been an awesome.
As long as you want, but I'm going to be up here about 5 hours getting the dog in the box, and we're going to be headed to the pheasant fields. So.
Oh yeah, you definitely do.
But if it wasn't for that, I'd be on here for 13 hours.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. This is what happens. Tomorrow night, I'll definitely be checking into your live tomorrow night because there is a market for this. People want this. People want to just hang out and talk because here we are, 2:00 in the morning, 5 hours in. We got 22 people still listening. Chat is still going. There's Catfishing Crap. Absolutely correct. Lazy loses fish and loses opportunity. And I don't know if it's lazy, but it's just we've said it a bunch of times tonight that you just get so even with safety issues and stuff, you do it so much that it's like you tend to not think about it. If you're newer and then you're just getting into it, you kind of think about those things. But the more that you do it, you kind of lose track of it, and that's when the comes back to bite you.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what it was, exactly like Mark said it. He said it the best. I got lazy. It's not that I saw it and threw it back out there. Nothing against Kevin. I know that's the story you just told, but I didn't even check. I was even lazier than Kevin. I just I know to check. I don't know, man. You get fishing so much, and you just want to get lines in the water as much as you can, and you're just constantly fishing and hooking, catching, releasing, throwing back out, and it doesn't take any time at all. And it can get nicked on the boat, the net, motor, trolling motor, like you said, cover. There's just so many things. Really, you should probably check after every fish, if I'm being completely honest. But I don't think anybody does that, especially in the heat of the moment. When you're on the fish real good, nobody's checking. Get that bait back out there. Let's go.
Yeah.
So. Hey, see you, Brandon. Good night, buddy. Appreciate you stopping in, hanging out with us.
Yeah, that's been awesome. It's been like we said, it just same thing you said on the in your Facebook last night, that it just you get like-minded people together and everybody's talking about different things. I guess when you turn down your mic, some people in chat are having a hard time hearing you.
Well, I know we only have a few minutes left, but I'll turn it back up a little bit.
There you go. There's a hunting question from Tim Molina.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good one. So what I prefer, I bought a gun specifically for, small game hunting, specifically pheasant. So I made sure it was chambered in 3-inch. So I shoot 3-inch 5-shot. I kind of think 6-shot is obviously it's going to pattern better. It's going to have a bigger pattern, but the actual pellets aren't as big. And pheasant are a tough bird. they're not a turkey, but they're definitely tough. And I don't think 6-shot. Don't get me wrong, I've killed birds with 6-shot, but I don't think 6-shot is ideal. I think 5-shot is your best bet. Obviously, 4-shot is going to be even a bigger pellet, but then you're not putting as many pellets on target. So for me, 3-inch 5-shot. Obviously, if your gun's not chambered in 3-inch, 2 3/4 5-shot. But yeah, anything 5-shot is my ideal pheasant round. So going back to what you were talking about, Stan, as far as tomorrow night goes, I can't remember who it was now. Somebody said something about DMV going live on Tuesdays. I'm so busy that I hadn't even realized he was on a schedule. So if he's live tomorrow, absolutely, I encourage everybody to go check him out. He's going to be fishing. I'm going to be sitting here BSing. So, definitely go check him out. If you want to hop back and forth, whatever, that's cool. But, if DMV's on, he's entertaining to watch. So I highly encourage that. And, he goes live for a long time too. So who knows who's going to outlast who.
I know we did the 13-hour one last Monday night, and then he went out and had to beat that. I think he did 14 hours, and the difference was I was sitting here. He was out in it was about 34 degrees that night, I think. So
wow. I like steel 3s and 4s and tail. Yeah, I'll shoot 12 gauge. I've used 4-shot. Don't get me wrong, but I just prefer 5. I don't know. Like I was saying, 6 has a good pattern. 4 has a good heavy, not heavy, but heavier pellet than the 6 do. So for me, 5 is kind of that nice happy medium, and a 3.5-inch 12 gauge for dove is 500% overkill. But I bet you he didn't wound very many birds that got away.
Does anybody there you go, the 10 gauge. Yeah, I was gonna ask, anybody's shot a 10 gauge. That's a damn cannon right there.
Yeah, see, that's something I've always wanted. I've always wanted a 10 gauge shotgun. Really not even for hunting, just kind of to have. But I've never never really come across any. I was at a gun show Saturday this weekend, and I saw a box of 10 gauge shells, but no gun.
Yeah, I had a 10 gauge at one time. It was just a single shot break open 10 gauge. And that damn thing, I tell you what, if you don't know what you're doing, I shot it by a tree, and the percussion was actually so bad, it blew bark off the tree that was next to the gun when I shot it.
I saw an old man on YouTube years ago. I don't know. He was at least in his 60s, I would say, if not even older. And he had this, I'm assuming, homemade. I forget if it was 2 or 4 gauge. But hey, when I tell you, he was standing there, and when he shot, it rocked his whole body back. Yeah, it was crazy.
Oh yeah, and then we keep forgetting. Palmetto goes live in 6 hours. He's doing that 24-hour thing.
Right.
Starting at 8 o'clock.
Great. Nobody's going to watch mine. They're going to be on his.
It goes back to that whole thing about, is too much of a good thing sometimes. It's like the spots. We're talking about the spots, and more people get involved. Just a little, as small as I am, Mike Costello just started doing lives and stuff. And let's see, I go Sunday mornings. So Saturday overnight, we were on, we were chatting somewhere. But anyways, it was he was going to go on at about 1 o'clock, because I'm usually done. I do from 7 to like about noonish on Sunday mornings. And then, like I said, this Sunday, we didn't catch a fish. So it was like, damn, I'm not going off my live stream. I gotta catch a fish. I gotta keep the streak going. And like my son even went to get the kayaks. I'm like, and then I felt bad because I knew he was going on at 1 and he's just starting out. So I didn't want to I think we ended up stopping at about 2 o'clock because it's like, all right, enough's enough. Futility is futility after a while, and it's just not going to happen. But the point I'm trying to make is that there's so many of us that are doing the lives and the videos and stuff. So it's great that with the extra support and pushes and whatnot, that there's more doing it. But with the same thing, like with the fishing spots, the more people are out there, there might be people in your fishing spot, but it's the same thing with like lives and stuff. There is going to be some overlap, and there is going to be different things like that. But as long as we all respect each other, and
absolutely. And then let me ask this real quick, and then I'll go into something I was going to say. So, would you guys rather me go live on Wednesday night after Patriot? Give you guys kind of a day break from tonight, because like we were saying earlier, there's no point in me going live if I'm talking to myself. I can talk to myself without going live. So, what do you guys want? What would be best for you guys? Because Thanksgiving, I'm not going to worry about going live. That's family time, all that good stuff. And then Black Friday, the people at Black Friday shop, all that stuff. I'm probably not going to go live on Friday. So Tuesday or Wednesday is kind of the days I was thinking. So what do you guys think? And then okay. Becca was saying 4 to 6 shot. Yeah, so with my 5 shot, I'm shooting it through a improved modified choke is what they call it. And until I bought mine, I never even heard of it. But it's in between modified and improved cylinder, I believe.
isn't it crazy that even with shotguns, it's gone down to so much technology, even with shotguns now, that it's like.
Yeah, like Mike's saying there, you can't. You're not going to please everybody. Everybody's schedule's not going to line up. I went live over Mark before when I've been fishing on Friday nights, just trying to get set up, and a lot of the people in each chat are going to be in the next one, so I get where you feel like you're stepping on toes, but each channel is going to have their own, group that's just on their channel or whatever and not on somebody else's. So there's always going to be people mixed in.
Yep.
And like, I feel bad because the weekends get crazy for me almost every time. So whoever's on Friday night, I hardly ever get to see. Saturdays is a rarity for me to see those. And then Sundays, Kevin, Sunday night, I'm kind of winding down, get ready for work on Monday. But if somebody goes live on Sunday during the day, it's hit or miss if I'm going to see it either. So it's just, timing, and really you have to do it when it's best for you, And like I just asked, obviously tomorrow or Wednesday night, I'm free both nights, so it doesn't matter to me. But, you just got to do it when you can. Everybody that does it for the same reasons, and everybody's going to understand if you have to go over top of somebody or whatever. I mean, it's just a thing. So. You'll be at work on Wednesday. All right, we'll figure something out. I don't know.
Conversation. Yeah, it sounds like it's if Tuesday night works better for you, Derek, going live, do it. If Wednesday works better for you, it sounds like people are going to check in, and if there's more things on, they're going to check different back and forth. And
yeah,
all I can say is we've been doing the Monday night thing after Catfish Weekly about a month now, and you can see here it is, 2 o'clock in the morning. There's still 18 people. So, and conversation and chat never slowed down. Our conversation up here never slowed down.
Yeah, no, it's flowed pretty well.
And I'm sure if you go on, there's going to be people from there's going to be people that are, like you said, that are watching you, that they're going to be on, and People are going to come in from Palmetto, and you can't watch 24 hour. I mean, you're going to need a little break of Palmetto in between. So, I mean, there's.
I think Kevin's gonna need a little break.
Yeah, he's like, oh, please go down to No's viewers for a minute. Just I got to do.
Right. Camera off.
Yeah. I mean, we all need that. Well, we won't get into the bathroom breaks and all that kind of thing.
Right. No, I know what you're saying.
It's 24 hours. There's going to be. Oh, I had to take.
I mean, that couple tournament, I didn't make it. I turned my camera off. You know.
Exactly.
Yep.
But I think if you go tomorrow night, nobody's going to be the people that are live. Nobody's going to be offended by it, and you'll still get your viewers. And if you'd rather do it Wednesday, same thing. It seems like
we'll happens, you know. Maybe I'll do both. I don't know. See how bored I get.
There you go. Hey, and that's another thing. You said this is a rarity for you because you got the time to do it. So, do both nights. You'll have viewers both nights. People will watch it. Everybody, we're into this. Everybody loves talking about it and listening. And, I don't think you can go wrong doing either, both, or whatever's best for you. You're going to have viewers and people will watch it. And, you know what I mean? It's just about how you treat other people, and you're not going on to try to take viewers from anybody or anything like that. And then, North Carolina. Funny how we get the. Go ahead.
Pretty sure Shelby's uncle just shot a coyote back here behind my house.
All right.
I just heard a gunshot, so I'm hoping that's what it was at least. He's got a see. Okay, he kind of fishes a little bit too, because what he does is he goes around, he picks up roadkill deer, and he takes them out in the field behind my house, and he ties a 150-pound trot line to the deer's legs, and then he ties that other end to pop cans inside of a camper window. And when the coyotes hit that deer, they pull on his pop cans. He wakes up, does what he's got to do, and goes back to sleep.
Talk about old school, right?
Yep. Coyote fishing.
The difference is new school. There'd be, you'd have the infrared cameras and you'd have it going to the thing. And no, old school, you just tied a rope to it with some cans, which works better.
Yeah, right. And you're warm. Yeah, I'll have to call him when I get off here and see if he's got one. I'm assuming that's what it was.
But all right, we've been 5 hours, 13 minutes now. We're gonna be shutting it down, Derek. I appreciate you coming up tonight. Just like was what we said in your on the Facebook page last night. Even just that, I was like, crap, we're doing this. Everybody's seeing. It was like message after message just on the one comment on your Facebook page last night with Josh from one time, myself, you. I think Brandon said something, but it's people are sitting at home and they love talking about this stuff. So this just proves it. 5 hours, over 5 hours, and people are still here listening. We're still here talking, having a good time, and but I thank you for coming in. For those of you that aren't subbed to Derek yet on Ohio Catfish Chasers, I think the link's been up a couple times. Does awesome videos, live streams.
I appreciate that, man.
And you did get those viewing hours. Yeah, and to me, it's not even. I don't even think about viewing hours yet, because 1,000 subs and all that stuff for monetized. I'm nowhere near at that kind of thing yet. It's just, I just enjoy it. It's every time I've come on, people have come in, people have talked in chat, people have come up on panel and talked, and so to me, it's just enjoyment, giving people a chance. It's putting something out there where people can come in and talk. So.
Yeah,
that's
I know what you mean. I've looked at my viewing hours a couple times just to see where I was at, and yeah, it's heartbreaking. 4,000 hours is a lot, you know.
Yeah.
So like you said, I mean, I will take all the viewing hours I can get, obviously, but like you said, I'm too small to worry about it. I just like getting together and talking. I mean, obviously, I'm not getting any viewing hours from this, but I'm getting the experience, the friendship. I had a blast, man.
Oh, it's
I
been
know you've been
awesome.
on for 5 hours. I've been on for probably 4.5 of them or
Oh,
something.
yeah, you were a good portion of
And
it.
it's just been awesome. So, you know, this little bit right here, what I'm probably going to do is go live Tuesday and Wednesday, just for people that can't go one day, they can
Yeah.
go the next day, and get a chance to talk like we have, because, like I said, I haven't been fishing in 2 weeks. So, talking to Brandon on the phone a couple of days ago, talking to you guys tonight, it's, you can't replace fishing, but this is the next best thing. So, yeah, I'll probably go live both nights, and like I said, if one lasts for 10 minutes and everybody bails out because Kevin's tearing them up or whatever, then I'll end it. If one of them goes for 13 hours, I don't know. We're not gonna go there. But
Yeah. Hey, I thought the same thing. And even tonight, I was like, no, I even told my wife, no, it's not going to be like last week. There's no way it's going to, but then you get talking and then more people come in and then you're like, well, so-and-so just came in. I can't just leave now. I got to keep going. And,
right.
for the lives, like if you are looking uh, for viewing hours, like I said, last week it was 13 hours. I had nothing. There was no thought in my mind about viewing hours, but going back and looking at it, there was 20 some people in the stream for 13 hours. So just do the math, and that was on
Right.
one. That's 260 if I average 20. So you're looking at like 300 hours on one live stream. So if you do it,
like you said, you're not looking for viewing hours, but I mean, if they're there, I mean, awesome.
and people obviously enjoy it. It's I know I enjoy it when I've been on DMVs. I don't sleep much at night, so there's been many of them. He did a 9 hour one, and I was there the whole time. I know Mike Turner is usually on a lot of the overnight ones.
Yeah, I see Mike on there all the time. Yeah,
the whole night. Mike Costello has been in a bunch of them lately, and
yeah. Hey, thanks for watching, David.
so it's
Thanks,
the YouTuber gets the viewing hours, but the people that are out there watching it, we obviously like it too. So
yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I said. I didn't get any viewing hours from tonight, and I'm not mad. Like I had an awesome time, and that's kind of why I want to go tomorrow and Wednesday, is just because I had so much fun. And
and
and what I'm kind of thinking is tomorrow. I mean, if someone wants to come on, let me know. And we'll get you on. But tomorrow, I'm just gonna kind of chat and feel it out and see what happens with Palmetto being on and DMV. And then Wednesday, I'll probably do like what you were saying, and we'll just get everybody in and just get talking and see where it goes.
that
If it lasts for an hour, it lasts for an hour. I mean,
there you go.
Fun, that's all I want. So
Yeah, right. Well, Derek, I appreciate you again. It's Ohio Catfish Chasers.
yeah.
Anybody for his Facebook group, Ohio Fat. And the longer you start talking the tongue, it just gets, especially
Ohio Fat Cat Chasers. That works too, man.
That was what I was actually thinking, but
I could tell.
Ohio Catfish Chasers, the Facebook page, awesome group of people there. Like I said, when I post that people are live and streams are going live, I get more comments back from people in your group. Thanks for posting, appreciate it. I get more comments back from your group than I do from most of the other all the other Facebook groups. So that's just to give you a little heads up.
Yeah, that's awesome. That it's working like that. Thanks,
Great
LG
show.
Bass. I think I was just in the chat. I thought somebody else said that. Thank you. A lot of you guys in chat tonight, I've never heard of. I don't know if we've been in different chats and we've missed each other, or if it was one of those chats where they're going so fast you can't keep up and the names just get skipped over. But Those of you that I don't recognize, it was nice, get a chance to kind of meet you and talk to you a little bit, all that good stuff.
Well, Derek, people know me, so it's just.
Hey, you're Stan the man, buddy. I get it. I get it, 100%.
All right, my friend. Well, it's been. I can't tell you, I had a great time talking with you. If you're doing the thing tomorrow night, I'll definitely pop up, and Wednesday night, I'll definitely come up on with you. We'll.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you want to come up tomorrow night, that's fine too. The only thing I'm gonna have to figure out how to do the link share things. Like I said, I've never had anybody on screen with me. They've always been in person, so I'm sure we can get it figured out, but you might have to bear with me a little bit. So
Yeah. You go to guest, you hit guest, invite guest, copy the clipboard, and then you come back over to more. You do StreamYard, right?
Yeah.
You're on StreamYard, so
Mhm.
I hit guest, and a little box pops up. You hit invite guest. From there, it goes to another little box, and it's got your StreamYard link in it. You hit copy to clipboard. Then you come back to more and post comment, and then you can actually post your comment
In the chat. Okay.
And then that is actually the
Hey. Oh, I see you there. Hey, Mike Turner. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Where'd you go, Stan? Don't leave me hanging. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, Mike Costello. Nice to meet you too. I think I've heard your name, around the groups and stuff, but I just haven't really seen you in a chat. But I could be wrong. There's so many names that float around in the catfish world that it's hard to keeping up. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know where Stan went. We're all still here, so he must not have ended it yet. Awesome, man. I appreciate that. I I think I said it in the video tonight, but I try to post videos weekly. This Ohio weather with I can't handle another channel, but this Ohio weather, man, it can get kind of crazy, and sometimes the fishing's better than others. So I'm not going to promise a weekly video again until spring, but I will get as many out as I can until then. And like I said, probably end of March, early April, it'll go weekly again until fall. So I'll get as much to you as I can.
And if you hit the wrong buttons, like I do all the time, you just come back. That's the good reason. When you're new at this, with doing the live, the talk chats like this, you always want to make sure you have a guest up on there when you hit buttons, because as long as they're there, it stays live. Like if something happened to my phone, I went out. As long as you stayed there, the stream will keep going. I mean,
right.
You can't.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna bail out. I was gonna let you come in and do your closing. I was like, I can't leave, man. I can't leave Stan out there alone.
I was going, and it's my own fault because I've been doing so good with it. I'm trying to click them as I'm telling you what to do. And there again, I'm walking and chewing at the same time, and I end up hitting the wrong button. But it's pretty.
That's the thing, like these buttons are so small that you hit a button with one finger and you're hitting like 7 buttons.
Yeah. If you've got any kind of size hand with these cell phones, it's I got to try to very carefully, and
you gotta use your pinky finger.
Yeah.
But I've done the same thing before. I think I was on Roger's show one night, and I went to hit chat, and I hit leave, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah, but the good thing is you can always get back, and people still here. But yeah. Awesome show. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I did that. I appreciate it.
See, I did it. I don't learn some things from my mistake. Mike Turner and Rebecca were up on with my 13-hour live last week, and I did the same did the same thing.
It happens, man. It happens.
That's how I actually learned, though. I didn't know about that. Your show kept going.
Right.
I made a mistake, and it, boom, everything ended. So I thought, well, Mike Turner and Rebecca were still up on the live, and so I'm like, well, I messed up. It went. So I went upstairs and I plugged the phone back in and all this stuff, and they're still there. So I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But all right, we're gonna cut it off for now. Well, I'm sure a lot of us will be seeing you tomorrow night. Thank you very much for coming in and staying with us so long, Derek. Everybody had a great.
I appreciate you having me, man. I had a blast. I'm sure we'll have a blast tomorrow, Wednesday. Whenever. It's always a good time.
Awesome. All right. Well, and everybody that is out there with us all night long, still got 15 people at 5.5 hours in.
That's crazy.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And we'll see everybody tomorrow somewhere.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, it was nice meeting all you new names and everything. It was a good time. So we'll see you guys around.
All right. Good night, everybody. And shutting it out.